Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the sixth and final game of the match between Grandmasters David Navara and Felix Blohberger. I'm Alex Colovic, and today I'm joined by a very unique personality in the world of chess. He's an entrepreneur, he's an author, he's a chessable author, he's a commentator, Grandmaster, best known as the Ginger GM, Simon Williams. Simon, welcome.
Hi, Alex. Yeah, thank you, everyone, for having me on. And it's nice to do a bit of commentary. You have to excuse my background. I've got a rather messy spare room, but okay.
It's a good one.
Just don't look at that. But yeah, it's good to be here, and it's been a really exciting match so far, right? So
Yeah.
lots of fun.
Yeah, lots of fun. I mean, we had amazing games. As we chatted before the stream, we mentioned the one 2 days ago with the 4 queens on the board. That one was pretty wild. And today, okay, I think again we can expect a very exciting game because, okay, I mean the match situation dictates it. Navara is 1 point behind, so it's in a must-win situation with the white pieces. And personally, I'm curious to see how he will approach this game, especially the opening, and what he will choose. I mean, in which direction to take the game. Simon, have you? I mean, I'm pretty sure you have had must-win situations in your career. How have you tackled these situations?
Pretty badly, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, they're very stressful, and I think there's like two schools of thought, right? You either play, some crazy attacking line, which people assume is the best way to do it, or you just be like, right, that's probably not going to work. Sacrificing nowadays is quite hard, so you just set yourself up for a long game. That's the other school of thought.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. It'd be interesting, like you say, to see what David decides, because Felix's preparation so far has been really good, right?
Exactly.
I mean, his very good opening preparation. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think this will be a very, very important point early on. If David manages to take Felix out of his preparation, or at least into some less well-known territory, then his chess is increased. And I wanted to say that, okay, what you just mentioned, these 2 lines of thought, that we had those, for example, in the Kasparov-Karpov matches. For example, Karpov, when he was forced to win, then he went for this attack in the Sicilian Scheveningen and so on. Okay, we know he lost. And then when Kasparov was supposed to win in 2 years later, he actually went for the slow strangulation, long game approach. He went open with c4, Reti opening, and he won a long game. So nowadays, I think that players are more inclined towards this latter approach. Yeah. So, but okay, let's see how David takes this. Yeah, I mean,
definitely, yeah. I think you're right, though. I mean, you mentioned the English. I mean, the problem nowadays with openings, Alex. I mean, you're an opening specialist. You've got these amazing chessball courses.
Yes.
But the problem is that a lot of openings are very well analysed, and I do feel in a must-win situation that the English opening is actually, people might think it's not a great choice, but it's actually quite a good choice, because you get a position where, okay, you might not be better, but you can just play.
Exactly.
Lots of pieces remain on the board. So
exactly.
maybe an English opening today, maybe. What are you going to go for?
In your honor, maybe English opening. Yeah, I mean,
You've got to have an English
that will be
opening for an
nice,
English player. So
yeah, exactly. And yeah, it will be interesting because David opened with d4 in round. I mean, this in the second game. That was this Queen's Gambit declined when the queens got off the board very quickly. And then in game 4, we had this wild game, which was a Reti after knight f3. So we'll see if he repeats one of these first moves or goes for a third one. I don't know, c4 as you say, or e4 maybe. Yeah, because I think if he goes e4, Felix hasn't been known to play dull stuff like Berlin. So maybe that's also kind of a targeted preparation, when if he goes exactly against that opponent who does not want to kill off the game, and yeah, he tries to do something. Yeah, hi chat. Hi guys. Good to have you here.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, so I mean, we're going to get the start very soon.
Yeah,
it
we're
looks
getting.
like
We had the ceremonial first move made by 2 people. I saw 2 people on the cam.
Sure.
And
I
now,
feel, Alex, I feel very underdressed.
yeah, you're cool. You're cool. You're cool.
Look at their lovely suits and ties.
Oh yeah, these guys are true professionals. Okay, e4. Okay, there you go.
Okay, cool.
E4. All right.
Good.
Here we go. E4. So yeah, now it's what do we get? Okay, e5, solid, solid. No French today. Knight
Okay,
f3.
let's have a look. So
Are we
let's
getting
see
a
if,
Petrov?
uh-huh.
No. Knight c6. All right.
So
So
still,
Italian or Spanish? Which one? Italian. Bishop c4. And now
and
this is the thing you mentioned, my video, yeah. But no, he goes for the proper Italian bishop c5. d6 is actually quite a interesting option. And I can let out a small secret. It features in my next chessable course. So
well, it's interesting you said d6 because just before we went live,
yeah,
I mentioned this d6 move. You've done a great YouTube video on it,
yeah,
which I recommend everyone watches. Some crazy ideas of going f5, but that's obviously
yeah,
quite a risky strategy in a game as black that you're
exactly,
happy with a draw. So yeah,
exactly. So we basically have the gioco piano, as the Italians would call it. It's like a soft, slow play. Okay, c3, d3 by white. And okay, this is actually going in this direction of long-term strategy of a long game, yeah? So,
yeah, definitely.
yeah, and we can, I mean, here c3, d3, and it will be interesting also to see black's choice because black can go with a6, black can play with a5, black can play with bishop b6, not touching the a pawn. Different setups. There are also setups with d5 early on. Yeah, if black castles and play goes for d5. So it will be interesting to see which line Felix chooses for this pretty responsible match situation. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly.
He goes a6.
A6, quite sensible, right? Just to give the bishop a square.
Yeah.
Normal move. And I find these middle games, Alex. I think I've never played the Italian, this kind of middle game.
Yeah.
And I find them very strategically complex.
Yes.
All the pieces remain on the board. Does white go d4? Does white maneuver his pieces?
Yeah.
What
b4,
pawn?
d4, nothing, none of it,
Exactly.
or just knight maneuver.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
it's
mean,
a long game ahead of us.
exactly. And as you say, strategically complex and also kind of confusing when it comes to move orders. Yeah, because white can start with h3, white can start with rook e1, white can start with knight d2, white can start with a4, with b4. Like a lot of stuff. Yeah, even bishop b3, even though that plan is not in fashion nowadays. And all these like move orders have their own subtleties. And I mean, this was the main reason, for example, why I did not want to recommend this in my chessable course, because I mean,
Sure.
I think it's just way too complex. And I think people appreciate when something is more straightforward and with a clearer understanding.
Yeah, I think that's a very wise choice. I mean, I've even spoken to some very strong grandmasters about this kind of middle game.
Yeah.
And they're always telling me that they don't understand it. Even though they're like 2600, they're like, well, I play this, but I'm not really sure what to do.
Exactly what's
Because
going on.
yeah, because you mentioned all these moves. What move or do you play it? I mean, do you play h3 here? Do you stop bishop g4? Do you not play h3?
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
lot to think about, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, h3, I know there are lines when black goes h6, g5 without castling and starts to attack with g4. Yeah, there are some subtleties like do you start with rook e1, but then you have to think about knight g4 things.
Hmm.
Okay. Do you go
Yeah.
b4 first and then postpone it for later? Yeah, there is also bishop g5. Yeah. Which do you do it like now, or do you let black castle first, but then black may not castle and go h6 before castling, so you don't have the option anymore. So it's like very kind of, give and take, yeah, for both sides.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because if you look at the position as well, Alex, it's very symmetrical.
Yeah.
But the only difference really is that white has a pawn on c3.
Yeah, and black has a knight there.
And black has a knight. So these are the things if you just try to think logically, what kind of plan should both sides do? Well, this pawn on c3, I guess, gives white more options, as you mentioned earlier, to play like b4 or d4.
D4. Yeah.
But black's knight can also, I know, a very popular maneuver is to bring that to e7. And try to bring that around to the king side. Okay, we have another move though. Bishop g5.
Yeah, we have bishop g. Exactly. So now, okay, this is like how players want to keep the game complex. For example, I noticed that Firouzja is playing these lines a lot. So the point is that black hasn't castled, so they can go h6, g5, not fearing any sacrifice on g5. The bishop goes back to g3, where it's pretty passive, but white argues that black kind of weakened the king side, and even though black castles a short later on, that king long term could potentially be weak. But so could this bishop on g3, and a very kind of long strategical game ensues. And actually, quite recently, Wesley So on the black side of this type of position beat Magnus Carlsen in Norway chess. So it's chances for both sides, and that's, I think, quite promising for today's game.
Yeah, all the pieces remain on the board. And I suppose the other thing that black needs to think about here, I mean, this idea of playing h6 seems very logical. Yeah. But do you play g5 or not? You know, this is the kind of thing I'd be thinking of as someone who hasn't got a great deal of experience in this position. Is g5 move I want to play? It's obviously very risky to play such a move. And if you're, again, in a position where you only need a draw, maybe it's the wrong strategy. But it's kind of tempting as well sometimes, right?
Exactly, yeah. But for the time being, Felix postpones the decision. He drops the bishop back to a7, avoiding any d4, b4 attacks. Yeah, now white plays probably something like knight d2 or even b4, depending, okay, which plan you want to go for. Rook e1 is also an option. So again, a lot of move orders happening here. But I mean, players, both of them are in their preparation. So, I mean, they're not making the decisions over the board, probably just recalling their preparation.
Yeah. And this move bishop a7, I find, I don't know about you, I mean, I'm sure you've done a lot of teaching as well, that one of the things I notice with lower rated players, in order to become higher rated players, a classic mistake is not thinking about what their opponent's going to do.
Yeah.
And not playing these kind of moves like bishop a7. So bishop a7 is kind of like, I call a grandmaster move, because you're, as you mentioned, you're just stepping out of the way of some of your opponent's ideas, but you're not necessarily doing anything immediate. So you're just preparing against b4 and against d4. Yes. So it's kind of like, you know, very nice, cautious move.
Yeah.
But it's something that I found lower rated players, they don't gravitate towards these kind of moves as much as higher rated players.
Yeah, yeah. And another aspect of this type of move is that, yes, as you said, it avoids potential ideas for your opponent, but also keeps flexibility. I mean, you don't immediately commit to g5 or no g5. You just keep flexible, keep your opponent on their toes. Okay, maybe you play it, maybe you don't. Okay, there are also plans with queen e7, bishop e6, keeping maybe going long, castling long, postponing g5 for now, for later. It's kind of this staying flexible with your plans is a very good strategy generally, because your opponent doesn't know what to expect, or when they're thinking, they must think for more things than one. If you just commit to g5, they know, okay, g5 has been played, we go in this direction. But if black stays flexible with g5, okay, yes, maybe g5, but maybe not g5. So this is this flexibility is an important aspect in modern, I mean, in chess general, not just in modern chess.
100%. Yeah. I mean, it's another thing I found with higher rated players, that they tend not to make exchanges if there's a choice not to, because they like keeping the tension. It gives them more options. I mean, here, like, I think you mentioned this move before, but if white wasn't accustomed to this type of position, then a move like h3 could be played. But h3 is definitely a mistake here, because it gives a hook for black, right?
Yeah, and then there's maybe knight h5 hitting this bishop because it's pinned. Yeah, there is a hook after g4. Okay, we can even put it on the board something like this. Yeah, and then it's hard to get rid of the pin. You have to go knight d2, but then knight h5 can come. Yeah, the bishop is attacked because of the pin. It has to draw back to, I don't know, h2. Then the rook g file can be used. The things can turn nasty for white pretty quickly here.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, definitely h3 should be avoided. I mean, I think normally, you know, you want to try to avoid making moves in front of your king unless there's a real reason to play it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because that just does create weakness. So this is a much more normal move, knight b d2.
Yeah, yeah. A developing move. Like now, all white's light pieces are in play. White finished development. Rooks are connected, you know, as they are teaching us when we start playing chess. And okay, now white will see how to continue. Yeah, rook e1, knight f1, knight e3 could be a standard maneuver. The advance on the queen side still stays, yeah, as an option. But now the main decision here for black is g5 or not to g5. Yeah.
to G5 or not to G5? That is the question. And
That is the question, yes.
Yeah, I'm just having a look on the database I'm using. And this position has been seen quite a lot. It seems like one of the specialists on the white side is the very strong Indian Grandmaster, I hope I pronounced this right, Aravind, who my pronunciation is terrible, so I apologize in advance. But he's played this numerous times. I mean, one of the things with some of these online tournaments is you get lots more games. So he's played this online, but also Samuel Sevion has played this a couple of times with white. And looking at the kind of things that I'm just wondering now, definitely G5 is an option. I mean, will this be played? I mean, it seems to have been played fairly often by Black in just looking at the games so far.
Yeah. Has there been an option like Queen E7, Bishop E6 not playing G5?
Let's have a look. So G5 seems to be the most common move. And actually the game Samuel Sevion versus Pranash, and this was entitled Tuesday, so it's a blitz game.
Yeah.
But this is actually only from last month, and Black won. And Black actually played. Oh, we have G5.
We have G5 and short castle. Okay.
Right. That's good. I like G5. A bit more action.
This is mainstream theory. Yeah, I mean, this is theory. Sure. I think you'll also find games by Firouzja here. He likes these complex positions, you know. And Carlsen too. I mean, it's a strategically, as I said, double-edged position for both sides. Black has a weak king, and white has a potentially bad bishop. So yeah, it's strategically and at some point also tactically complex. Yeah, and we will see, okay, how this proceeds. Yeah, now I guess rook e1 is a move.
Yeah, so I'm just again looking at the top rated players that played this, and you're right, Firouzja's played it. Anisha's had this 3 times as well. So Anish Giri with the white side. There's one game he had against Anand in this position where Anish just played A4, which is again a very logical move. And in that position, Anand, who is obviously an expert in all sorts of openings, but very good mover, everything. Yeah, I mean, he's got the experience. He played knight H7, which was a plan I would certainly not think of. But the idea of this, Alex, is to play H5. So that was, again, very unique idea.
Defending G5. And also, I mean, after knight H7, there are plans like with F5 connected with F5, king H8, F5. And later on, the knight could potentially go to F8, G6, and F4. So definitely one of the moves is knight H7. And yeah, this has been played really a lot. And I think, okay, they are mostly recalling preparation now. Yeah, I mean, Navara is thinking A4. There are other moves as well. So he starts with B4, which is also kind of possible, yeah.
Sure. Following Anish versus Vincent Kamer, this one. And now this, as you said, Alex, this knight H7 does seem to be certainly the most common plan for Black. I quite like the idea of knight H7, Alex, because it's a straightforward plan, right?
Exactly.
I just want to, as you say, maybe push my pawns on the king side, and straightforward plans. Well, they're easy to play. So, so this is a move we could well see.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there are other moves as well, not just knight H7. Yeah.
Yes. Other plans you could have, like, well, the other knight, as you say, knight E7. This idea is very logical because that knight on C6 doesn't have any good squares now. It's covered by the pawns.
Pretty limited,
yeah. So you bring it around to the king side, and I think a lot of the action is going to happen on the king side, right? This is where, which is good. I love it when action happens on the king side.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
So this was actually again knight E7. That would be Vidit tried this against Firouzja. This idea, but Firouzja won.
Is knight H5 a blunder? Does knight E5 work for white?
Well, you have to take on G3, right?
Yeah, G3, take on C6.
And then you just take on C6.
Yeah, and it appears that white wins the pawn, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
So, okay, knight H5, then it's not possible. Yeah. Is bishop G4 possible? Like, to prepare knight H5?
Bishop G4
and
looks very
provoke
tempting.
H3, maybe.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that looks kind of tempting, right?
Yeah, I mean, you want to provoke h3 and then you have a hook.
Sure.
I mean, against h3, you may even play knight h5 immediately because then this bishop is hanging. Yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, it's pinned. Even though I don't know how you get the knight out, but it looked
Ah,
tempting at first sight.
you just leave it there. Leave it
Yeah,
there for
just leave
fun.
it there. Yeah, because I mean,
Yeah,
if they go
yeah.
king h2, you take on f2. Yeah,
Yeah.
the
You
knight
play
is
H,
taken.
you can maybe play H5 here, G4. That
Yeah,
could be
yeah.
very interesting, you know.
I don't know if this is any theory, but it's strange
Oof,
position.
very strange. This
Yeah,
is the kind of thing, Alex. I think you'd want to be a bit prepared before you played it, right?
yeah,
Because you,
for
you
sure.
you could just lose your knight there, but
Yeah,
it might be
exactly,
brilliant,
exactly, exactly,
you know. So
exactly, exactly. Yeah,
it's
yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And again, you know, I'm looking at databases and talking about your bishop g4. There was a game Ferrugia versus Samuel Sevion. Sevion with black played bishop g4 here.
I hit it. Yeah,
So this has been played, and I think this is a maybe even a bullet game, so we shouldn't pay too much attention. But then it
yeah,
went h3, and
yeah.
h3 again. It kind of feels right because you probably want to do something like this, and then just this knight h5. I love the idea, but bishop h5 is kind of
Bishop
uh,
h5.
and now there's obviously this g4 move at some point that
Yeah,
might be an option, but again, that's very committal as well, so you have to be careful.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is again double-edged because you give a hook and yeah, I mean, then probably the idea is like g4, you go knight h4, you want to take the f5 square, but you maybe give up some pawns here and so on. So again, could be very double-edged.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, chat. Thanks for okay. Gable, roll mops. Yeah, you have your favorite YouTube chess guys. Well, glad to be here. Yeah, and hope you enjoy the show. And how do you decide between knight h7 and knight h5? Well, I mean, if knight h5 is not a blunder, you definitely consider it. So it's it's not so much about the structure, but it's about whether it works or not.
Seven, it feels like bishop a7 move, right?
Yeah,
Another
exactly.
another grandmaster move. You just
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
improve your position. You prepare the f pawn. You know, you just play a nice little move. And this was also again Hikaru's choice, King G7.
Ah,
So as you say, it's been played many times before.
yeah,
And Norway chess from 2023, Ferrugia versus Hikaru,
yeah.
and Black very soon in this position went for the knight h7 h5 plan.
Ah, so he went for that plan. Yeah.
Yeah. So what should White be doing here, Alex, as well? So we talked quite a bit about some possible ideas of Black. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
is White playing on the Queen side with like b5, or is White trying to go d4? What kind of things do you think White should do here?
Yeah, this is pretty. I mean, from the games I've seen in these lines, White normally kind of either reacts to what Black is doing on the king side, all right? So sometimes, like say, a move like king h1 is possible, yeah. And then like if this is taken, okay, I'll make some moves. Okay, this is taken, you take fg, yeah. So you vacate the long diagonal, and then actually you're trying sometimes even to take initiative yourself on the king side, yeah. Now f5 is exposed, maybe you get the rook on f, okay, not on f2, but the e1, then knight f1, knight e3, knight f5, yeah, h3, g4 to fix f5, then suddenly White is doing the attacking on the king side. So that's one idea I have seen. And so this reaction, what to do against Black's activity here is one idea. And the other idea is, as you mentioned, yeah, d4 to try to open the position and somehow try to get to the Black king. Sometimes even pawn sacrifice d4 ed and then maybe e5, trying to open up the game. So I would say these would be the main kind of strategies for White in these positions. Yeah. Obviously, I mentioned it. Okay, the knight transfer to e3, targeting like all these like nice light squares, d5, f5. It's always an option. But again, a lot will depend, I think, on how Black uh, plays his hand on the king's side. Like which plan is it knight h7? Is it bishop g4? Yeah, if the queen moves, then knight h5 becomes possible. There is no knight e5 trick. So this is, I mean, part of the reasons, or maybe even the main reason why this is so popular at elite chess, because it's still, I would say, not that susceptible to concrete and very deep analysis, because there are many possible plans, many possible move orders, and these guys, you know, they want to get a position so they can play. They don't want to be analyzed out. Yeah, I mean, shut out with a thumb forcing variation. That's the reason for the explosion of the popularity of the Italian in the last more than 10 years.
Yeah, and all the pieces remain on the board as well, right?
Yeah.
Which you can play for a win with both sides. I mean,
Exactly.
Doesn't go for exchanges. It's quite a dynamic position. There's always chances at some point for the position to totally come alive, right? I mean, you mentioned this D4, E5. There's all these little sacrificial ideas. The king side is just ripe. So I think it's going to be a really interesting game, this one. And who do you think's more happy out the opening? Do you think David or Felix is going to be sort of more like, okay, I'm glad I got this position?
I mean, I think actually both, because I think Felix's mindset in this match has not been so much, okay, I need to win this match. I think he's viewing it more as a learning experience.
Sure.
Because as we've mentioned before, he's like a training match, as an attempt to reach 2600 by getting this exposure of playing stronger opponents, and in this way learning and improving his game generally. So I don't think he minds a fight, because my impression is that he views it as another opportunity to play a great game against a very strong opponent. So yeah, he's not going to lose the match. So even if he loses the game, it's a drawn match. So he just sees it as a chance to get into a fight, to see how good he is in a full-fledged fight against a strong opponent. So I think he's not unhappy to get a fighting position, because, I mean, let's see. I mean, he could have chosen something duller, yeah, or something more kind of, solid, yeah. But instead, he went for this pretty sharp line, and I think both are quite happy. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean I think some good points there. I mean, a great way to improve, if you're watching this and you're trying to get better. First of all, try to play stronger opponents, because if you play weaker opponents, you're not going to learn as much. And secondly, try to play interesting positions, and try to learn something from those positions. Try different things out. Try to work out what kind of positions you play well. I think is important. At the same time. We have a question. Do you think Navara would overpush here to tie the match? Well, David needs to win. And will he overpush in this game? I mean, I think at the level that these players are, I mean, David is such a fantastic and experienced player that I know it's a bit of a cliche, but he's probably just going to try to play the best moves. I mean, if he's not going to do something stupid. If he really needs to win, he's not going to go crazy. I mean, he's too good for that. So yeah.
I mean, after all, it's a training match. I mean, it's not like he's qualifying for the candidates or for the World Championship. So it's like all or nothing situation. I mean, it's a training match, and he will obviously do his best, try his best to win. But if, the opponent doesn't make mistakes, and if it's a draw, then it's a draw, and you can't go with your head through a wall. So I mean,
you could try, but
you can try, but I mean, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna be painful. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So I think he'll do his best, and for sure. But if it's a draw, it's a draw. I mean, if we take a look at this to the extreme, starting position, right? Move one, and whichever color you're on, I mean, you can be a stronger player, whatever. But if your opponent does not make any mistakes, you will not win the game. It will be a draw. So you need mistakes from your opponent to win a game. And that's what is it going to be about. I mean, if Felix doesn't make mistakes, he won't lose. So
it's quite a nice way of looking at it, right? I think one of the bits of interesting chess sort of sayings, one of the most interesting sayings that happened to me was I was playing on board 2, and on board 1, this is from the European Club Cup, was Ulf Andersson. And I expect quite a lot of people know Ulf Andersson. He's like a bit of a living legend, right? I mean, he's got a very defined style of play. People think he's quite boring because he loves endings. He doesn't take any risks. But when we're having dinner together, there's me sacrificing a queen on board 2 and doing something stupid, and he's grinding out an ending. And one thing he would say, and we have another move, but one thing he would say is, Simon, I don't try to play the best moves. And I mean, well, what do you mean? Surely you should try to play the best moves. And he goes, no, I just try to play a move that doesn't make my position worse or is a mistake.
Nice.
And that sort of goes along with what you're saying, Alex. If you don't make any mistakes, you're not going to lose, right? You shouldn't lose.
Exactly.
So this is actually quite interesting sort of philosophy, I thought.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's actually quite a different from what we usually expect and what we are taught to find the best move. But I mean, sometimes you don't have to make the best move to win a game. And Rebecca, don't worry, we are seeing the chat, and a bit of patience because we need to juggle quite a few things here. It's a question for Simon. She's asking, I don't know. I guess she's asking a question about your podcast.
Hi, Rebecca. Sorry, I did a podcast with my friend Bjorn Torfinsson, who's Icelandic international master, and we filmed 5 episodes, and they are sort of ready. They should be coming out like in the next month, should we say, the next couple of weeks, I hope. There's not so much chess, but there's some great stories. So if you want to hear some crazy stories, including Ulf Anderson, including Bobby Fischer in Iceland, including a drunk Spassky as well, which is so there's some great stories. That's
amazing.
So it will come out soon. Yeah. So rookie one. Yeah, sorry, Alex.
Yeah. Sorry. No, I was just saying, you're welcome, Rebecca. I mean, glad you like the commentary. Yeah. So we got rookie 1. Yeah, move we mentioned also. Yeah, the idea is to free the f1 square for the knight, and then maybe go to e3 and target these squares. And now people, they kind of slow down, a little bit.
Sure. Apparently, rookie 1, Alex, is the first new move.
Really?
Which it seems a bit strange, as you say, because the position, it seems very logical. I mean, Bishop b3 has been played, lots of other moves, but rookie 1, I think, we could call a novelty, but a very sensible one.
Yeah, sensible on move 12, which is fairly early in these lines.
Yeah.
But a sensible move, and again, kind of unclear whether David came up with it or now. I mean, improvising, or he knew it and he was recalling. I'm more kind of inclined to think the former, because he spent kind of 10 minutes here, so looks more like improvisation and kind of playing a sensible move, which is good because it takes the game towards kind of unexplored territory.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looks really sensible, right? Because it has 2 main ideas. Idea number 1 is get the knight around to a lovely square, maybe into f5 if you can.
Yeah, ultimately.
And number 2, I like this d4.
Yeah, d4,
You've always got to keep an eye on this, right? Just to blast things open and get some explosions. So it's it's a very, very nice idea, I think.
Yeah. Even though probably, I mean, you mentioned earlier, for example, that instead of b4, Anish went a4. And I think that's kind of some subtlety that just crossed my mind, that white had a4 here instead of b4. I think in that case, maybe the d4, e5 idea is kind of even stronger, because the pawn on c3 is not hanging. So DC, BC, you just take it. Whereas here, under certain circumstances, this pawn is just hanging after ED, I mean, and DC. And then the knight, maybe there is some sort of a pin on the D file. White will have to think about this, calculate pretty well. I mean, if that breakthrough works.
It's interesting, these positions. I mean, you just mentioned this idea, and it's a bit like an iceberg, right? I mean, you see the tip of the iceberg coming out the ocean, but below it, there's so much stuff, and so much things are going on here. Like every move, both sides have to think, does d4 work? There's so much happening.
Exactly.
And we have another question in the chat, Alex, and this is from Johan, and he says, do you think Felix in a way feels bad that David will lose rating, considering he accepted this match?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, I mean, this is probably a bit philosophical, but I think all of us at some point enter a stage in our careers when we don't give a damn about rating anymore because it's just inevitably going down, and you just say, forget about it.
Alex, this
Yeah,
is what everyone who loses rating says.
exactly.
Including
But okay, I
myself.
mean, unfortunately, David is also I mean, he was over 2,700 for so long, yeah, and
Yes.
he's
Yeah.
probably some 100 points down than his like peak and everything. So, what can you do?
Yeah.
You're not getting better or younger, and well, and all the time you're playing younger opponents, eager opponents, stronger opponents, and underrated opponents, and like just to stay at your kind of level is hard enough, let alone winning rating.
Yeah, I mean, a dream of mine is to get to 2,500 again, but
Mine too,
it's
but I'm over 100 points below.
yeah, it's so hard. I mean, chess is so hard nowadays. You have to be constantly working on it, and
Exactly.
there's so many new players coming in. It's changed quite a lot. So,
Yeah, yeah.
but a player like David, who is, I'm going to say, only 26-39. He's such an amazing player. He's had
Yeah.
some astonishingly brilliant games, and you've mentioned he's been over 2,700. I mean,
Yeah,
he's a very exciting player as well. So, he's I was going to say a bit sad that he's so low rated, but it's such as life.
yeah.
And Felix is, he's on his way to 2,600, right? So he's
Exactly.
doing well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
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 So,
Okay, and Felix now having a bit of a think. So
yeah, now thinking.
thinking about what to do. I mean, do you reckon? I mean, knight H7. I quite like this idea,
Yeah,
Alex.
the idea is
It's nice.
quite interesting, in fact. Yeah.
Hmm,
Even 97, 96,
sure. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I would assume King G7 is more connected with this idea of pushing the F pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, or getting the bishop, I mean the king out of the okay, G4. Okay, that's a bit different. Yeah.
Okay. G4
Already
played.
okay.
Mm,
I mean now E1 is not available for the knight, so there is only one move to make, which is knight H4, which I mean sets the table for already some more defined strategical, I mean, outlines, I would say. Yeah, I mean, then you have white basically blockading any possible pawn storm here with the bishop on G3, knight on H4. But on the other hand, black is arguing that the bishop on G3 is stuck. Knight on H4 also kind of, because the only way to get in is to F5, where it can be exchanged, or even after 97 won't even be allowed to
yeah.
enter.
Actually, I'm with Rebecca in the chat though. My first thought when I see this move, Alex, is like that is committal.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if I was white here, I would just go knight H4, and I'd be like, I love having my knight on H4, right? I mean, because it's got that potential always to come in. But I guess the plan's very concrete from Black. Black wants to play this knight H5 move, right?
Yeah, knight H4 5 is
Yeah.
Jonah Mikkelson is saying. There's definitely an idea, yeah. Get the bishop pair, but then you would argue, okay, but that bishop on G3, do I really want to take it because it's kind of pretty passive? And I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it also seems a bit funny to my eyes, Alex, playing G4 after rook E1, because this idea that white has of going knight F1, knight E3,
Yeah,
it's going to be much stronger if you have another
exactly. Yeah,
piece pointing at
yeah.
F5.
When you go knight F1, knight E3, and you're targeting the F5 square. Yeah,
yeah. So black has to be very careful of this plan. I mean, like, you don't want to allow a knight to come to F5 and not be able to exchange it off. I mean, white's pretty much strategically winning if this happens. So that means you either have to cover this with knight E7, or you have to go bishop takes E3 when the knight comes into the square. But both of these moves, I don't know, maybe they're not ideal. So
yeah. I mean, but it's becoming quite concrete now. Yeah, I mean, these strategical ideas that we mentioned, they come into play, and I mean, both players will have to take them into consideration, and kind of navigate the positions based on them. So knight H4 played, yeah. Knight H5 now is a move for sure. Yeah, it's played, and also allows for some F5. Yeah, I mean, even if you exchange on like the bishop maybe on F5. Okay, I mean, Queen G4 can be an issue. Yeah, but maybe queen g5 also can be played, and f5. Yeah, something like that, and to have some initiative on the king side.
Yeah.
It's shaping up pretty well, I think, this game. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's getting very exciting. Another, F5's coming. It's gonna, Queen's coming in, but this is very committal. I mean, definitely Felix is not playing for a draw.
No,
With
no,
this way of playing. This is
no,
clear.
no,
He's
no.
enjoying it. Yeah. So
I think he's doing
yeah.
what you said about David earlier. He's trying to play the best moves, and then okay, whatever happens. Yeah.
Yeah. One more question as well. Just
Yeah.
and the question is, what advice would you give for a FIDE around 2000 to get to IM strength from 3 to 5 years? Now that is a big question. You'd probably make millions of pounds if you could if you could answer that one. But
Yeah.
I mean, what would your advice be, Alex?
I mean, thing is that in order to get to an IM level, you need to increase your game generally, like all aspects of the game. You have to raise your level of all aspects, and 2000 is pretty far from 2400. Yeah, if we're talking about international master level, so you basically need to work on everything. I mean, it won't happen all at once. Yeah, but you have to work on your openings. You have to work on your tactics, your calculation, your end games, theoretical knowledge, technical. I mean, phase of conversion,
Yeah.
some positional play. Like it's everything really. So 3 to 5 years is not a small period of time, but you need probably a structured approach, like how to go in after these goals, yeah, to improve your game in every aspect. So it's like I mean, it's hard work and it's long-term work. Yeah, if you have the time, the dedication, the means to do that, it's not unachievable, but it's something that you should not expect instant results.
No, I mean it's very hard, and I'll go along with everything you say. And I think the most important thing that I've seen is that you've got to enjoy it. I mean, if it's becoming a chore,
Yeah.
and you're just doing it because you feel you have to do it, then maybe it's something that's going wrong. So you've got to really, if you want to become an IM, you've got to really enjoy the process of learning.
Yeah.
And it's got to be like, oh, I don't want to do this ending. Maybe just work on the things you enjoy,
Yeah.
and keep it interesting. That's so important because you can't lose interest. I think when it comes to openings, I get this a lot, Alex. But my
Uh-huh.
personal opinion is, I mean, I've played a load of dodgy openings, as you're probably
Yeah.
aware.
Yeah.
That openings are obviously important to know what you're doing, but I don't think it's that important what openings you play. Is that a bit controversial? I don't think like necessarily one opening's like, if you know it really well, majorly better than another opening. But maybe that's something
I don't know. I
rather
don't think it's
controversial.
controversial. And when it comes
Yeah.
to openings, I think nowadays you can play pretty much about anything, because with an engine you can pretty much about make anything work. Yeah. So I mean, and what's also think kind of people forget is that the game is never decided in the opening. You may get an advantage, you may get a winning advantage, but still the game won't be decided then. Yeah, later on there will be mistakes, and your middle game play, your end game play will be what decides the game. I mean, I have had so many, it pains me to remember, so many fantastic opening preparations where I would be getting winning positions only to spoil them completely and lose. So I mean, it's not a guarantee whatsoever, quite the contrary, in fact. So openings, yes, fine. I mean, it's nicer to play the game of chess when you get to a position you like and enjoy, but that's not gonna decide the game.
Yeah, no, I agree. Opening's important, but they're not. It amazes me how much time a lot of people spend on openings. There's so many other
Yeah, but
important
they're
things.
fun to study. Yeah, fun to study. Yeah, I agree.
They are. We have some more moves, Alex. I mean, this
Yeah, we
is
have some
now.
moves. So
Yeah,
it's something we predicted more or less. So queen g5 was played, 93, targeting the f5 square, and now I mean you go either 97 as Simon suggested, or you chop it off, which is what Felix did. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, it's middle game already, and we had a new move, but I have the impression that the players are kind of following pattern play here, because maybe this exact position has not appeared earlier. But the type of play, the type of reactions that we are seeing, like g4 to allow for knight h4, queen g5, or the chopping off of the knight, has for sure happened in some other similar lines, maybe not with b4, maybe with a4, or maybe not with rook e1, maybe with queen on b3, or something similar. So the type of reaction, I think, or reactions are quite, known to the players, and they're just adapting them to this situation on the board right now.
Yeah. I don't think you can ever go rook takes e3 and rook takes g3 because the knight on h4 is going to be hanging, just in case you're wondering about that one. I mean, I can understand why David's thinking here because, you know, again, for my mind, I'd be certainly considering pawn takes. I mean, I might not play it, but I would love to get control of this f file, which I don't think I have time to do. And maybe this is why this king g7, we can now see how clever it is because black can, of course, play f5. And if the king was on g8, this wouldn't be possible. Yeah. And I think black has to play f5 before white gets a grip on that square.
Exactly,
yeah. So I think, so maybe f takes is not great because of f5. I mean, this position is still interesting.
Yeah, it's still interesting because, I don't know, let's say takes.
Sure.
Takes.
Yeah.
I mean, queen e2 or something. Yeah, I mean.
Sure.
Looks kind of, it can fizzle out if we just chop off everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, takes. And let's even take here. Yeah, and h5.
Sure.
Something like this.
Yeah.
It can quickly fizzle out, but okay, David took with the rook, which is more kind of natural. And now at least, I mean, now because e4 is not hanging, maybe he can concentrate on the d4 break.
Yes. And they're playing actually at quite some tempo. So that indicates that they're both reasonably happy with this position. And here, I think we have another move. Now, again, this would be for me a key point. I'd have to think any pawn push often changes like the nature of the game. So if you're going to push a pawn, change the structure, you have to decide if that's going to help you or help your opponent. And here, again, that f5 move is something I want to play because I love attacking. I love coming forwards. I want to free up my pieces. But do I want to change the structure like this? Because this idea, I think you mentioned, Alex, of some d4.
Yeah, some d4 moment. At some point, yeah.
It looks kind of scary, right? Because, you know, white could also get straight to the black king.
And there is also some positional stuff like this, maybe.
Of course. Yeah. Maybe even bishop b6 is kind of interesting as well. I mean,
bishop b6, maybe, yeah.
Just maybe. I mean, it's a bit of a weird tactic. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if this is hanging or not, but maybe it is possible, yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
And so that's also an option.
Yeah. So maybe f5 I don't think is looking so great here. So this is why rook takes e3 is probably a better move.
Yeah.
And of course here black, I don't know if black's played another move, but I kind of like not yet. I mean, I kind of like Rebecca's idea. Bishop e6 makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe there's some other things. Knight e7 I really like the look of as well. I think you touched upon this idea, but I think the move that white wants to play is d4. Okay, knight f4.
Knight f4. Yeah, knight f4.
Okay, another logical move.
Yeah, logical move. Yeah, it shuts the bishop on g3, and okay, I mean the knight is quite annoying here.
Yeah.
So now, I mean, from white's aspect, I don't know. I mean, some f3. I'm not sure it's such a great idea to kind of try to break the grip here. So another active idea for white is actually just to go for the central break with d4.
Yeah, I mean, I think d4 must now be a decent option, right? Because white's king still seems to be a bit safer.
Yeah.
Black's got this lovely knight. But I really like the positioning of white's knight on h4 and bishop on g3 because it kind of blocks a lot of black's pawns. You know, black would love to push pawn, but he can't.
No pawn storm here, no.
Yeah. So maybe d4 is a critical move.
Yeah. I mean, something definitely to consider, even though, again, like let's say d4, it's not that it actually contains any threats. I mean, d5, you can play, but they can consider taking with a knight or taking with a pawn, and nothing concrete is actually visible there. Yeah, but it's definitely to at least try some activity. Yeah, because otherwise white doesn't have any activity. Yeah, I mean, if we go back to this, like b4 was played, the a4, b5, that's way too slow. The knight will just drop back to e7, controlling d5, f5, maybe sometimes knight g6 can happen. So it just doesn't really help white. And I feel that this sense of urgency in white's play here to try to do something faster. Yeah, because if black is allowed to do whatever they want, knight e7, knight g6 looks tempting. Yeah,
I agree. Yeah.
f5 also now probably is an option because the knight is controlling d6 square, so there is no that bishop e6 idea that we spoke about.
It's very, very aggressive play from Felix. So you have to tip your hat off, playing like this. And even this position, I mean, I've talked about this knight on h4 that white has been a very good blockader.
Yeah.
Even knight g6 immediately maybe is a possibility. So I just want to get rid of this knight and I want to push my h pawn. I mean, I kind of like pushing my h pawn a bit too much, but it's there's a lot of ideas. And yeah, that's also a cheeky little tactic there, right? So
well noted in chat, because the rook is hanging. So if white wants to do something like that, probably some queen somewhere and then f3 should be played. But I don't even know. I mean, if that makes sense, because like you're not achieving much by pushing f3. So I don't think it's a constructive idea. Yeah.
Maybe some weird king h1 if you're going to do that, right? So you dream of opening up the g file, but it's a lot to think about here. And this is this f3 idea. I kind of like it, but I don't know what you're doing next if black just goes h5 or something.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So
it's
maybe,
or even f5 as you're preparing it on the next move. So it becomes very concrete, and you don't have time to actually execute it. So.
And you can see now David's getting serious. He's just taking off his jacket. That must mean he means business now.
Yeah.
He's rolling down the sleeves, and it could at some point just go crazy, this position. So I'm quite excited, with the ideas you mentioned, like f5, this kind of stuff. And, I think white, as you say, white has to do something reasonably quick. Well, one little question, I don't believe it for a minute. But if you do go d4, can black take on d4 and take on b4? I probably wouldn't ever consider that.
No.
But it is a pawn. So I'm just gonna put it on the board. It looks crazy because you give your center up, but a pawn's a pawn, they say. So
pawn's a pawn, and okay. I mean, this is normally you would just reject this on general grounds.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you give up the center, you weaken the knight on f4, your knight on b4. It's like he needs to go back and join the game. So,
and it might lose immediately. I wanted to go like rook b3 and not queen d2, but queen c1.
C1 and pin.
Yeah, maybe you move the knight here. I mean, this is not actually so clear. There might be something better than this. Yeah, I mean, maybe just knight g6 or something as well. But this.
I don't know if this anything works. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, this is getting too complex for my mind. This is I don't know. I mean, it is a pawn, right? I mean, you got to calculate it. I mean,
you can probably consider it, but probably just say, I'll figure it out if it happens.
If it happens, that's right. Yeah. But I guess David's got to work it out now, right? Because if he goes d4, he's got to be like, okay, well, what do I play next here? This is like, and I think you're right. General principle, you're even though you're winning a pawn, it's kind of like look at white's center and you're holding. Yeah, everything you mentioned, it just feels wrong. It feels so wrong.
Yeah, it feels wrong, but
yeah.
And somehow I don't know. I'm tempted with this move d5 to cut off the knight, but.
Sure.
Queen comes maybe. But
I mean, I have to probably play a5. I don't want to. But what do I do? And you can't go queen e5 because of bishop takes f. Oh no, you can go. Can you go queen e5?
You can go queen e5.
Okay.
Well, actually, maybe it's not so bad. In fact.
Yeah.
No, I mean, feels off d5, but I mean.
No, I mean it's kind of. I like the idea. I mean, maybe. But there's nothing. Maybe is there an outright refutation list? I'm not sure. I'm not sure there is, and I don't know. These players won't do this. I'm sure they won't start grabbing a pawn on b4.
One, okay, just some positional stuff.
Sure, and just play for compensation.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back, maybe I can consider taking, and I don't know.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. There's always this queen d4. I like your d5 move, and I think also Rebecca suggested this d5 move. I think it's a good move.
Yeah.
Looks like a good response.
So I mean, we're not gonna see this, pretty sure.
No.
But d4 we can get, but not taking that pawn on b4.
Sure.
Yeah. But now again, I mean, Geary's idea. If this pawn had been on b2 and this one on a4, then nothing to think about. Just push, and you don't have to even consider pawn
Yes.
sacrifice. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Yes, I
but
mean this. I quite like a. Now I'm looking at. I do prefer a4 for some reason.
you prefer a4, yeah.
Yeah, I mean just
It's
feels
less weakening. I mean, your pawn structure is a bit
sure.
more
Yeah,
compact.
yeah. Yes. So, I mean, possible variations here. I mean, David's obviously what else could be thinking of, as well as this d4 move.
Yeah, d4 we mentioned some king h1, but
king h1 potentially is an idea, but I think d4 should certainly be played here.
yeah, I mean, the fear, like the hand wants to make the move. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. I was told as a junior to sit in my hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, so because I was very, very excitable. Sit on your hands, but
did it work?
No, I lost the blood to my hands and nearly passed out. So it didn't work.
You were sitting for too long.
I was sitting too long on my hands, and I couldn't feel them after half an hour.
Yeah.
Ambulance said they nearly had to amputate them, but yeah. So don't do that. Don't sit in your hands.
You took the advice too literally.
A little bit too literally. Yeah, it was a nice idea, but I should have maybe not been so gullible.
Yeah.
Yes, don't sit on your hands, but it's a nice idea. Just you've got to think about things, and that's what David is doing here.
Yeah, he's already spending almost 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yes.
So
I mean, you could. I mean, again, the only other thing I can think of. I mean, I think you mentioned it's very slow, and I don't like it because I think Black wants to go knight e7. This is a move that can only help Black. I'm thinking if you can go a4 and b5, but it seems totally wrong to me because after knight e7, for example, there might be other options. You're not really ever going b5. It doesn't really do much. I've got many ways I can deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's empty and everything is happening on the king side, so you don't want to moves there.
No, and Black's knight has only got better. So yeah.
And besides, I mean, after knight f4, f5 is a move you need to consider because without this bishop e6, it's definitely a serious option.
Sure.
For Black, and White must consider it. So two main ideas for Black. Okay, knight e7 with some knight g6 ideas, or with f5 or f5 immediately.
Well, Felix has convinced me that his idea of g4 and knight h5 is a good idea. He's now convinced me, so I like it. He's done a good job there.
Yeah, looks pretty okay for Black. I mean,
yeah, definitely.
Like pieces on good squares, like taking some space on the king side.
I mean, how do you
position?
Yeah, I mean, how do you get rid of this knight on f4? This is
that's what I've been thinking, like how to get rid of it.
It's a monster of a piece because we can't go bishop takes knight ever because the pawn takes bishop.
Actually, my idea was to go back and then take it.
Okay. And then play g3.
G3, yes.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, because this knight is so scary. I really want to get rid of this knight. Yeah.
Quite annoying,
So this is something. And I mean, even this knight g6, I don't think is completely stupid from Black.
You can go back.
Not really, but maybe. I don't.
No, but I would just take it. And FG is just silly because you have nothing on the f5. Maybe take with the queen. But now maybe I can go f3, f4 or something.
Well, that's why I was thinking of taking with the pawn, and I just wanted to go h5. I think. I mean, I don't know if you just to try to stop f3. And I want to go, and I just have a very straightforward plan. H4. This is the only. If this doesn't work, then the plan is rubbish. And maybe you play queen c1 or something. I don't know, but
but even queen c1, like you can take.
Sure.
And go g5 and then.
Yeah, I mean the bishop on g3 is rather a bad piece. Yeah.
You probably need to go something like this and f3 and like.
Sure.
But You could argue you have the bishop, so maybe you can play. But again, it's kind of
it's kind of interesting, isn't it? I mean, you've got H4, H3. I mean, there's quite a lot to think about even
no,
here.
just H4 and maybe take and take the pawn, or bishop H3 first and take the pawn.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, he actually played Queen E1, one of the moves we actually mentioned.
Okay, Queen E1.
So maybe F3 is the idea.
Sure. Okay. I would not in a million years play Queen E1. This is far too clever for me. This is why I'm not David Navara.
Yeah.
And that, I just couldn't resist D4.
My brain, D4 was just, you want to make that move. Yeah.
I'm just too blunt. But Queen E1. Okay, so what the idea we think is to play F3 after this?
I suppose so, because what else? I mean, you defend the rook.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
And now black. Okay, do we go F5? Do we go knight E7? Maybe there is some. Maybe it's all some sort of prophylactic move against F5. I don't know. It opens the file. Sure. I don't know if it makes any sense, but let's check. Yeah, takes, takes. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know if it makes any difference or not, but
maybe a D4. Maybe.
D4. Yeah, but I mean, taking on F4 doesn't do much.
Yeah,
D4,
it's nice to get.
Okay, takes, and now how do we use this? These are covered.
Yeah, I was thinking just pawn takes pawn and try and I don't know how this works out if you can grab that pawn or not. I mean, it just
that allows rook E7. At least we have a point with Queen E1 now. Yeah, even though it's not clear if it brings something or not, but
very complex position. This
very complex. Yeah, maybe Queen C3. Maybe just take.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, white. Maybe it's happy. He's happy here. I mean, the position opened. The king is weak.
There's knight H3 here if you want to get funky. Knight.
I want to get funky. Yeah.
I want to get funky. Yeah. I was.
Where to go?
Okay. That probably spoils my fun. I mean, that's about as funky as I get nowadays. So.
Yeah, it would be nice if you could play this, but you can't. I
mean, this is too funky.
It's too funky.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe it's some sort of prophylaxis in this way. Like you double on the file that it's still closed. Nimzovich would have liked it, but you foresee that file will be opened in the future, so you're ready.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Or maybe he was so scared about losing the pawn on B4. He's guarded the pawn.
Yeah. But there is also, I mean, the other option for black, just 97.
Sure. And 97 is very logical. And
I guess D4 again. What else? I mean, and then
or this F3 idea.
This F3 idea. Yeah,
maybe.
But still knight G6.
Sure. Yeah.
Now what do we do?
Yeah, well, at least you're not threatening to take the knight now, or maybe I don't know.
I mean, it's defended, but
yeah, it's a bit uncomfortable. And if I try to open things up a little bit, complex, like I have, it's definitely complex. I mean, there's again D4, there's pawn takes pawn, knight F5. I kind of want to play, but what do I do here? Maybe I play D4 first, so the bishop has ways of coming back. This position, possibly something like D4 could be played. I don't know if maybe we've lost Alex there for a second. We'll see, or me. I'm not sure. He seems to have frozen. Okay.
Connected, but I don't know what was the issue.
Okay. See.
Is it on my side?
I'm not sure. It looks frozen. It looks frozen in the stream video. We'll be back with you, everyone, very soon. Just some small issues. You can still hear me, Rebecca. I suppose that's a good thing. People have said otherwise, but we never know. A bit of rearranging going on, and we'll be back in a second. So just while Alex gets the board set up, I mean, a very interesting position we got. And for the match, this is the last game. And it seems like both sides have got this fascinating position, and David Navara needs to win in order to level the match. So this is just the kind of situation that I think he'd be happy having.
So just to kind of actually read the chat, Rebecca, not me. So,
it's better. Hopefully you can still hear me. It looks like Alex may be just a little bit down. In the current position, well, Black has played Bishop E6. And this is another, I think, tempting move, because one thing that...
yeah, are we back on? All right, welcome back. We had some issues here, but hopefully they'll solve now. I can read that people can hear us, but not see us, and hopefully that will be sorted out, and we can continue.
Gave me a chance to have some chocolate.
Yeah, I had some chocolate, yeah.
I did, yeah.
Man, I try to avoid sugar. I don't know about you, but
I do far too many bad things with my diet. So sugar and beer,
sugar and beer, yeah. All
yeah.
right.
But
Yeah,
Bishop
yeah.
E6, this
Bishop
seems...
E6, something we did not really consider. We were focusing on F5 and 97, but Bishop E6 is something, yeah, that makes sense. And I mean, the idea, if you take, must be taking with a pawn to control the F5 square, because you can't really take with a knight, because then you let the knight to F5, and this is pretty bad. So F6 is the move to play to cover the F5 square.
Yeah, and this should help Black, right? Because now Black has the open F file.
Yeah. F file, knight is stranded pretty much forever, because it can't get to F5, it can't get to G6.
Yeah.
So this pawn will stay on G4, even if you undermine it. H5 will be played, and HG, so the knight is stranded forever. So white shouldn't really be taking on E6.
And this also holds up then D4. We mentioned this plan of white playing D4, but it's now maybe David has kind of missed the opportunity, because you can't play it because the pawn is defending the bishop.
Exactly.
I mean, if I was white here, I wouldn't really even consider bishop takes bishop, because of that line you just showed.
Exactly.
It only seems to help Black. So I like this bishop E6. You know, it's a simple move. You develop a piece, so you connect the rooks, and you just play some moves. So bishop B3.
Bishop B3.
Yeah.
And I think the idea here for white is that actually this kind of tension between the bishops is just to stay there, because white doesn't want to take, but neither does black, because taking on B3 lets the knight on F5.
Yeah.
So it's a curious standoff. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, nobody wants to take, and the bishop just stay there. Yeah, and David drops it back to B3, and now D4 again becomes an idea. So the bishop is defended. Yeah.
Yes, and D4 could even be stronger in some situations because of the
because
D5 move.
D5, exactly. Yeah.
And David, we see on the camera just getting up, and it looks like decision time for Felix. So, I mean, I kind of like this knight E7. We've talked about this a lot, but there's a couple of options. I mean, I've always getting drawn to this knight G6 move, but I don't think knight G6 is the right thing to do. That knight's so strong. So get the other knight to G6. just logical.
Yeah. But on the other hand, do you want to really exchange this knight on h4? I mean, you could be maximalist and play, let's say, okay, no, that is a knight on the rim, gonna be dim forever, and just leave it there and let it rot. But on the other hand, how do you play? Yeah, I mean,
I that knight actually, to my eyes, it looks pretty good, right? Because I'm
yeah,
always
because
worried.
it's blocking everything and it's controlling f5, so you want to get rid of it and push h5, h4.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, guys, thanks for saying that we are the best commentary duo. That's good to hear.
Hammer time as well.
Hammer time.
Let's see, it was yeah, so knight e7 seems very logical. I mean, that's the first kind of move I'd be thinking of.
Yeah.
You could also maybe as black if you play h5 only probably helps black, but I mean it makes h4 stronger. But I think the thing to really consider is like, okay, white's definitely playing d4 now.
What else? Well, because this f3 idea, we didn't kind of find any ways to make something out of it.
Yeah, I kind of like f3 if you can. I like the idea of opening the f file, but I mean, I don't see how it can work at the moment.
So, exactly, f3 h5, and then what?
Yes, exactly. And you don't really ever want to take because you open the h file.
Yeah, exactly.
So d4 must be at some point the move that to be played. So now Felix's job is right. Okay, David's going to play d4. How do I act against this?
Yeah, I mean, some rook move maybe somewhere. I mean, in the chat, people asked if a5, b5, knight e7 is worth inserting, but I don't think, because you don't get anything from forcing b5. So just leave it as it is, and you just go knight e7 if you want to.
It's far too subtle for me. A5.
Yeah, I mean, not sure what you want, like by forcing.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you want to go a4 later on, attack that bishop, maybe force it to take. I don't know. Could be. I mean, I'm not saying anything, but
I mean, you could think about the crazy move of black playing b5, but it just seems too slow. With one idea of playing a5, but again, it feels really wrong.
Yeah, it feels wrong. Yeah, because you play on the other side, not here.
Yeah, and also what have you done about the d4 break here? I mean,
d4 can come.
Yeah, I mean, if black gets another move, you play a5 next, but you don't get two moves in a row in chess, unfortunately. So, but I think knight e7 straight away, because then if d4, you can just maybe play around it.
Yeah, knight g6, I suppose.
Yeah. Play knight g6, and the knight finds a better square.
And now what do I do? f3.
Okay.
All double edged and stuff.
Yeah, f3 is like really double edged, right?
h5. Let's keep the tension.
Yeah. Definitely. What is happening?
What is happening exactly? That's the question. What is happening?
What is happening?
You don't want to take anywhere.
No, I mean, there was nearly pawn takes f3 as well, but I know that's a move you don't want to play unless it works tactically. Knight takes is the problem, otherwise it's...
so knight e7 was actually played, so we're gonna see this.
Okay.
Knight e7 played. Okay.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so d4, makes sense too.
Is d4 being played or
no? Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So d4 feels very logical here. I suppose the only other thing, Alex, is if you're going to play f3 anyway, do you play? You got these two moves here. Do you play f3 now or d4?
Now I would go for d4, which is like like what you want to do, because I'm not sure if I need f3 or not. I don't know. I'm not sure. And this, I'm pretty sure it improves my position. Yeah. And f3, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, another idea I got is like when you go d4, let's say, and maybe then bishop c2, knight f5.
Yeah. Okay. Try to open up the e file for the rook.
So even here, let's say f3, h5, and I drop back. And then maybe I threaten knight f5. Maybe.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, knight f5 is certainly an idea, because then this bad dark square bishop on g3 might
Yeah.
even come to life because you might be able to get it to h4. You might be able to
Yeah,
swap
yeah.
it with where the knight is.
Exactly. You chase this one out, and then the bishop can come to h4.
And that would be really bad news for black.
Yeah.
So I like that plan. That looks like a nice plan you suggest there, Alex.
Yeah. So not sure, yeah. But
So
again, the hand wants to play d4. Yeah, I mean, let's see for the
I know.
second time.
I
For a
know.
second.
I'm trying to play b4 for a while now. Come on, David. Why? I'd be interested to hear what his thoughts after the game about d4 because it's a move that I would certainly just want to play always.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But like that did seem quite like a key line, didn't it? D4, then knight G6. I can't see much else apart from knight G6 there. So it's quite concrete.
I mean, I guess, d4, okay. I mean, let's just say, if you want to stop this bishop c2 knight f5, you can actually chop this one off. And then you argue that this one is covering f5, so the knight is not coming there, and you play, I don't know, h5, something useful generally. And then you say, okay, these knights are kind of controlling each other, and it's kind of still static, yeah?
As white here, I'm trying to find ways to get rid of the knight on h4 because I want to go bishop h4 at some point, but you just can't. So maybe f3 here, like to
maybe f3, yeah.
Maybe again, I'm not sure who this helps. This f3 move. I wanted to maybe go queen f2, rook f1, then take on g4. This is kind of plan. Yeah,
but maybe here we could actually go h5 knight here. I don't know.
As well, right?
Point is that now this is hanging.
Yeah.
So you have to flick in taking there, but then the knight is kind of weakened. Yeah, maybe you can insert rook e4. I don't know if you can just. It's getting a bit tactical. Yeah.
Yeah. And to avoid this line, maybe white could take on e5 first. Is that possible?
Yeah. Good point. Yeah. So where was it? Okay, this h5. Yeah. So takes and knight f5. Yeah.
And now knight
f5, knight f5, e5, e5 is hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you go rook e8 or something. No, you can't go rook e8. You have to go f6. And this, well, even if you take this one,
yeah.
Even if you lose the pawn, it's about the king safety. Okay, queen f5, rook d3. Yeah, and I think this is compensation for okay, black obviously can defend, but long-term weakness of the king gives some chances to white. Here. Okay, it's a bit of a random line. Okay, d4 played. Okay, we got it finally.
I'm happy because I'm starting to doubt that I understand nothing about chess there. So I'm like, why is he not playing d4? Okay, good. I can now stop doubting myself again. That was an interesting line. There was a lot to consider there.
Yeah. But now I think Felix was think a little bit because he needs to decide, yeah. Take, not take, go knight g6, don't go knight g6.
Yeah. You could just try to again. What the thing is, if you play h5, this bishop c2 move, it seems a little bit annoying actually at some point.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good idea for white. You're basically trying to open the position. You force a exchange on f5, then you open the file, and like your queen and rook are just where you want them to be.
Yeah,
it's kind of that deep. Yeah, you set them up there quite some time ago, but you finally are making them useful after a while. So
it feels like both sides haven't really done. You said earlier that in order to win a game of chess, you kind of one side needs to make a mistake, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And at the moment, I think it seems to my eyes they're both playing very accurately. They're both playing some good moves, and neither side has played a mistake. So it should be quite balanced at this moment in time, but slightly easier for white to play. And I think that's another key factor that people forget really very often. It's not always about who's better. This position is probably like 0.00 according to computer. I wonder if it is. Probably is.
Maybe chat can tell us. Yeah,
is it? Yeah, is it like
it's really zeros, or maybe there's some slight plus of some minuscule or something because
0.01.
Something like that.
But that's not always the most important thing. It's actually like which side has the easier plan. Because when you're playing, chess is a practical game with two humans generally, and you want to have the easier plan. And Alex, you pointed out these plans: knight f5, bishop c2. It seems like white just has slightly the easier plan, even
Yeah,
though the
yeah.
positions are probably
And
equal.
the reason for this is that actually that black kind of committed early on to pushing this pawn and weakened some squares, especially f5.
Yeah.
So white is
Yes.
basically trying to target them, yeah, as hard as it may seem, but just like I said, bishop c2, knight f5, and trying to open the position, yeah. And yeah, I mean, the complexity of the position and the fact that, okay, it's equal, as you said, Simon, I mean, the easiness of play, this factor is very important. Okay, not only in must-win situations, in any game actually that you play. And I recalled, as you were talking, I recalled one episode from my experience is that last round of the Capablanca Memorial Open Tournament 2007 in Havana. And I'm white, and I'm not too eager to play. I mean, like having a great time in Havana. Okay, actually, I was having a very good tournament then, but uh, okay, I mean, just I mean, last round, last rounds how they are. I'm not very eager to play, but I'm playing actually to Rizaga. And at that time, he was still not the super strong grandmaster he was, but he was still very tricky. And okay, I'm like, come on, man. I mean, I was thinking, okay, maybe I just offer a quick draw and just keep on chilling and enjoying my life there. But okay, so I say, okay, I'll just open c4, first English opening, okay. And as it happened, I played only c4 in the tournament, not by wanting so, but that's what it happened. So I go c4. And then for some reason, he starts to think for a very long time. And by move 15, he's playing on increment time, you know? And I play c4. I just play my automatic easy stuff, the English opening, easy stuff. You advance on the queen side, you just fianchetto your bishop, you can just play easily, yeah? And then like by move 15, I mean, he's on increment time and I'm still like masses of time. And the point I'm trying to make is that this easiness of play that started from the opening, just sort of going for this type of position where it's easy, made a huge difference, even though it was the last game of the tournament to finish because it lasted over 90 moves. It was the last game, and then everybody came to see it. Okay, eventually kind of managed to win this very strange endgame of H and G pawns and knight versus a bishop. I was 2 pawns up, but kind of tricky because he can always sacrifice the bishop and so on. I mean, eventually I managed, but this, when you go in a position which it's easier for you to play and harder for your opponent, it's very unpleasant for your opponent. And
Yeah.
that's like memory from my experience that kind of worked really nicely for me.
Yeah, 100% agree. And it seems like people often forget this in the computer age, that the people are a bit too obsessed with what the computer says rather than the practical implications of a position. And you want to have easy moves to play, and that's so important. And that's also why a lot of people prefer attacking, because it's generally easier to attack and it's harder to defend accurately. And that pressure you put on your opponent is, again, very practical. Now, the game is pretty much following what we kind of thought. And after this knight g6,
knight g6, yeah. Now, so do we get f3? I was trying to calculate actually if knight f5 works.
Sure.
So takes, and now actually I wanted to have this d5 inserted, but now maybe also 95 is a possibility, because my idea was if d5 take on f4, and then okay, queen f4 is still possible. So I have some pressure here, but I mean, I don't know if this is enough. Probably it's not, because black is well defending. Okay, probably doesn't work. So I guess f3, because otherwise like this knight is hanging. So
yeah, I mean, the only options are f3 or I mean, I was vaguely wondering about knight takes knight, but it looks wrong. You can also take with a pawn, maybe, right? I mean,
but no, you then take okay, is that what's happening?
Maybe.
No, that doesn't quite work. No. Yeah, you can take with the pawn, yes.
Because you go bishop takes knight and have pawn takes, I think.
Yeah, and then the rook is hanging, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe you can play this, because we talked about black opening the F file, and in general, if black can open the F file, it's good news. And,
yeah, and this is kind of becoming again an issue. So maybe just some point I have to take on f4, and I mean either now maybe take d5 first,
sure,
and then I don't know how you take. Maybe you can even take with a queen.
yeah.
Hard to say.
It feels that black should be okay in these lines, though, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
my idea was to kind of open. I mean, give up the bishop, so no needing to worry about h5, h4, and then just maybe go on the d file, stuff like that.
yeah,
But, okay, I mean, it should be fine.
yeah.
Be fine, yeah. I mean, so not too many options, but I mean, the fact that he's actually thinking means that he's it's minus 0.1, people say.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But that's nothing. Yeah.
No, it was either going to be 0.00 or 0.01. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's how well these guys are playing. I mean, at the moment, this is like a perfect game of chess, I'd say. No mistakes. They're playing some nice ideas.
Yeah.
And hence why the position is equal.
Yeah.
So I think F3 is certainly the most interesting move. Maybe we could have a little look. I mean, because this keeps the tension. Knight takes knight is possible, but it does release things. With F3, you're keeping all the tension in the position. So it's a good way to play for a win. And we know if David wins, he equals the score. So keep the tension and gives your opponent chances to go wrong. And this kind of thing, this kind of position, to my eyes, looks really good for white, right? I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
this kind of stuff.
doesn't. I don't know. I wouldn't be too eager with black here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, h5 is sensible to keep that pawn on g4 in case of an exchange. And I don't know if this bishop c2. I like the idea, but
Okay, I've got a crazy idea, Alex. Can you go? Can you go instead of h5 after f3? Can you go knight takes h4 and knight takes g2?
Yeah, let's see that.
Does that work? And
I mean, the simplest is just this, yeah? I mean,
yes.
And it's kind of equal, yeah? At least. I mean, equal for sure. I mean, no issue here.
No issues.
Otherwise, okay, let's see what's your idea. I take?
Well, I take on f3, yeah. And then I'm hoping I'm mating you, but I might not be. I don't know.
No, but this is still, I mean, you give the check and you pick up the bishop. So
sure, yeah.
But the game's not over. I mean, but no, you exchange queens and your pawn up. Yeah?
And a draw is a good. Yeah, I mean, this is a way that black. Maybe this is why David's suddenly thinking that, right? Because he maybe wants to play f3, but he spotted this like tactic, which is maybe not so obvious. This tactic knight g2 because your queen's on pre. But it's a forcing variation. So what can white do here?
Quite interesting. Yeah. I mean, the point is the rook is hanging, so you don't have much of a choice.
No, you can't move the queen. You either have to take the knight or take the queen. It's forcing.
Right. So that actually can solve problems pretty neatly for black if doesn't work.
It feels so wrong to do this variation, but if it works, it works.
If it works, it works exactly. If it works, it works exactly.
Yeah, I mean, this is
and it seems to work. I mean, I can't see kind of what to do. Because again, king g2, gf3, it's a double check. I mean, both these pieces are attacked, but you can't take any, and the threat is queen g2 mate. So you have to take and then just check.
Yeah, queen g4 is the simplest, definitely.
Forces this and this.
Yeah, I mean, there's rook.
But he played f3.
Okay, so he played f3. Wow. So,
all right,
is knight takes h4 and knight takes g2 an option? I mean, this is a crazy line.
Yeah, this is a crucial moment. This is a very crucial moment.
Very crucial. Because I think if you are Felix in this kind of position, okay, what's happened? Has he done it?
Yeah. No. I mean, f3 still only played.
F3 is okay.
Yeah.
Because I think if you're in Felix's position, right, the position is very tense. And I think if you could simplify this with a draw, being a good result, then you probably would, right? I mean, why not?
Yeah.
So
yes, of course.
Like knight takes knight and knight takes g2.
Yeah, I mean, forced.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise White's going to go Queen F2 and only improve. So I kind of like this. Yeah. And
I'll take on F4 because that's a piece down, so you have to there, and
now
now
Knight,
knight
and now
G2.
Knight G2. And Rebecca, I think, commented something with Bishop takes H6 in this line. I don't know if there's anything better. Yeah. Maybe what's that position like if you go Bishop takes Queen?
So takes on
E1,
E1, and
then Bishop takes H6.
but that's what we looked at. Takes
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
and it's like,
How is this though? Is this is now equal on material?
well, at least equal. I mean, look, okay, can even chop off the bishops, go to G8 or something. It's at least equal. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, this looks
oh, this is problem free.
King F2 and is nothing at all. I mean, I'm just trying to find ways that White can keep the game going, really. But I agree. It doesn't look like any problems to Black at all. I mean, the rook ending, they're all drawn, right?
Yeah, they're all drawn, so
it's
nothing to see here, folks.
Nothing to see here. Yeah.
No, but this is actually a big chance for Felix to
Big chance.
solve the game, you know, as they say.
So maybe it's time to have a vote. I mean, is he going to play this? Is he going to go knight takes H4 and knight takes G2? What do you think in the chat? I mean, Alex, do you think he's going to play this? I mean, it looks.
I mean, look, the way he's focused, probably he noticed it. I mean, what happens in these situations, like how you see these types of moves, I mean, it's hard to explain, but you kind of sense it. You know, you kind of all of a sudden you sense that something's off or something's wrong or there's something in the position. You know, that's how you normally notice these types of unexpected sacrifices. You know.
Yes.
So, and the fact, I mean, the way he's focused and looking, I mean, it's quite probable that he had seen it. But I'm surprised that David missed it because David normally is a very good calculator and tactician. So
maybe David even thought, okay, well, if I don't go F3 though,
if you don't go F3, then what do you do, right?
What else? You have to take on G6 or try this knight F5, and they don't look so. The actual choices here maybe don't look so tempting. And
so basically, that means is if all of this doesn't work for White, then okay, let's say mistake or like the choice of plan should go several moves earlier because this was more or less all forced.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter, for by the way, buying some of my stuff, French and classical Dutch. Talking about dodgy openings.
Dodgy openings,
yeah. I have a lot of fun with the classical Dutch, but it leads to some crazy stuff. So yeah, I mean, it is now. I mean, the other thing is, I guess, Alex, you know, match situation, that is a nice way to simplify the position. But but if Felix is thinking, okay, maybe you know, I'm enjoying this, you know, maybe you know that line, it very likely goes to a draw, but you know why? But it's such an interesting position. What if I just go H5? Maybe he just wants to keep the tension and play chess, and you know, the idea is still there.
Quite possible, yeah.
I mean, you could even have some crazy idea where you try to improve on that tactic somehow. But maybe
I was going to ask that. Yes. So,
maybe H5 does that because H6 is not on pre then.
So is it working now?
That's what I'm wondering. Can you do the same thing? But this line you can't win the pawn on H6. So you
no, but you can't because they're losing the piece now. The bishop is not.
Of course, yeah. So so you can't. I was even thinking of some stupid move like
you can't do it. The queen is gonna be. I mean, the bishop is not gonna be under attack.
Sure. So you know why? You know why I like Rook G8 as well because how many pieces are on the G file? It's like
you want to fill up.
I want to fill up the G file just for the sake of it. You know, you don't often get 8 pieces on the G file or any
the
file.
Aesthetics of it, yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty. Why not?
Yeah,
I can't get any more on that file, but it's you know, just a strange position.
Yeah, this would have been great.
Really strange.
Yeah. But you know what this reminds me of? It's in some strange way, it reminds me of the 10th game of the Carlsen-Karyakin match. And if you remember in that game, Carlsen was 1 down, and it was his penultimate game with the white pieces. And they played some sort of anti-Berlin with d3, which was kind of complex. And in one point, actually, Karyakin had a knight sacrifice similar to this one. It was somewhere on the king side, don't remember exactly. And he had basically a chance to kind of wipe all the pieces of the board. I mean, get a completely drawn position or something like this. Because he had I think it was either perpetual that white had to take, because if white did not take the perpetual, then black would be better. So it would have killed off Carlsen's game immediately. It would have ended in a draw on the spot and would have obviously increased Karyakin's chances to win the match. But he missed it. He didn't see it. So in a way, it reminds me of that, whether Felix will see it this time. Yeah, I mean...
See, I mean, I only saw this because you play knight h4. In this position, I would not be looking at knight takes h4 unless there's a tactic, because you really don't want to allow the bishop to come to h4. It looks so wrong. So it only works because of tactical reasons, not positional ideas. Sometimes you kind of get these, I call it a freak tactic. You know, tactics that shouldn't really work, but they do. You know, well, why should this tactic work? I don't know, you know, but it does.
It does.
And it seems to maybe lead to this equal game where it's going to be very hard to prove an advantage for white at all.
And the fact that actually he's thinking, I mean, if you don't see it, then you don't spend so much time. You just go h5, and you know, you just keep the game going. But the fact that he's thinking, he probably considers alternatives, and that's the major one. So.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Peter, Karpov's game went for now I can't really remember which game that was with the pieces on the A file. I can't recall it right now, to be honest. So if you can look it up and type it, maybe I'll remember it.
Yeah. So just for fun, Alex.
Yeah.
Can we have a look at rook g8, bishop c2, then see if that is an improved version for black? So bishop c2, quite logical. And now can we just see if this works? So my idea is when you take on h6, I have the open g file. So you see now I have pawn takes pawn check. Look at the rook on g8.
And even this, and you win the bishop.
Yeah. This is it's a bit
now I mean, if you go here, there's also bishop h3, so I have to go there. But now again, bishop h3 maybe, and this is probably winning.
This could actually be just winning for black, and because of the rook on g8. So I mean, I'd love it if a stupid move like that was actually a good move. It just it's nice. It shows you some artistic things in chess. But so it is maybe an improved version, and the other line where you keep the queens on the board for white might also be good. So maybe this does threaten it in a better way, and white's got a. But I think white can maybe just go queen f2. This is probably the problem, and this stops all the tactics.
All sorts of stuff,
and queen f2 probably helps white's position because he's now got like ideas of rook f1 and
maybe if you go continue in the same vein, something like this.
Sure, you can still do this, right? And probably play rook f1, do I?
But...
Yeah, and my idea, I want to take on g4, take on g6, and
my idea was summon knight h3 somehow to make it work, but I'm not sure if it does.
Yeah, knight h3.
I mean, even like takes the here, or like that doesn't work. I mean, unfortunately,
doesn't
because
quite,
whichever check you just take.
Get the queen.
It doesn't work, but
it's a nice idea. It's sort of trying to. It's a wild position.
Yeah. Okay, so if we understand this correctly, after f3, white does not want to rush with bishop c2 because the tactic still works, but you want to start with queen f2 first.
I think queen f2, and queen f2 stops all the tactics we saw, because if there's any knight takes g2, does it stop it? Because e3 is on pre. Maybe it doesn't stop the tactics. So in that last line, if you go like rook g8, queen f2.
A second.
No, it does stop it. Of course it does, because the queen's not on pre.
The queen is not on pre. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's now or never for the tactic.
I think so. Yeah.
It always is, but
now or never.
So let's look at the webcams and see what's going on, how they're looking at it. I mean, I think he has seen it, and from the way he's.
I mean, they're both incredibly strong players, and he's probably just he's probably just double checking and
Can't believe his luck.
well, maybe, yeah. I mean, was there anything at all to worry about in those lines? I'm thinking because it didn't look like it, right? I mean,
No,
there's
I mean, I guess this like h5, queen f2, yeah, and not bishop c2, but queen f2, yeah.
Queen f2 looks
Yeah, and then put the rook somewhere, put the bishop. Game goes on, I guess. But
sure.
as we came to the conclusion, we were a bit worried about this bishop c2, knight f5 ending up there, yeah?
Yeah.
So, and I don't know, for example, let's see, I make a kind of general move, rook a8, you go bishop c2,
Yeah.
and now I take, and go
Mhm.
queen g6. How bad is this?
Hmm.
I mean, bad. Like, how playable, and like, yeah, you got your bishop out, but knight is still there,
So
controlling pretty much everything.
yeah, I mean, it feels like white. I prefer to be white here, I think, in this position because I quite like this rook f1, and then maybe I even put the bishop back. I want to get rid of your knight, so maybe I even put the bishop back on g3.
All right.
I don't know if I play rook f1 first.
Okay, I mean, these are like all normal moves. You pile up and you
Sure.
just kind of,
Yeah, and
you want to
if I
put
could
pressure on the knight, yeah?
definitely, and
Yeah,
if I
yeah,
can
yeah.
force it, if you come back, okay. Now, yeah, f4 is not okay, and that threatens h4, right? So this
Yeah.
is okay. Yeah, all right, not so simple.
Not so simple, yeah? I
Not so
mean,
simple, no. And if I play f4, then everything comes off and you should be
everything comes
fine.
off. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's no problem at all here for
Everything
black.
comes off, some f6 or whatever. And like,
Maybe grab the pawn on a7.
yeah, yeah,
a2, maybe.
yeah.
This is one of those ones.
Fischer style, yeah.
Improved Fisher style,
Fischer
maybe.
style, yeah, yeah.
But this is, then you got rook f5. The game goes on.
Yeah,
It's
but this is no problem for black.
no,
No problem for black.
no.
So, I mean, even that scenario, like, okay, you do your stuff, you push f3, you do all that, we exchange, you get your bishop out, like
Yes,
this, and then what? Yeah, I mean, still strong knight, central control. Now these weak squares matter less because you don't have a knight. So, I don't know.
no. Even this is still seems playable. Um, Maybe I take on g4 first in this kind of position because I don't want you taking with the queen.
All
So
right.
and
I guess.
now at some point I play this again. I don't know if I go rook f1
Look
first
F1 first, yeah.
or not.
Yeah, because you don't let me to go back to g5 with the queen.
That's right, yeah. And I want to
And
play
when you
this.
go here, this will hang.
Yeah, I mean even then knight h5, just play. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean
yeah, yeah,
after
yeah.
bishop g3 and or even now,
No, but
yeah,
even here, yeah, I
even
mean,
here, yeah. It's still low.
covering all these squares are covered.
Mm-hmm.
This is covered. This is covered. You can't really
You can't really
approach.
get in. No.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so you no obvious way for white to play this.
Yeah, I can also harass maybe with bishop c4, stuff like
Sure.
that.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, not no obvious ways to improve the position. So even if like what we consider is like a okay, Peter. Yeah. That game 6, that was the Queen's Indian. Yeah. The one when he was black and he put all these squares, but they weren't the best moves. I mean, Kasparov was winning in that game. I mean, he
Oh,
was winning.
he's going for it, Alex.
Yeah,
I think he's seen it.
no, he's seen it for sure. But
But he's taken on h4.
okay,
Bishop takes
it is played.
h4 as played.
Okay. I can see it on the live cam. Yeah,
Is he going to go knight takes g2 now? He must do.
no point otherwise. I mean, why would you take? Yeah,
Yeah. So we see the moves. The This is good news for Felix if he plays this,
yeah.
then
He just immediately solves any potential problems whatsoever. I mean, just
definitely.
great for black.
Yeah.
And David's probably seen it too.
Without a shadow of doubt, yeah. I mean, one of the best tacticians in the world, David. Right? I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
I mean, he's played some remarkable games
Yeah.
Against some great players and had some remarkable victories. Yeah, I mean, I do like a messy game, Felix. Not always. Now I'm getting a bit older. Sometimes it's
Not
not
always, yeah.
not always. Sometimes it's nice to relax a bit rather than
Yeah.
my calculating. It's hard work, right, Alex? I mean,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
play if you have to calculate intensely every single game,
Oh yeah.
you can burn out easily.
Yeah.
So it's you have to have a lot of energy to play in
Yeah, I
that way.
wanted to actually, when you mentioned that calculation and stuff and everything, I wanted to ask you about your famous win against Gelfand on the black side of the Dutch.
On the Dutch, yeah. I mean, that felt good beating Gelfand. I mean, he just played his world championship match
Yeah.
against
Anand, yeah.
and Anand, yeah, didn't obviously win any games with the black pieces, so he hadn't lost with white for a long time. And he did come runner up in that world championship match, obviously to
Yeah.
Anand, but it was an interesting game. I mean, I got a pretty good position from the Dutch, and then there was some moment I let it slip, and I had the decision whether I'd take a perpetual or play quite a risky line where it wasn't really clear. But then you kind of think, well, how many times am I going to get a chance to play Gelfand? And
Yeah.
if I lose, I lose. Who cares? So you might as well try to win. And
Yeah.
it somehow worked out okay for me, and
Yeah,
managed to win that
great.
one. So
Yeah,
it was
famous
nice.
game. And guys,
Yeah.
we're getting what we said. Okay, Felix took on G2, knight G2, bishop G5,
Yes.
knight E1. And now David is thinking what to do. I mean, I don't think there's much of a choice because, I mean, okay, he can take on E1 or take on H6 basically, and position is pretty dried out.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no bishop e7s or anything like this ever going to help, I
Yeah,
think.
knight F3 is a check, so it's like that's a
Yeah.
problem. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Is there anything else here that white can try? And I mean, I think bishop h6, as Rebecca is saying, is the best move because you might as well get another pawn. But the problem for David is that just more pieces are coming off. Yeah, I mean, it's the assessment hasn't really changed. It's probably about even. But Felix has found a very clever way just to, not take that pressure off the position by playing this tactic, and he's a very nice tactic. So far, I think it's fair to say, pretty flawless game from Felix, right?
Yeah, absolutely. From his side, yeah. But I'm really curious if David was kind of forced to go into this.
Yeah.
Or were there any better ways to play it? Because obviously it's a disappointment from White's point of view when I mean, putting aside that you're in a must-win situation, just from a general point of view, as White, you want to have some sustained pressure for a longer period of time, and you can play along. And now all of a sudden, like this is like what, move 20, around move 20, you're all dried up, and then you have nothing to play for. So just from a general chess point of view, as White, you don't want to be kind of to have the game killed off that early.
I think the only thing he could have done differently, just thinking of the game, was instead of playing Queen E1, going D4 straight away.
Oh, that's what we spoke about.
This was the only possibility I can think of where the game might have taken a different turn of events.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I'm very, very impressed the way Felix has played this. He's played good understanding and good tactics. So David is he's having to think now.
Yeah. I mean, I was considering, let's say, what happens if I just take the knight, you take the bishop on G5. Now maybe I take this one, but this is just dead. Yeah, I take on B3, go F6, and just like what? Yeah.
There should be no problems to black here at all, right? I mean,
dead.
Not really any weaknesses. I mean, you could say F6 is slightly weak, but then the H file is also enough play for black. So this is so what has David? Bishop
H6 was played. King H6.
Okay.
Yeah, we are heading for this like fairly balanced, equal endgame. Rook E1 was played, and now the question is whether he takes on B3 or he takes on F3. Yeah? I mean, there is also, I suppose, Rook G8 as well, but normally you want to take on B3 because after bishop F6, these double pawns don't help you much.
Yeah.
So normally you want to take on B3, and then decide take on F3, go Rook G8. I mean,
Yeah, very clever play.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you play the opening we saw today? Is this one of your main openings yourself, Alex?
No, I mean, I've never really warmed up to the Italian. I've always been a Rui Lopez player, Spanish player,
Okay,
all my life. So, no, I mean, I've looked at it, looking at the Italian, I've mostly looked at it from the black's point of view,
sure.
like how to play against it. But with white, I was never really too keen on these move orders and stuff. I mean, just I guess a matter of taste, and also like lifelong experience with the Spanish. You kind of you know things already. You know a lot of things. You know a lot of ideas. You know a lot of lines, and it's easier to play simply.
One of my biggest chess regrets is never really studying or learning e4, e5 positions.
Oh, really?
I mean, obviously, I've looked at them a bit and I know a bit about them, but
Yeah,
like not in any great detail. And I think every chess player, I mean, talking about openings and they're not that important. Well, I think every chess player will help them to understand e4, e5 positions, like we've seen in this, whether it's an Italian or Raul Lopez.
yeah,
I don't know if there's a great deal of difference, just because E5 is a great weapon for black to have against E4 because it's one of the only ways I think you can safely probably equalize. It's been proven now, and the positions are very complex and they just
yeah,
improve your chess in general. So
yeah.
I'd always recommend, if I went back, I'd definitely try to learn E4, E5 positions much better.
From either color, I suppose. I mean,
Yeah. I think you're right. Either side, and
yeah,
I mean, I can't be bothered to do it now because it's too much. But like,
too much work. Yeah.
just maybe one day, but not
But
not. not,
I mean, this is
not
interesting because I was like E4 player for very, very long time, and against E5 where I was playing the Rui Lopez, but with black I was always a Najdorf player, so I never really played E4, E5 for black. I mean, for also very long time,
yeah,
and so I always kind of felt more comfortable in E4, E5 positions from white's point of view.
sure.
And then when I was playing, I was looking at it from black's point of view. It kind of always felt at least a little bit uncomfortable because I knew that white's initiative is always small nagging one, but you can't really extinguish it. But
Yeah,
modern theory, modern openings kind of allow you to kind of, even with black, to find ways to actually extinguish it and get a playable position.
yeah, yes.
Uh,
I mean, I never like being in that position where I'm okay, but I've got to play really accurately.
uh-huh.
I'd rather have like a more dubious position, but have some
Yeah.
chances.
Yeah, yeah,
That I find that a bit more pleasant to play that even, but it's not maybe the
yeah.
best way to get better at chess.
I
Uh,
mean, yeah, sorry, go.
I was just looking at the chat, and
I
yeah,
know,
well, yeah, the question, Simon, what opens should I learn for my new career in the Austrian Women's League? Well, best of luck
oh,
with that, first of all.
yeah,
That sounds like a cool career. And obviously, you should buy all of my courses, everything I've ever done, learn them
yeah,
all, buy all of Alex's courses, learn all
yeah,
of them, and then you'll be perfect.
yeah,
You'll be like 2600 strength. Job
exactly.
done.
Yeah. There you go,
So
John
there you
Dunn,
go.
John Dunn.
Seriously, I don't. Again, I think just pick openings that you enjoy playing. I think this is the key thing because I mean, a lot of people they sort of say, well, I saw that Magnus is playing this opening, I
Yeah,
should play this opening, but you shouldn't copy really. I think what the top players are playing because they're different to you. They understand chess in a very different way, and maybe the stuff that Magnus doesn't suit you. So you got to. I think you've got to mainly play positions that you enjoy playing and that
yeah.
you really excite you a little bit. And then if you just pick that kind of opening, then you'll have much more of a natural instinct for playing it. I don't know, Alex. Does that kind of
No,
make
no, no,
sense?
absolutely, I agree.
Yeah.
And this just connects to what I said a bit earlier that nowadays, basically any opening, you can make it work. So if you just like playing whatever it is, yeah, you can most likely, unless it's some really, really rubbish stuff, you
Mhm.
can make it work with the some work with the engine, and then you're just happy. I mean, you're getting your opening that you like, you're getting the positions that you like, and you enjoy chess more.
Yeah. Just don't play the grob.
Don't play the Grove,
That's
no.
yeah.
So that's what
No.
I'm saying. I mean, don't play Grove, don't play 1G5, don't play stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Budapest.
Yeah.
No, Mike,
Oh,
no,
come
no,
on,
no.
man.
Why did you
Come on,
mention
man.
that?
No Budapest.
Don't go Budapest.
But you know, the main problem with the Budapest is it's quite fun. Well, there's a lot of problems, I'll be honest. But one of the main problems is what happens when they go 2 night of free. You're like,
Exactly, and you can avoid it. That's the point. I mean, that's the
you
problem
don't
with the
even.
Budapest.
I know, which is really annoying, right? They just go 2 night of free, and you're like, oh, okay, what do I do now?
What do you do now?
Yeah, the Budapest. Oof.
You know, there was a funny story, you know. I think Laurent Fressinet told it, or maybe Peter Heine, I'm not sure. So they
Sure.
were like, yeah, Mike is right. Knight f3 and also c4 is the problem. So there was this
Yeah.
like, you know, I think that it was a world championship match. You know, I think maybe against Caruana. So you know, Magnus
Yeah.
played d4 in that match, in some
Yes.
games. Okay,
Right,
but
yeah.
after d4 knight f6, he was playing knight f3. You know. And I was
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
okay, why not c4? Like, why not? Why show immediately that you go knight f3 and something like? And Laurent Fressinet, but the Budapest, you know, you're in a world championship match.
Yeah.
You're playing knight f3 to avoid the Budapest.
I don't think that can be real. That must be a joke. I mean,
No, it happened, but I don't know how serious it
yeah,
was.
sure,
But
yeah,
still,
yeah. I mean, being scared of the Budapest is,
in a world championship match, especially.
yeah, you've got issues.
Yeah, you
So
got
like,
issues.
I mean, I do remember Nigel Short used it in his first game against
Yeah,
Karpov.
he lost, but he had a good position, in fact.
Yeah, did he lose or was it a draw? I kind of think he
No,
might have.
he lost it. He lost.
He lost. Okay.
He lost. Yeah, it was the game one. He lost, but
Yeah.
he actually he had a good position at
Yes.
some point, at least. Not on move two, but at some
Yeah.
later stage.
So there's a bit of advice for Mr. Dodgy. Just be more like Nigel, and you'll be okay.
Oh yeah, Dodge is a big fan of Nigel. Yeah. Yeah.
So Rook G8 played, and we have now. I mean, still this position is still quite complex, right? Alex, with both kings not being entirely happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
The black king is like in a bit
Like,
of a weird
ideally, you would
position.
have it on e7. Yeah.
Sure. But also the white king is on an open file, so
Yeah.
it's kind of like
Now the threat is gf3, and we're getting to your line with the rook g8 preparatory move. Yeah.
Yes, look at this, the rook on g8. If it's only there before, that was my method in my madness earlier.
Yeah.
So let's have a look.
Suppose in a way, maybe it's like I mean, white maybe would like to double black's pawns, but I think here still gf3 is the threat, and if you go king f2, then you get kind of pinned, yeah, and then you get some exchanges. Okay, maybe first ED/CD, I don't know, like ED/CD, and then maybe this, and you get pinned, and some exchanges, happen.
Yeah.
So okay, king f2 played immediately. Okay, that was the logic. I mean, that I was showing like not bishop e6 first, but king f2 immediately. So now you avoid this pin on the f file.
Yep.
So
I mean, if I was black, I would be very tempted to just go bishop takes b3, so I don't, just
chop it off, chop it off. Yeah.
I mean, just like I don't want to.
And but we arrived at something similar. Yes, like something like rook g5 maybe. Yeah. So you get the king, and then maybe the rooks can come to h file, to g file.
Is a5 a totally stupid idea, Alex, as well, just to try to get the rook in on the a file?
No.
If you go b5, I go a4.
You go a4, yeah.
I just want to try to get my rook in the game.
Can be annoying because white has some weaknesses here, yeah?
Sure. Trying to play on both flanks.
Yeah.
It might not be correct, but...
No, it actually makes quite a lot of sense, in fact. Probably best for white is to kind of, like after, let's say, takes. Probably just best to take.
Yep.
Okay, and now do something else, and this like you play b4 at some point, c3 is defended. So, but then again, ED/CD, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and also like at least as black here, I can go rook a2. I can swap off another pair of rooks, and I get nearer a draw, I guess, as well. So if that's what I want, but that's so. I mean, it seems basically that Felix has no problems at all, and there's nothing wrong with his position.
No,
and he's played very, very well. I mean, I don't think David's played badly. Let's put it that way. I mean, he hasn't done any mistakes, but it's just being simplified into something that should be easier for black to play.
Yeah, and I think this is a disappointment of how the game developed for David, because obviously he would have wanted something else where he could still hope for a win, because here I don't think he can hope for a win anymore. It would require a massive blunder by Felix to lose this game. I mean,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean it's easy though. I mean, just it's such a hard game.
yeah,
Even when the position is like equal as equal can be, it's never easy chess. And I've made that mistake relaxing
yeah.
too soon on many
Who hasn't? Who
occasions.
hasn't? Who hasn't?
Yeah, this is like one of the biggest mistakes I've made, Alex. Just like thinking, yeah, I've done the hard work. I've either got this game will win itself,
Yeah,
or it's an easy draw, and then as soon as you start thinking like that, it goes wrong. So
you mess it up instantly.
oh, definitely, yeah, and I've done that so many times. It's so
Yeah,
frustrating. So you can't
yeah,
relax
yeah.
in chess.
Don't remind everybody.
Yeah, it's tough game.
Yeah, yeah,
So King F2 and now Black. So Black has a couple of choices. So Black can try to activate on the A file. Alex's idea Rook G5 at some point makes so much sense as well, because you can just put all your pieces, on the king side. And the most important thing in rook endings, which we're heading to, is just have an active rook. Generally, you want to keep your rook not passive, even if you have to give up a pawn. Just get your rook as active as possible, and if you do that, then it's okay.
You'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Question: Is this FIDE rated? I guess.
Yes,
I mean,
yes, it is.
yeah,
It is.
because they have an arbiter. They have all the what?
Yeah,
Why not?
everything is
Yeah.
like according to regulations. Yeah.
Have you had much match experience like one on one like this? Because I haven't really had any where you play someone 6 games. It's quite an interesting sort of thing, because you get more you get into their style, right? And you can you can sort of adjust accordingly.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
yeah, that's the exciting part, I think. I mean, in one-on-one, you get to know your opponent better, and you can, I mean, tailor your approach and preparation and everything. And I think I would find that exciting, just that I never had a chance to play a match. I mean,
same here. Yeah,
my only match was actually, I mentioned this on some of the earlier days, when there was this hybrid World Cup qualifier.
Okay.
And during COVID, then I played against Ivan Salgado 2-game match. That was it. But 2-game is not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 2-game match is more than a 1-game match. I
Yeah,
guess.
it is, but still, you don't get the
right.
thrill. I mean, of playing a
No.
proper match. I mean, it's like
no. Yeah, there was one event in Britain where it was like a knockout thing, and I ended up getting through, but playing Mickey Adams, and in a match, and we drew the first game, and then I got absolutely smashed in the second game. And I think Mickey Adams was one of the best match players ever, because he could adjust his style accordingly, whether he needed to win, draw, or whatever he needs to do. The universal style would play.
Yeah. He's still a very strong player. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, he's incredibly strong. I mean, he's always been incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just waiting to see how Felix is going to play this. So far, he's doing really well. I think they've both played a good game. I mean, I don't want to be critical of David's play. He's maybe the only incident he did was play this Queen E1 move instead of D4. Sometimes the direct route is best. I mean, I don't even know if that's a real improvement, but it might have avoided the simplification. David needs to win, so the more pieces that come off, the better it is for Felix winning the match. Very close match, very interesting match.
Yeah.
And Black now just thinking about, again, don't relax, thinking about what is the best way to proceed here.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I mean, as he's thinking and we have this simplified position, maybe we can take a quick break.
Sure.
And I mean, we'll see how Felix solves this situation. Yeah, I mean, still something to choose from. And okay, just a short one, and we'll be back soon. Yeah.
Stock up on tea.
Yeah. And welcome back to the live commentary of the sixth and final game of the match between Felix Blohberger and David Navara. I'm joined by Simon Williams, and we've been analyzing this game. And before we left off, we had a position after King F2, in which Felix was deciding whether to take on B3 or play something else. He decided to take on F3 and continue with F6. The idea of which is after the E5 to be able to go F E5 and open the F file for the rook. So David didn't do that. He went rook G1, attacking the pawn on G4. And after GF3, rooks were exchanged. And rook F3 now played, attacking this pawn on F6. And now, Simon, what do you think? What's happening in the pawn endgame? King G6, check, go back, takes.
Well, I mean, probably black is losing. Would be my first thought.
I think so too, yeah.
Because the outside, I mean, it's quite well known that in king and pawn endings, the outside passed pawn is very, very good because it can distract your opponent's king away from the other pawns, basically. And I think, as you're showing here, this is a problem. So this is definitely one way that Felix could go wrong.
Yeah.
You know, if he ever goes into this ending, so there's a little bit of danger. You know, I mean, what do you actually play here? Because if you go rook G6, rook G3. So I'm actually thinking, hang on a minute, like this is this so simple? I mean, this might be a way. I mean, I'd have to calculate this, but then king
maybe
takes.
now because the king is here and like, okay, go H4 here. Now you can't move.
You're
okay,
right.
maybe here.
Yeah, and I can try to play for Zugzwang, of course, in this position.
No.
This is still a bit, a little bit tricky, right?
Yeah,
This is not.
But now, okay, let's see what's happening on the queen side, because
Sure.
their black is a pawn up, so maybe they can do something about it.
Yeah, so white's idea. I mean, white could also play D5 in the last position. I don't know if that's better, but
Yeah, here, yeah.
maybe I'm just trying to run black out of moves here, right?
Yeah,
so this is the so if you move your king, white comes forwards. So I'm just going to go king H3, king G3, blah 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 forever.
No, this again looks kind of dangerous. Okay, so he already played rook F8.
Yeah.
He realized this was not the way to go. But now the additional option that white has is actually to take on E5 and take the D file, maybe threaten rook D7, which probably will be met by rook F7.
And this is actually one of those sort of positions we spoke about earlier where you don't, in a rook ending, you don't want to have a passive rook. And black's rook is a little bit passive here, right?
And that was played, in fact, D5 was played.
Okay.
Yeah. I kind of have the impression that black was not obliged really to go in for this, even though this is also perfectly fine. But I think you probably had easier, simpler ways to play the end game. But okay, never mind.
I also agree. I mean, this looks, to my eyes, Alex, a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe white can even play like rook G3. This is another idea. And try to improve slowly.
Yeah, I mean, somehow I have the impression that black could have been more precise and avoided even this slight unpleasantness. But okay. Now, okay, I mean, why? He's not at the board. That's why he hasn't recaptured yet, because otherwise you just recapture is the only way to, I mean, the only move to make.
He's also having his tea break.
Yeah, tea break.
What's your favorite? Do you drink tea, Alex? Sorry, I know we're going a bit off topic here, but as an Englishman.
Yeah, I do, of course. I mean, I'm a tea person, not a coffee person. I never drink coffee.
What's your favorite tea?
Any.
Any, okay.
Any. Tea is fine, just generally, tea is fine.
Tea's fine, okay.
Yeah, tea is fine, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it should be a draw, right? But this is because it's a rook ending. There's no real problem. But black is worse here, I'd say, because the king position's bad.
Slightly, yeah.
Very slightly. So there's rook D3. There's also rook G3. I don't know
rook
which
G3
one.
As well to cut off the king. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you go rook D8, I just move my king to E2. And,
even though, again, how do you make progress? Yeah, you cut off the king, but your king also is not very active. So,
well, maybe rook D3 is a threat.
Okay, let's make a move. Rook D3. Yeah.
So this way, but you got rook. Yeah, this ending again.
Now it's not quite clear what's going on. Yeah.
Yes, this is a better version for black, definitely.
Yeah.
Probably. I say definitely, but now I'm probably.
Probably, yeah.
King F2? What
But
is
then I
this?
take this pawn, yeah.
And H4, you go King G4.
No, I
Oh no, you
just
take the pawn. Yeah,
pick it
yeah,
up,
yeah,
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 and then
yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
there.
You're in the square.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe it's
Maybe,
yeah,
yeah.
okay for black.
I
But
mean, rook d3, rook f7, and I had this idea of going rook d8. And I mean, to secure the queen side, you should go c6, because if you go b6, then you may lose the a pawn. So you should go c6 now or the next move, okay? And then again, I'm not sure like how to go on. Okay, cut off the king, you cut off the king, and king h7 maybe, and not sure how to make progress. Maybe now here and here, but it goes back. We have the same.
same problem, how to actually improve.
Yeah.
What if you keep your rook on d8 and try to get your king in that variation? So I mean, again, the white rook is so active here. So could I now try after c6, like king f3? Let's just try to improve the
Yeah, king
king.
f3, yes. Yeah, sure. That's another idea. Yeah, I'm probably should get my king closer.
And now king g4. So
King
I'm trying to get
g4.
to f5.
Yeah.
If I
So that's
get
why I'm
to
not sure whether I should go into g6 maybe, but still,
yeah,
you can try. Yeah,
still try. I mean,
something like this.
and now
Now rook f8. Yeah.
yeah. Or h4 as well is also very playable.
Yeah, h4. Yeah, there is no mate. I mean, if I go there, you go
Yeah,
there, and I have no mate.
that's right.
Yeah, this becomes unpleasant. Yeah.
Yeah. So even though again the computer probably says it's a 0.00,
Just making some
actually,
moves on the board, you see.
yeah, maybe we can get someone to check the computer's assessment. I wouldn't be surprised the computer just because it basically calculates ahead and it finds perfect defense. But for a human, it's not so easy.
No.
Um,
Okay, f5. This is a question from chat.
Good
This
question.
may be just a solution because it gets rid of this backward pawn and passivity of the rook. Even though, again, you have to kind of calculate what's happening, yeah?
It seems like the sort of the problem is always this rook's past pawn, that it's going to distract black to the side of the board. And these endings are tough. So
Yeah, because white's plan is fairly simple. Okay, I mean, get the rook active, then get the king forward and push the pawn. Pretty straightforward. So at some point, black will have to follow Simon's suggestion to become active at any cost, even if that means sacrificing a pawn. So
yeah. So what about after rook d3 if you try king g5? Let's try
right. To be active,
now, and now I go king
f4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Take. Yeah, sack the pawn, but you have counterplay, yeah?
Yeah,
Something
and this
like
is incredibly
this looks
random.
good, I think.
Yeah.
This black is not really risking losing here.
No.
And that means that after king g5, I should go something like king g3.
Now I want to keep active, so
f5.
Yeah, f5. I'm wondering, I can't play rook h. No, okay. Maybe. I wanted to try to get my rook in at all costs.
No, I mean, you can take it easy. Rook f7 first.
Sure.
Yeah, and then see whether f5, whether something else. But now maybe I have h4, yeah?
Yeah, h4 is annoying.
I'm not sure if it's any good because, I mean...
And if I go rook d8 again now, get that same kind of position we had before?
I mean, with or without h4, because this...
Then king h3.
h3.
You can't go g4, but you can come in. I mean, to g1 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, and becomes pretty sharp again, yeah?
Yeah.
No, but then check, I lose the rook.
You can't come to g1.
Yeah,
good point.
Okay, but now I guess... now it's getting the same thing again.
Yeah, I have this rook check always, yeah? And,
Yeah.
So all of these lines, they just prove that you know, it's a little bit uncomfortable for black.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
I don't know how uncomfortable. I don't know if anyone has checked on the computer what the actual value is actually white just better. Is that possible that white is according to the computer better here? I mean, it's not crazy. And David's sort of thinking the best way now to
Yeah.
put some pressure onto Felix in this rook and pawn ending. I mean, even though if I was playing this game and I was black and I've done everything correctly, I would really not enjoy this position. That's probably
No.
a bit of personal preference as well, but
Yeah.
I mean, just defending is very hard,
Yeah,
Alex, right?
and I think it's also psychological because like up to this point you were really had a really comfortable position. You were not risking. You were made more or less playing from a position of strength when you forced these simplifications, got into the problem-free endgame and something, and now all of a sudden you have to defend, and which you kind of feel you did not deserve to end up in this position to defend, you know, because you had a really nice position before and like you have the impression that you did something a little bit wrong when
Yeah,
you should not have allowed this to happen.
yeah. I'm just seeing that Finn is saying that computer's assessment is 0.0.
Not surprised, not surprised, but
No, the whole game has been like that. But
yeah,
again,
yeah,
this is why the computer is don't always trust it
not
because
very helpful. Yeah, I mean, it tells you the objective evaluation, but not the
yeah,
practical
no.
problems.
They need to make a computer. I think there was someone developing an engine which took these practical problems into consideration, you know? So it's not just like what the computer
Yeah,
says, it's actually like, okay, it's on the ease of the position to play.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That
I
would give a
mean,
much more realistic assessment.
I think Lila Zero was intended like that, and even now
Ah,
LC Zero
yeah.
shows a little bit of that because
Mhm,
like you may need to show you if you run it, for example, let's say Stockfish here sees 50 moves ahead, it says 000, but
mhm,
Lila, for example, will tell you maybe understanding that white is a little bit better and okay, it will maybe give you 0.05 or 0.01.
mhm.
All right,
Sure.
it's still a draw, but it gives some slight I mean edge to white because of the easiness of play.
Sure.
So
That
you
makes
can
sense.
judge that from the
Yeah.
evaluation, which side it thinks has the easier play. But probably somebody will build at some point an engine which will tell you in words maybe why and so on and so forth.
Yeah. There's lots of people trying this at the moment. And I like the comment there from I don't know how to pronounce it, but you just need weaker engines. That will give a more realistic assessment, and that's basically what we are. You know,
That's
me,
yeah, we are very weak engines, you know.
me and Alex are just bad engines
Yeah.
who are trying to explain the position, but
Exactly, exactly, exactly.
you
And
know,
now you get the real proper human element here, you know.
that's right. I mean, there could even be ways to improve for white this because at the moment black's rook can't move. So I'm wondering if white's got a useful king move first. I mean, I don't know if king e2 or king
Exactly, but
somewhere
yeah, you're
is
right. You're right because I think I'm not sure where the king should go, e2 or to the g
yeah,
file.
I don't know either. I mean,
Yeah,
even E2, E3, G3, it's not clear, is it,
yeah,
where White puts the king? Okay, has he played a move? I think he's just played Rook D3, which is Alex's strong
yeah. He
suggestion,
did, and rook f7 played also.
and Black has gone passive. So the question now, I really like your Rook D8. So you know Rook endings. Whoever has the stronger Rook, the more active rook
Yeah.
has the better chances. So rook d8, putting it on the optimum square looks like a very good and wise idea.
Mhm.
You can also think about moving the king as well now. So it's just like which one's better. By the way, good luck to
Yeah.
Christian for your tournament.
Krishnan Chess. Good luck for your team. So your tournament
Definitely,
tomorrow in India. Yeah.
yes. There was a notion to add to the chess notation a human move and a computer move.
I'm not sure what that means because like when
Yeah,
you're playing the game, you note in
yeah.
your score sheet my opponent played a computer move or what? Like how do you do
Yeah,
that?
yeah. I think my opponent is using the computer.
My opponent played a computer move.
Has that ever happened to you? Have you ever experienced any cheating? You have, okay. All right. Maybe I won't go there, but like, yeah.
More than once, to be honest.
More than once.
So,
Okay.
yeah, several times, and I caught
Wow.
some of them,
Yeah.
no, but I mean, yeah, it was unpleasant experiences.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, it's a real problem.
Yeah.
So we looking at the clock, David has a bit of a time advantage, and even though it's 0.00, this is
Yeah.
not entirely straightforward for Felix,
No.
because look at those rooks
Rook d8 played, by the way.
playing exactly as you mentioned, Alex.
Yeah.
And this is also the other issue. There's two issues of black. Number one, the rook. He's got a passive rook. You don't want a passive rook in an ending. And the other potential issue is this H pawn.
Yeah.
The H pawn can distract black's pieces to the side of the board. So if white can get in with the king, I expect that. I expect he'll be losing. So if you put, for example, the white king on f5,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
this is just a winning position.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Everything
for
falls
white.
apart. This is weak. King comes to e6. The queen side will collapse, and the H pawn will. It's just the game over.
So this is yeah, certainly a problem. So
But is, for example, f5 a move?
I would have thought f5 is well worth trying, but could you just take it and go king e3? I mean, how
This was my idea. Okay, I just go back.
Sure.
You go king e4, and I just defend everything. And mind you, this is a passed pawn. You can't move your king because the pawn runs. So I'm kind of arguing that, okay, everything is protected, and now my king can maybe join the game or whatever.
So rook g8 is definitely the move.
Okay, c6, and then how do we go on?
Have I nearly got you in Zugzwang? I can nearly go king f5 nearly and king f6 nearly. I don't know.
To give mate, yeah.
To try. I mean, it seems
Okay, I must play this first then.
and then
You move the rook.
g4.
But maybe you can move the rook in the front and win the pawn.
Yeah, g4 as well, or g3, one of these two.
Yeah, g4.
This is uncomfortable for black, right?
Very much so, yeah.
Yeah.
But this position, like, okay, rook g8 was played. I mean, not was played, but you suggested it, and okay, maybe, but yeah, well.
I like the idea of f5 because when you're trying to draw an ending, you want to swap off as many pawns as you can, because obviously that gets you nearer to getting rid of everything. But
yeah, can I go maybe rook h? Nah, I can't go. Just check and I lose. Yeah.
Yeah. The black king is bad here. This is a major problem. This is still a little bit tough, this position.
No, this is pretty bad. In fact, the more I look at it, the more I dislike it.
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow imperceptibly black drifted into problems. You know, it was super problem free, and then somehow drifted into problems.
Maybe just this f6 move was slightly
earlier
inaccurate from black. It looked very logical, but in hindsight, it's led into this particular ending.
Yeah,
which requires some precise play. Now, how does black do this? So, what if I was black here? I mean, there's the two problems. It's the rook and the king. So I'm thinking of any way I can try to do this. But
can I go rook h7? But you rook g8 then, yeah.
Rook g8. Yeah.
Okay, can I start with king g6? But still, maybe if check king h7 at least, but I don't know.
This way is made better because if I go king g3, f5 is going to improve a lot, right? This f5 now seems to work quite well for black because the king can come towards the center, and black's fine if he gets the king into the center.
So maybe give the check. I don't know, win a tempo, and then go forward. Yeah.
Yes. If I go king g6 again, so I've got to try this f5 idea. Yeah, we get this position, and this position was tough, yeah.
Yeah, this was super tough.
Yeah, because I'm just going to go h5, king f5.
Yeah,
that's game over.
Yeah.
So how do you possibly defend this? And rook h7 doesn't really help.
Doesn't really help, no.
No, I don't like this position at all. So it's a lot tougher for Felix than the computer gives
Yeah, but it's
Threat
funny. I
f4.
mean, 0-0-0. I'm really curious how what's the 0-0-0. I'm pretty sure it's some
Sure.
long forcing line when black makes a draw by
Yeah.
something. Yeah, because okay, we're moving the pieces around for a while and we can't find anything really,
No, nothing easy for black at all.
No. So I mean, what exactly is the 0-0-0? I mean,
So if you have any suggestions in the chat, then please do. If you want to defend this position as black, you're braver than me. Because it's not by any means simple.
okay, there was another suggestion in chat: F5, E5, and now King G5.
That is a very sensible suggestion.
Yeah,
that's good. Whoever came up with that, good stuff.
Yeah, Peter came up with that.
Nice
But
idea,
Johnny.
Peter. Actually missed that comment, and that's really nice because the big problem is the king.
Yeah.
So if you can get the king and the black pawn in the center combining, you create your own ideas. And now the other problem was the rook, but now the rook has also rook g7, another way to try to activate the rook. Both of these ideas, I think, are going to be okay. This is definitely the best line that we've seen so far.
Yeah, by far the best line.
So f5 takes king
and if
g5.
if I go here.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm wondering about f4, but
yeah, f4 I wanted to go after the pawn.
Sure. Now rook d7, and I'm just trying again to activate.
Yeah, this is becoming again pretty sharp. Yeah, this. I don't know. This is probably fine for black.
Probably.
This is fine for black.
Yeah.
So maybe not. So f4, okay. Okay, but this is maybe a better way. You have to go rook e7 now, yeah?
Yeah, and then king g6, and then king g f6, and I try to now to use my rook.
Yeah, now you can do that.
Yeah.
I go back, you give check, and this is okay for black, yeah? Because you have rook g3.
Yeah.
All right, so
this is clever.
So far, this is the best we've got for black, yeah? I mean, but it just proves what we were saying. I mean, activity, yeah? I mean, get your king active, get the rook active.
Yeah. Clever idea. But this could be a key moment of the game for Felix, because there's many moves, and actually playing f5 and king g5, which is a great suggestion in the chat, is not obvious at all. I mean, because you look at lots of other moves, you look at, trying to get the king in, trying to get the rook in, waiting, but actually combining all of these with that idea, is tough. So will Felix find it? If he does find it, I think that okay, what's he going for? He's going for the king. So he's moved his king straight away.
G5 plays.
Which also looks quite sensible, right? As long as you can, but get this f5 move in.
So the threat is king f4, yeah?
Yeah, so white has to stop that by moving his king somewhere.
Yeah, king f3, king g3. King e3 is, I mean, I don't know if that's... Normally when I go king... Okay, king f3 played immediately.
King f3.
And if f5...
Yeah, okay.
Maybe quickly, I mean, but... I mean, there won't be time trouble in this game, because it's like white has 7 moves left, black has 8 moves left, but plenty of time. 20 minutes, 21 minutes for Felix, and 37 for David, so no sign of time trouble. No.
I like your f5, because again, this gets rid of another pawn and a weakness, right? I mean, if I take it, you take it with the king, and we've already sort of
No, my
discussed
idea
it.
was, I don't know if he can do that, but like
Yeah.
go h4. And my idea is to sack that pawn, but kind of to try to keep your king there, and maybe I kind of organize something on the, I mean,
Yeah, I like it.
far-fetched, but okay, maybe like something like this, and you get enough counterplay. But my point is like, okay, king is far away, and these are
Yeah,
vulnerable.
yeah.
Yes, for example, you
This is
go
top.
rook f7, I go rook g8, and now I'm not sure.
Mhm.
And this is looks pretty dubious.
That black king,
Yeah,
horrible position.
horrible. Yeah. So just an idea. I mean, to get the king there.
Yeah,
So I don't know, but okay, h4. I guess
yeah.
my idea
H4 is
is
very
to
clever.
go back. I guess. Yeah.
Stop those ideas.
Yeah. I know again h5 how risky it is because you allow protected passed pawn, but on the other hand, your pawn is moving fast, or I don't know, rook here and some, I don't know, rook h7 maybe it's,
Yeah.
so maybe not quite, but if king
Mm.
f6 then but if you take, at least you want a tempo. I don't know if it's worth much, but don't think so. But
I think when black gets this position, my thoughts would be that black should be absolutely fine.
yeah,
Because the king is
yeah, king can
next.
come now close, and
Yeah, and the black rook is also ready to now get in somehow. So I feel that this is like the dream position for Felix if he can
yeah,
get this
yeah.
f5 and king to that square. So actually, a very simple idea, and he has just played f5, so he's playing all the right moves. There's a little bit of danger in that position, but now that
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
now that he's got this in, I think he's played a very good game today, Alex. To be
yeah,
honest,
yeah,
they both have. I was a little bit nervous for him
yeah,
a couple of moves ago until he just showed the way. Simple. King g5, f5, swap, swap, swap.
yeah, yeah.
Try to draw. Is there any way David can? H4 is a very clever idea. I like that a lot. I mean, you wouldn't naturally think of just giving up the pawn like that, but it's a really nice try,
Yeah,
and
it's
maybe
a try. Yeah, I
it's a
mean,
try. Yeah,
yeah. But again, it's maybe taking also draws, but I think it's much simpler just to keep the king in the center.
yeah. I mean, I was
Ah,
thinking,
h4 play. There you go. See?
okay, great minds think alike, clearly.
Yeah.
And in this position, I really think that black needs to not get greedy, but centralize the king. I mean, maybe you can take on h4. Maybe again the
But the
compute.
point, like, okay, maybe
Yeah,
okay, let's say it takes, and if I
yeah.
take, maybe you just go back,
Then
but then
king
king e4.
e4. Yeah,
Not working, no.
yeah,
Not working, not working. This is too dodgy, yeah.
yeah. This is really dodgy.
Yeah,
Probably winning for white this one, right?
yeah. So no, just simply go back to f6 and should be fine.
But you're by playing this h4, I think you're giving your opponent, you're giving Felix a chance to go wrong.
Yeah.
And sometimes in chess, that's all you can do, right? The only thing you can do is give your opponent chances to as many chances as possible to make a mistake. And taking on h4 might still be all right, Alex, right? The computer might say
Yeah,
0.00,
exactly. But
but practically
why?
don't do that. Keep your king in the
Why?
middle.
Yeah, why?
Yeah,
Why?
because the line you showed there was very clever of keeping
Yeah,
the black
cutting off
king
the
out.
king, yeah.
So king f6 is the safest by far here. And after that, I mean, what can white do to cause more problems? Can you go rook h8? Is that stupid?
Yeah, that was just suggested in chat, rook h8. But again, I don't
Right.
see the whole point because
Well, I wanted to check on h6, but
right,
then
fine, but then what? I
don't
mean,
ask
you're
me.
playing without a king practically because this is protected pass pawn. You move the king, the pawn runs. So
Don't ask me difficult questions like that. Like, I can't. This is not fun.
no,
I could lose this as well. Yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean, yeah. I mean, this is definitely losable. Shouldn't be. I mean, I mean, the rook is active. There's nothing I can do. Like rook.
and
Yeah.
this rook is
Okay.
now, I mean, it was passive before, but now it's ideal supporting the passed pawn from behind. So it's like,
Black has no problems here.
yeah. Well, after king f6, well, I mean, just ef5 is a draw, and otherwise f4. So Felix still thinking, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the
Now
one.
he's gonna. play something.
He's going to play king f6 the way he's playing. He's played very well. I bet you he goes king f6, keeping the king in the center.
Yeah.
No need to risk things. Don't grab that pawn.
Yeah. Keep it tight. Simon, a question. I'm just like, as I look at chat, I mean, I have this YouTube open and so on. And the first suggestion I'm getting on the video is GM Simon Williams on what he learned from a difficult chapter. What is that about?
You'll have to look at it. That was, podcast I did. So, yeah, it's something else. But you can see that, yeah.
All right.
But I still do my Title Tuesday videos. That's all I do. I mean, you do more educational. I mean, I play Blitz every Tuesday in this tournament.
The Title Tuesday.
Yeah, and I put some like short videos up. So yeah, Title Tuesday, the chess.com thing. So but I used to do many more videos, but I found the educational stuff like you do. You don't get many views. People prefer like, some dramatic thing. Carlsen loses in 2 moves, or and they're the ones with views, which people don't really learn anything from.
No, they want entertainment. They don't want improvement. So
no, they have to buy the chessable courses for that.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the thing.
Exactly.
So h4, yeah. And
King f6 played, so it's as expected.
Oh, he's played. Okay,
yeah.
Good move. And do you think they will agree a draw soon, or
I mean, there are no draw offers before move 40, so they will play for sure.
Okay.
And we are only 6 moves away from move 40, so there's still something to be played out in the position. So I mean, they'll play on for sure. I mean, for example, yesterday when it was a dead draw, but they still played it out until the more or less end, and they found a repetition, and that's how it was drawn. So they will play out.
Sort of. This f4 move is quite annoying me, Alex. So is there anything I can do by taking on f5 and trying to use my h pawn to do a similar thing that you demonstrated before?
But now with the king in the center, I don't know how. So e5 played, in fact.
Okay, so I think
can't allow f4.
Yeah, I think f4. If black plays that pawn becomes too strong.
Yeah.
So So what I'm going to try to do here, Alex, I'm going to try to use my h pawn to distract you. So maybe rook h8 first, and I also want to try to get my king to e4. So if you check
you want to give check and go king e4, right?
Yes.
But then I also have a check, so I mean, also wanna...
Yeah. Or I just want to go h5, h6, and just distract your pieces to go to the corner.
Okay, let's give the check. Where do you go with the king? To e3, probably,
yeah? King e3, so I avoid rook f4 check. And again, the idea we see many times is to use the pawn on the side of the board to try and force black's pawns to the side of the board. And hello, chess man. Who's watched my Title Tuesday. You're going to be at the British Championships, so I might see you there. Chess man as well. We'll see. Yeah, your rook f1. Good idea, keeping the rook as active as possible. And
maybe you give the check and hope for this. Yeah, I mean,
yes.
But okay, just d7, I suppose. Yeah. Then if we go here, I can just start
harassing. If I push the h pawn, this is I want to again keep you tied down. So instead of king e4, try, and I want to go rook g6, h6.
But then maybe I cut off the king. Yeah.
Okay. That's annoying. Of course, this is a draw, right?
Yeah, I mean, just wait. I mean, even you get it to 7th rank, and then what? Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is.
I mean, maybe there are some chances, but I doubt it somehow.
It should be a draw. And look. I mean, as soon as black's kings gets to the central position, it seems like black's problems are a lot less than they were before, because you can deal with the h pawn with your rook, and you keep the king defending everything else. So maybe this is still one of the better chances the white has to
something like that, to try something like that.
You could go rook e8 here, Alex, maybe to try and at least stop the king.
But if I just attack,
and now I check, so this is what I was hoping for. Was I hoping for this?
Still is hanging.
Yeah, okay. This is nothing at all. Nothing. I mean, king g4, you can check me in.
Yeah, you can check in or just start pushing.
Push, yeah.
Yeah, this is not really.
It's nothing. No. Okay. So what does white do here? Again, black's found a good defense.
If h5 directly, you have the check, right? But then maybe we can use the same idea. Yeah, we were supposed talking about.
Similar idea.
Or just take. I mean,
take first. And if rook f3, then
yeah, king d4. This is what we were saying. And if king goes there, I can give check, and you can't go to the f file because the pawn endgame should be lost. I mean, it requires some calculation, but
you got to avoid this as black. Don't want to do this.
Yeah, this is something to be avoided. I mean, it's very risky. I mean, so maybe like h5 and c, yeah. But the point is, I guess, this check. I mean, centralize the king. And then, I don't know, if king e3, then maybe I can go after the pawn.
As long as you get that black king into that central position. This is the key thing, right? Get the
Right,
black
I mean,
king
king stays in the center, rook takes care of the passed pawn. Yeah, maybe from behind or even from the front if it can be protected. So,
and there's you can't really do much as white because that h pawn is quite easy to stop. So this is wise defense. I see someone in the chat has said, I love the chessboard courses by you guys, but Simon's Dutch repertoire seem a bit dodgy. Now I have done classical Dutch. What do you think? My last one's the Stonewall Dutch, and I actually think the Stonewall Dutch is a very good choice. I'm not saying the classical Dutch is not, but what do you think of the Stonewall Dutch, Alex? Have you your opinion? You can be rude. You can be rude. It's okay. I can take it. So if you don't like it, please say. Don't.
No, I'll tell you. Okay, this is probably the third time I'm gonna say this in the stream from the beginning, because the Dutch somehow, for some peculiar reason, keeps coming up as a topic. And you know, I'm when asked about the Dutch defense, I like to quote Petrosian, you know, who said that if your opponent wants to play the Dutch, the most important thing and the vital thing, in fact, for you to do is not try to stop them.
I haven't heard that Petrosian quote. So I think you've summed up your feelings of the Dutch very concisely.
Very concisely, yes.
You know the best thing I heard about the Dutch, Alex? It was which I'm sure you've heard. It was Yusupov.
Yeah.
And obviously the Dutch is like where you play one f5.
Yeah.
And Yusupov said, well, the problem with the Dutch is that most of the time when you get to the middle game, black's best move is f5, f7, moving the pawn back, because it just weakens your whole position. So I thought that was also quite a funny quote.
Quite to the point. No, I've had great results against the Dutch for some reason. I mean, I don't know. I've faced like all varieties, Leningrad, Stonewall, and I think I'm not sure about the classical, maybe not. Yeah, but I've prepared for it at least. And I've had great results against it. So I'm quite happy when I'm facing the Dutch. So, and with black, it looks like a drunken Sicilian, so I try to avoid it. You know, like
this is you know what? This is probably why I love it. A drunken Sicilian, perfect. What more could I want in life? You know, this is like, I mean, I would love to play the Sicilian drunk. It's like ideal. But
exactly.
I do have to say, I think the Stonewall is like one of the better ones, and it's the only opening. You know, I've got to give it a little bit of a push now, because it's just been knocked quite badly by various comments. And the Stonewall is the only opening as black against d4 where you get a space advantage. That's, you know, there's no other opening that you can play against d4. It's the only opening where you get extra space. So that's like the positive. And I think
you very often get that knight on e4 and stuff like that.
You can. I think it's a good opening. But
no, I mean, with the Stonewall, I've always had this impression that like when black players try to play it in the traditional way, you know, bishop d7, bishop e8, bishop h8, that's crap. But if you go b6, bishop b7, then actually it's quite acceptable, I think.
Yes, I think so. I agree. And there's some funny little ideas. Richard Report came up with some mad ideas where you push the H pawn. I don't know if you've seen this. This is crazy.
Yeah, there was something. Yeah,
but maybe this is a bit too much.
Yeah.
Well, I think we have a couple more moves.
He played, I think, rook g8 to cut off the king. Yeah, so
and to maybe give some checks from the side, right?
Yeah, maybe go h5.
Okay, so this is kind of wise in a way.
Yeah, I mean, now you can't go e4 because then you get checked from g5, yeah, and then you lose the pawn.
Yeah.
So you can't do that. And in a way, he kind of tries to put black in a sort of a Zugzwang because, okay, maybe you can go back to e6, yeah, which is a check, then king e3, I
Yeah.
assume. And again, let's see what's the difference. Okay, you can defend the pawn with rook g4, but is that really like...
I also liked your idea of putting the black rook behind the pawn. I
Yeah,
think
that's like
this is
here,
this
rook
is
f1, yeah.
yeah, when you play this, because the black king looks after, now it's in the middle of the board, and you keep the black rook as active as possible, right?
Yeah.
This was I thought a very nice way to
Activate the position.
yeah. I'm actually wondering, without the pawn on e5, it's probably losing. Of course it's losing, but some drawing chances.
Just for the sake of the argument, let me just do some moves, yeah, something like this, yeah.
Yeah.
And this, okay.
Yes.
Again, is this losing?
This is this is what I was wondering. I don't know. Just
okay, king e6 was played, so we may get something
yeah
along those lines, because when the king moves, it will be a decision for black, like what to do with the rook. Because the king is where it should be. I mean, king, you can't improve the king anymore, but so you have to do something with the rook.
Yeah, so I mean that kind of shows probably how this is definitely drawn, because even if black loses the pawn, there's some drawing chances.
I mean that position, for example, here, again, I mean, black has really ample counterplay.
It's got them, and the way you defend these rook endings, like we talked about the active king, the active rook, but when you're trying to stop your opponent's passed pawn, the best place for your rook is behind that passed pawn. So black's got the ideal position. And if you're trying to win this kind of ending, where do you want to put the rook? Well, the best place for the rook is generally behind your passed pawn. The next best is next to it, and least actually the rook in front of the pawn, because it gets in the way and you can't check many.
You shorten the activity of the rook as the pawn advances, you know?
Yeah.
The rook has fewer and fewer squares.
And these are just, little rules in endings which can help. And Chessman telling us about his report, Stonewall Dutch there. So it is a real fun opening, and I think generally all openings are fun until they go wrong, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, not just the Dutch.
And what you just described about the rook behind the pawn, I mean, when Marcus Rager was on the stream, he told a very funny story. You know that Tarash formulated this rule, like rook behind passed pawn, right? And then, okay, he wrote it in the books and so on. And then he gets a letter from a fan, an amateur, I suppose, and he says, okay, you know, Herr Tarash, okay, I followed your advice. You know, I put the rook behind the passed pawn and I still lost the game. Okay, and then Tarash said, okay, I mean, yeah, okay, I understand, and the rule requires an adjustment. And then the rule, Tarash, what he adjusted was the rook must always stand behind the passed pawn unless when it is bad.
Okay, yeah.
That covers
everything. That's a nice way to sum it up, right? Yeah. I mean, it's like it's like saying always play the best move. Simple, nice bit of advice there.
Covers everything. Like you just like, what can?
I think one of the sort of funniest endgame stories I heard was that a while back, I don't know, 20 years ago, there was this series of books that John Nunn brought out, and it was Secrets of Pawnless Endings, and he got Book of the Year award. I remember reading it, and I personally didn't like it, but it was, that was just me. But it was a really good book for many people. And then I think someone did this joke. So in one of the English chess magazines, they put an advert, and they put this full-page advert. They paid for it, and it was Secrets of Pawnless and Pieceless Endgames. And they got like loads of pre-orders, right? So it was like they got something like 50 pre-orders.
Wow!
And if you think, this just shows you what people like buy any kind of book, because think about it, what is a Pieceless and Pawnless ending? It's literally king versus king, right? So it's a book, king versus king. There's nothing else there. There's no pawns, no pieces, and people still brought this book because they're like, oh wow,
secrets, but it's secrets because it tells you secrets.
It's got that word in secrets, and it's it's like, oh yeah, that John Nunn book was so good. I need to get this book. So like,
Yeah, I need to learn more secrets. Yeah.
I need to. Yes, that's right. So maybe just so maybe the next chessball course, Alex, secrets of anything. Just secrets
Secrets
of
of anything. Yeah.
and you just
Secrets
put
of
it in,
anything.
and you'll get we'll get some orders. So that's
Yeah,
the way to
get
do
some
it.
orders. Yeah, maybe my next
Yeah.
viral video, secrets of something. Yeah.
So just get that word in, and you'll be all right. So
I'll try it. Honestly, I'll think of something and I'll try it.
yes. You know what? If you do, I will have a laugh. Definitely. Now, if I see your next chessball course is secrets to the Caracan or something, I'll be like, you got it. You got it right. You done
I
it.
got it right.
You done the job.
Unfortunately, Chessable, I'm not sure how keen they are on these. Like,
No,
they're kind of pretty conservative when it comes to topics. But I mean,
sure.
on YouTube, I have my freedom to do whatever.
Yes.
Any
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
name I want, but and I tell you, I mean, I'll put in secrets in some of the next videos.
Definitely. Secrets of chess. Maybe that's just the killing title. So yeah, full stop. Job done.
Yeah. All the secrets of chess.
all the secrets of chess in 2-minute video. Yeah, make it 2 minutes. So very 2-minute video.
It's a short
yeah,
one. Yeah,
definitely. You're sure to get very confused.
No, this secrets thing. Yeah, I mean,
it works.
I mean, I still have. I mean, actually, you're giving me also already an idea because I publish every Saturday. Okay, and now this Saturday, okay, I already I've recorded that previously, scheduled it, and it's already online. But for next Saturday, for the coming Saturday, I have no video planned. So maybe I have to think in this direction, some secrets to reveal. Yeah.
Well, I think my next video might be just secrets of pawnless and pieceless endings. And I'll just have king versus king. It'll be 10 seconds long. I'll be like, yep, there you go.
And you explain all the secrets, yeah.
And I'll be like, yeah, there you go. There's all the secrets there. It's a draw.
So yeah, it's a draw. Yeah.
Job done. And
John done. Yeah.
Yeah. yeah. I think that's a good idea for a video. Actually, I think I might do that.
You might do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
Secrets. Yeah.
And we're still. I think it looks like we're still waiting for a move here.
Yeah, and check and yeah, David thinks which way to send the king. Yeah.
Well, I guess the other thing, Alex, is if you are in a must-win situation, and I don't see how this is going to work but King G4 should be analyzed here, right? Because you can try to.
It's ambitious, yeah.
Yeah, because you can't actually go E4 because the check on E8 wins for white.
Check and you go forward, yeah.
Yeah, and I just have to try this, and now I can. I mean, this is one of those lines where you only play if you have to win because you might lose.
Exactly.
You could actually lose this as white.
Exactly. The problem is that the H pawn, okay, even if you get it somewhere there and you get the king in front, it's kind of hard to untangle and make it progress further because whenever the king steps to the G file, you get checked. And then if you go in front of the pawn, you can't advance. So it's not an easy pawn to advance. It's actually the worst pawn to support because you have only one way out, which is towards the G file, and then you always can get checked and so on. So I don't know how realistic this is, but for sure he's considering it because, again, at least to keep the game going.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah, I mean, I was thinking maybe if you go king G3 then, but there's always rook F1. This rook F1 is activate the rook. I mean, of course, this is not winning, but I'm just trying to lose.
Trying to lose, yeah.
Yeah, basically, I think by doing this.
Something in the position, yeah.
Or maybe there's rook E8 checking that line, but no, okay, it's nothing. I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously thinking about it because he's
spending time. Okay, I mean, 3 sensible options because king e4 doesn't look like a sensible option because of the check and you lose the pawn.
Yeah.
So we have 3 sensible options, and yeah.
The safest being king e3, keep your king in front of the passed pawn, and that is just like most likely the best move, heading to a draw. But if you really want to risk it, you can try moving the king to the G file.
Okay, he actually played king e3.
Okay, it must be the best move, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as we said at the beginning, I mean, he will play the best moves, and he's not gonna try to play something suicidal and just risk losing when there's really no point. I mean, the popular term return on investment or risk reward ratio. Yeah, I mean, you go there. It's not very high. I mean, you risk a lot, but the reward is not very high. I mean, the probability that you're going to be rewarded for the risk you're taking. So
yeah, no, agreed. And also we have to remember, even though David might lose the match, it's FIDE rating as well. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to just throw away points.
Additional, I don't know how
No,
many
I
points.
mean I'm sure he gives his opponent Felix a lot of respect because Felix has played very well in the match. He's played great.
Oh, no, he
So
played a really, really great match.
really good match. Very impressive. I mean, there's been tactical games, there's been positional games, there's been lots of cool stuff going on, Alex, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, his win was really impressive. I mean, this technical game that he played, it was drawn, okay, but then you get a top player like David missing it and then outplaying him and finding the actual maneuvers, because we're looking at this in great detail with Marcus. The actual maneuvers in that knight versus bishop endgame, it was really very subtle and well done. I mean, really congratulations for that effort. And generally the match, I mean, except for the topsy-turvy fourth game when both players could both win and lose, in all the other games, that was a very controlled match by Felix, and he was never in any danger.
No, he's played very well, and this game is very high quality. I mean, this is like modern chess. I mean, like they play a popular opening. David maybe has the easier position to play, but in theory, there's no advantage. He puts a little bit of pressure on, and Felix finds a great tactic to relieve some of that pressure. And then he plays very accurately after that. It's just a really high level game. This, I mean, like if you saw this play, you know that the guys were grandmasters because they're playing very, very cleverly in this game. So, yeah.
And I think I really like the way how he solved these problems with the in the rook endgame. You know, like we were moving around pieces and it was a bit tricky. You know, and then he found this f5 king g5, which is really very precise, very avoiding any problems.
Yeah, this is the key idea, just to look at where the black king is now. You know, if the black king was on h6, then you're losing. But now you've got the king in the center of the board. This is just the key idea. And we have, I think, another move
rook
now.
f4. Rook f4, yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, rook f1 was also possible, but this is just very forcing.
And cuts off the king. I mean, now the king is kind of, if you advance, then the rook comes behind the pawn, and it just controls the pawn and cuts off the king along the fourth rank. So it's
and I guess the point is, as soon as you go h5, you go rook h4, so you get your rook behind it.
Some e4, and kind of it leads to some. So I mean, we already mentioned something similar, like you can get the pawn to h7, but then the king, I'm not sure if you can. Okay, I mean, I don't know if it's any I mean, ideas here to play for something with white, but okay, let's make some move. v4 h6. Yeah, I go back, you go h7. Yeah, and I go something. Some move, I don't know. c6. I mean, now it's hard to say. I mean,
but even this position, if you lose your e-pawn, I think it's a draw. Yeah, as you said, you can
even that.
I mean, because you need this. You probably need the h7 square for your white king to hide, right? So this might be a draw in so many cases.
So we go there.
Yeah, I mean, this should be an easy draw. Just go rook h6 and wait. Rook h1. You probably, you might well lose the pawn even, but I don't think it matters, you know.
But not necessarily. I mean,
sure, yeah. You can always check the white king, right? Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Here.
And this is
but this now we messed it up.
Oh
no,
yeah,
it was,
don't.
Just it was a bit too much. Yeah. No, thing was like king f4. We gave this check, king e5, but then e3.
Who's winning
you
now?
You can't just walk around, yeah.
No.
But let's give up the pawn, okay? Let's see here.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you give the pawn,
let's just wait, yeah. And
then this is a draw.
Whenever you just get closer, you get checked.
Yeah, this is a technical draw. So, I think this is why you need the white pawn on h6, right? So you can go king h7.
So you can get that square, yeah.
Yeah, this is the only way you can try to win these endings.
Yeah.
So it's just quite easy to draw. So this is if you lose the pawn. I can remember Eric Schriller's chess books. I think one of the best chess reviews I heard. This is a book review. It was Tony Miles. And he was asked to. Tony Miles was Britain's first ever grandmaster. He was a real character and a fantastic player. He beat Karpov once when Karpov was world champion by playing 1a6.
Yeah.
You know, it was crazy. And
Famous game.
he was asked to review, and I might be getting this wrong, so I'll be very careful. I don't know whose book it was. I'm not sure, but he's asked to review this chess book. And normally the reviews are like a couple of pages, and his was 2 words. And the review, and his 2 words were utter. And I won't pronounce the second word because it's a bit rude, but that was his review. Utter, you know. So yeah, and that was like it was just like
you could expect that from Tony.
Yeah. Where'd you move the king now? This is
yeah.
danger
Now let's
time.
centralize the king.
Yeah, and that's one of the only ways you can lose. I guess you just go king d7. I don't really see any problem at all here. And you can wait. And the point is, as soon as you go h5, you go rook h4.
Yeah, and okay, white can get this in, but again, we have like sort of a
maybe rook g5 is slightly more accurate, but instead of h6, is it possibly? So you can try to go king g3.
But it's always an e4, yeah. I mean, and then the e pawn maybe can run. No, but I was curious about this, like when we here, yeah, and you give, let's say, okay, h6, e4, let's say, check, and is this a difference? Like the rook is not on h8, is on g7.
So this is better for white, this version, right?
Should be, but does it give any realistic chances again?
Well, the e pawn is annoying, right?
Yeah.
I'd go king f2, try to get the king to f4. So
yeah, black to move. So okay,
sure, yeah. Then king f2, king g3. Oh, okay, so rook h3 stops. But then I go king g2.
Yeah, king g2.
So I'm trying to go king g3, king f4, win that pawn. And
okay,
then...
let's say I wait.
Uh-huh.
You have to go king g2 first.
Or maybe I can still go king g3.
No, but then okay, you have still king
yeah.
g3. Okay. No, my idea was to go forward.
And now king f3.
And now check. And you can't probably now catch both. But I don't know, maybe you can go to k7, king. Still, it's
a little bit of something.
Something is left, yeah. Some play left.
King g2.
Now king g2, e2, yeah, maybe. And I have check and doing the queen.
Yes. Annoying. Okay, yeah.
So okay, rook g6 played.
Trying everything.
But can you actually even go here?
Yeah. Well,
here, that's what he played, in fact.
yeah.
Okay, my idea was, okay, you go rook g7, I take, you take, okay, I give check, you go down, and I go something like b5. And then this is weak, I have my passed pawn, and you take a6, I maybe take c3.
Sure.
And if you defend, I keep checking, yeah?
Yeah, I like it. Nice idea. King e4 as well is this strong.
Yeah, king e4 as well, yeah.
Yeah. I like this comment. Ginger, one of the things I got asked the most when I was doing a lot of commentary was it was more about my hair than the chess. It was like I always got asked, do I dye my beard because it's so, and I'm like, no, I don't. And if you're wondering why my hair looks black today, it's called headphones.
Yeah.
No, okay. So like, it was really strange, but yeah. This is a nice line, Alex. I like this line that you demonstrated here. This is, again, you're playing active. So
yeah, playing active. So king f5 was played, yeah.
Yeah, active defense.
And if h5, then just rook h4 and you pick it up and there was no h6, you lose the rook.
White
rook
can't get the rook.
So rook g5 played, yeah?
Yeah. And now rook king f6, I guess?
Yeah, king f6, and then you have to go rook h5 to save the pawn.
Then this is...
And then rook king g6, no, you lose this one. No, king g6, no. But
maybe just go now rook f1 again. I like putting a rook
rook f1
somewhere where it has lots of options behind the pawn, checking the king, give it as many chances as possible.
Yeah.
And Yongul Jend, if you can see the match score at the moment, Felix has played a fantastic match, and he is actually 3-2. This is the last game of the match. So if he holds this ending, it will, he'll win the match. And that is a really impressive win against a great player, David Navara is fantastic. So amazing. Well, we're saying amazing results. Fantastic result for Felix.
Yeah.
To do.
And then you have to answer the dodgy question.
Yeah, brunette. I mean, one
Actually
day
met
maybe I
some
should
people
dye
on the
my hair
weekend and they were
like
asking me
black
what
or
I do,
something,
and
just
I was
to
explaining
sort
to them,
of,
and they were like,
Yeah.
"When
And the whole disillusionment of the chess world, thinking you were ginger for decades,
yeah.
and now suddenly.
What if I do come out as brunette? I could do brunettegm.com, so I could actually open another website rather
Another
than
website.
GingerGM. So I can I can sell the same DVDs over there and
Yeah.
try to double my pay.
Double your pay, yeah.
Yeah.
As a brunette GM. Doesn't have the
Brunettegm.com.
same ring to it,
Not quite the same, no.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so far great defense from Felix in this ending, and David is obviously trying everything he can. He's got to keep some chances alive.
Yeah.
They're one move away now from move 40.
Yeah.
So it's and what is Felix thinking of? What he's having a think here, isn't he? He hasn't played King F6 yet, so I wonder
No,
why not? It
because
seems
I
so
mean I don't know
logical.
if he can like check there. He can also go back to E6
Sure. So he's got D5 as an option.
and get checkmated, yeah.
Yeah, just be careful when you play it. Yeah. So
No, because the point is that when this check was okay, this was the position, right?
yeah,
And white could have gone rook G7, rook G6,
sure.
rook G5. Okay, so he gave the check. Okay,
Yeah.
now give another check, and I can still go back. And what's the difference between the rook on G5 and G8? You can always put the rook in front of the pawn if you want, H8 or H5, but it doesn't make a huge difference. So he might as well just.
Yeah, I suppose the only thing I'd be worried about here, Alex, is that if King E6, the difference is that white, I don't know if it makes a difference, but white can go H5, but then King F6 now, maybe?
Or just rook behind pawn.
Yeah, I've got my rook next to the pawn. Is this anything? If I go like, let's say...
F3 maybe,
yeah, but now you've got time to go rook H3 check. Have you?
Yeah, I do. Because this pawn is, I mean, I guess. Yeah.
Probably have time to do this.
Not sure though, there is rook H5, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either now.
Maybe no time.
King S. Oh, I'm really trying to
no time.
No, you're right.
No time.
That is indeed Tony Miles' review of the book there, Inga. That was what he said in his book review. I'd like to know what book it was actually. Now, whose book was he reviewing? I'm sure you can Google it.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a Dodgy book review. I think Mr. Dodgy would be great at reviewing chess books.
Yeah.
Well,
very succinct. Succinct. Is that how you pronounce it? Succinct.
Yeah, he'd be a good. Yeah, I think that could be a potential career change for Mr. Dodgy.
Yeah, and there was. I mean, I also liked the comment by Tony. I mean, I read this in Jonathan Rawson's book. I can't remember which one it was. Maybe the Sins. Maybe which one? Black and Zebras. Yeah, one of those.
Sure.
And he showed a game where it was like the Pirts, and they exchange like the classical Pirts: knight f3, knight c3, bishop e2. Okay, Tony was white. Okay, they exchange queens on D. Black plays e5. They take queens on exchanges on d8, and then the game enters this super boring phase when and it's a bishop endgame. Just like completely nothing.
Yeah.
They play, and then Tony wins, and then the comment by Tony about the game when he was asked was, I did absolutely call and won.
Yeah. It's the best way to win sometimes, right? So, I mean, you can actually, I mean, a good strategy that a lot of people I've seen doing weekend events in Britain to win them. They don't, again, they do the Ulf Anderson thing where they don't actually try to play the best moves. They just wait for their opponent to make a mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
So they just don't make sure they don't blunder. Their opponent
don't
blunders.
Blunder and don't worsen.
That's it. Yeah. No, it's Tony was certainly a character.
Yeah. I never got the chance to meet him, but
yeah.
I've heard a lot of. Have you met him in British circles?
Unfortunately, not really. I mean, I was in this as close as I got. I was in the same bar as him at a British Championships. I think, unsurprisingly. But I didn't know Tony Miles I know most of the other English grandmasters, British grandmasters, but not Tony. So unfortunately,
well,
yeah, he died.
I mean, it's still on my reading list. His book, It's Me, or It's Just Me, or how was it? It's Just Me. Yeah,
I don't
something
know
like that.
actually. Did he write? Did he? I didn't realize he wrote a book, or was
Yeah,
it? Or was it a book?
it's his
Okay.
autobiography. It's Just Me, or something like that. It's called.
Okay.
And I mean,
Yeah.
it's on my reading list, but like time,
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yes.
Because I remember then, like in the late 90s, like second half of 90s, and he was a very active open player, playing in open tournaments.
Yes.
And he was in fact one of the first, let's say, former elite or elite grandmasters who started using the Berlin. He actually played it in open tournaments in the 90s, and he was winning things with black.
Yeah.
It's Only Me. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, It's Only Me. That's the name of the book. And he
From
started playing the Berlin, like he was one of the first ones to play the Berlin before Kramnik picked it up.
That's
And
close.
yeah, and I mean, there were a lot of like stories about him in these open tournaments, like what he's doing, how he was doing, and he was actually quite successful in those events. It's an anagram, yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah. I just saw that as well. That's really
Yeah,
clever.
nice,
So
yeah.
Tony Miles is
Tony
actually It's
Miles,
Only
yeah.
Me. Yeah.
Tony Miles, yeah.
That's his kind of sense of humor, right?
Yeah,
So
sense of humor, yeah.
yeah.
So I've heard a lot of stories, so I would really like to know more about the man. Um,
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I was speaking to David Norwood, who's another English grandmaster
yeah.
recently, and he was telling me like one of the hardest jobs he had. He was manager of the English team.
Uh-huh.
When you had Tony Miles and Nigel Short on the same team, and they didn't get on so well with each other,
Not at all.
and they were very competitive. So they both wanted to play board one. So there was lots of he was in charge of that team, the captain of it, and he said it was really not an easy job, dealing with both of those players and making them both happy. It was
Yeah, no, impossible. Yeah, now obviously Nigel Short's obituary of Tony Miles, it's
very
preposterous
famous
and very famous. You can look it up, guys, if you're really interested in that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
yes. Shouldn't laugh. It's not funny. It's just like an uncomfortable laugh I did.
it's
so
like,
it wasn't a comfortable laugh straight away. So do we have any more moves then?
Quick King F6, Rook H5 was played. We expected
Okay.
something like that, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And now, Rook F1 is something to look at. I guess Rook G4 is a move as well.
Sure.
Threatening some check maybe. And if the king goes to F3, go back. And then the point is like, just to show, the king goes all the way to G3, then you cut it out off, and then the e-pawn can run. So just an idea, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but he still needs to make move 40. So 2 minutes for move 40. So he needs to kind of make the control move.
Not fall asleep here.
Yeah. So
I guess the one thing you want to avoid as black here is going King G6, right? You don't want to play that ending.
Well, you just blunder this one and then you just probably suffer a lot.
It's a lot of checks here. I mean, or rook.
You think?
Well, there's not that many checks now.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is to be avoided, isn't it?
Yeah, this is not what you want to do.
Might still have some chances, but don't do that.
No.
So if you, I like, Rook G4 and Rook F1 both look like good moves to me. Either of them, I'd be tempted to play. And is Rook H7 though White's idea? Maybe this is the point of White's play. He wants to.
So he played Rook G4, okay. Yeah, Rook G4.
And if you go Rook H7,
Rook H7, yeah.
Possibly.
I guess checks, yeah.
Yeah, and if you have to go to D2, then
still checks.
I'll try to come to
you want to come to C4?
But then B5, yeah.
And you lose the pawn.
Yes. And that's probably an important pawn because it holds the other
exactly.
So you don't want to do that.
So there are a lot of checks if you go to H7.
Yeah. Again, that active rook, key thing for the endings.
But maybe he can go here, no, he can't go there. I mean, no. Can't get to d5 without losing the c3 pawn.
I don't think so. No, just can't. No, you can't. So rook g4, good move, and
so this is a serious threat, giving the checks.
it is, yeah. And the problem is that David's he's gone rook h7.
I gone rook h7. All right, so we'll see now.
So this must be the idea. And is there a clever way he can avoid these checks? Is the question.
Okay, let's see.
So yeah,
check, and then where do you go? You go forward, I pick it up. You can't really win with any of these pawns. I mean,
no, I mean the black king's in a good position to stop the h pawn as well, right?
Yeah. So you can't go forward, and you go to d2. You get checked again. You go down. I mean, now I don't even have to.
What about if I? Yeah, I was going to say, what if I go to a3? But I mean,
like, that's what I was thinking. But even if like I don't need to check anymore. But even if you get to a3, okay, and then
okay, but but then I'm gonna take both your pawns and
you want yeah.
I mean that makes things a little bit tricky. So at least on a3, the white king is hiding, and I avoid the checks. And
okay, so that makes some sense. Okay, king d2.
What about you can think about using your e pawn as well, right? I mean, if you put this king on a3, then just push the e pawn, just try the queen, right? I mean, you don't need to win any pawns, so keep checking. The king goes to a3, play e4. Is probably
this position, and just push.
Yeah, I mean, this you have to calculate a bit, but
I mean, the king is good to not allow the rook to control the pawn from behind.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
And you take a push.
A push, yeah.
And that pawn may as well queen.
You don't even have a check here, do you? So it's if you go rook c8 or rook c4, then rook c4.
Yeah, rook c4.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah, it's very bizarre, isn't it? This, I mean, this has made it a bit trickier. I feel like this one, yeah.
Yeah. So okay, we went here. We send e4, rook c7. Yeah.
Yes.
But okay, it's like e3, rook c8. Okay. But I think here even let something maybe positional. I was thinking here in b5, so king is locked out.
Okay.
But then again, I'm not sure what's going on.
No, this is quite clever though, because you do have the idea of just putting the black king on f3, right? Yeah, and just
either there, or just walk around, pick up the pawn. So you have to go some c4, to make some sense.
Yeah, I mean, this is at least with this line, David is keeping the game alive.
Yeah.
Which he's got to do, because the other variations is too much is getting swapped off. So this is one of the better chances that he has. And I mean, I don't really believe it. I mean,
no, it's kind of
somewhere along that line, putting the white king on a3 seems kind of like a very good way to try and lose as well somehow. Maybe there's a rook g7 at the right moment now that the king. This again has to be calculated, but if you can play this, then
no. But this looks. Let's make the moves. Okay, take takes and then go back. Yeah. But
now I come for your 8. This is very forcing.
It's not that far. I mean, maybe it's still in time.
Yeah. I get to f3, yeah. So this is something you can calculate as a. These guys, they're so strong. This is the kind of thing that they should better work out. This is
so
fine.
We're gonna explore the secrets of pawnless and
yeah. This could be the first game. It could be David Navara versus Felix. David versus Felix here.
Yeah, features in the book. Yeah,
you could actually have 60 games, the secrets of pawnless and pieceless endings, and that each of the games basically just starts in that position. So I like it.
Yeah.
Famous chess book.
The famous chess book, yeah. And if you want to add the marketing boost, the subtitle is my 60 memorable examples.
My 60 famous examples.
60
Big quote, Fischer.
Fischer,
I mean, So that last line looks very. I like your idea of just checking here. I mean, this try to force the white king to go
Yeah, so I mean,
to a bad
at least
square.
to C1, at least to C1.
Exactly.
And now, okay, I mean, these are kind of under attack now, so
Yeah, so I think you do keep checking here, right?
yeah, probably keep the gift checks here.
Because you want to put the king on a3
All
because
right, so
it's a
as
long way
far as
away.
possible, yeah.
And now you have this choice of going rook g7, which might be a draw.
Yeah,
And if it is a draw, it just solves the problems immediately. You know,
exactly.
so I think if you're playing this as a grandmaster, you'd calculate rook g7 first because it's forcing. You might
Yes.
just force the draw, but you'd have to be very careful in that king pawn ending we looked at. Make sure.
Yeah.
If that doesn't work, then there's probably I would be amazed if there's not other ways you could play this. Like e4 seems very close
Yeah.
to working. Um,
Hmm.
I'm just wondering if we could improve this way. So something like, what about if you go e? I want to get my rook very close
Behind
to.
the pawn, you mean?
Yeah. Like I mean, e3 is e3. It's rook c8, wasn't it? But then
Yeah.
if I go rook g7, yeah, rook. And does that
C7.
work? Rook g7. So this is yeah. No, this is actually very close to being
Maybe
good
you're
for.
winning for black, yeah?
Yeah. Because this white king on a3, I just don't believe that the white king on a3. I think there should be multiple ways black will be fine in
Yeah.
this ending with the king so far away. So
Okay,
it's
so that was actually played. Okay, rook g3, king d2.
okay. Okay, so
But we might also get a repetition. Check, go back, yeah?
it's probably the best thing. It's probably the most accurate way that this repetition because
But is it an idea if he goes? I mean, okay, you can still maybe go pawn grabbing. Okay, take, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you may lose one, but it's still an easy draw, yeah. I
But I
mean,
don't think
you're
you
not
take. I
even
don't.
losing.
But you probably don't take on b7, right? You
Right?
go king d2 after rook takes b3 in that line. Maybe
Yeah,
this
king d2, yeah. But okay,
maybe
then
this
b5, yeah.
is no. You win a pawn, right? And the
Yeah,
b
but
pawn could drop.
and
Maybe. You know, like rook b6
no, yeah, okay,
is
this, yeah, some
it might still be a draw, I agree, but
should be a draw, but
but
okay, at least some 2 pawns, yeah. I mean, then this check and so on.
yeah, I mean rook c5 here's yeah, you're right. The check
Right,
comes. Yeah,
check,
okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
yeah.
But
So
this is like I wouldn't be as comfortable in this line, right? So
no,
you're
this
yeah.
one you need to make sure that you're making the draw.
So this king e1's clever. Yeah, I like your king
Okay, check
e1.
is given to g2, so now we'll see. Yeah, king e1 probably better try.
Yeah. Yeah, because at least the white king stays in front of the pawn. So he has you're right. King e1 looks like I think David will play on, right? Because king
Yeah.
e1 and why not play on?
Yeah, I mean you have to try, yeah.
You have to try. If king e1 does rook g7 nearly works again, right?
Yeah, I was calculating that it doesn't. I
Yeah.
think for one tempo.
Aha.
I was calculating it doesn't work for one tempo. At least what I briefly saw, but
this is too much calculation for me.
it's
I have to like do it. I'm very slow. Rook g7 takes king e2, king h6, king e3, king h5. Okay, yeah. Okay, I can see it. Doesn't work.
yeah.
So king e1 is certainly a good try here. Now, there's also like a beef. Oh no, it's the same problem, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you can always do active defense. Let's just put it like something like, let's say you say b5. Yeah, here on king f5. And you give up some pawns, but then you get your king super active. You're probably gonna get some pawns back.
Yeah.
This is also kind of try to make a draw. Okay, a bit maybe looks like.
Well, David has this decision to make now. Does he play this king e1 and keep the match going, or the only other thing I can think he tries is to just go for the perpetual check because I think putting his king on a3 is just
that's not
nonsense.
really an option.
No, it's nonsense, right? So if he wants to keep the game going, the only options is king to, I guess king d1 similar, but king d1 a little bit better because you stop the rook's a bit nearer.
Yeah, that also makes sense. I mean,
and then
but then
I
we
guess,
can. I mean, the point is like we can give the checks.
sure.
Yeah, get the king maybe to f3. Yeah, and do the same. Yeah, something
Yeah,
like this.
this is
And now the king is away. You
yeah,
don't have king d2.
yeah.
So maybe we give the checks. Okay, even if king e1, you give the check, you get it to
Mhm,
f2, and then go for the queen side pawns.
mhm.
And now the king is far, and there is no king d2, and the rook is tied to the defense of this pawn. So this again should be fairly straightforward. Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I can try, yeah, but
Yeah, you keep playing
five.
this. You keep playing this position.
Yeah, I mean, again, we get something
Yeah,
of that sort.
this is a table base, isn't
Yeah,
it?
some small chances, yeah. Okay, rook g2 played. Okay, now, okay, rook g2 was played. Yeah, but now white is thinking where to go.
Yeah, they will keep this match going.
And we also, I think we also mentioned that like wherever you go, maybe you can just, as we said, you go like, I don't know, b5 here and king there. And then you get, because when the king is cut off along the first rank.
Kind of like this defense. I mean, again, active defense is just like the best, isn't it? In general, maybe white has to play c4 here, but
Yeah.
in general, you want to always defend as actively as possible, even if you're going for a draw. You know, you keep it active, and
Yeah, it looks
how,
like it's only one pawn, but the activities is massive.
and the white king is now
White
completely.
king is cut off.
And also, you have the simple idea of rook h2. Don't forget, because that would tie
Yeah,
white's rook
at
down
any
even more.
point. Yes,
So,
yes, at any point.
and if you go c5, I don't think it's a major problem here. I mean, black's sort of nearly even better in these positions.
But okay, I don't know these things like with that pawn.
Okay,
May queen.
it just yeah.
Okay.
Watch out for that one.
Yeah, that one was okay. c5 here. Maybe I was thinking maybe there's.
This is tough, yeah. Even these endings, which should be completely drawn.
Yeah.
It's very easy to go wrong.
Not that
It's,
straightforward. Yeah, not that straightforward.
never.
But it's, I mean, it's good. We're looking at these lines. We need, I mean, not there. Let's say here, yeah. We need to figure out the concept of Black's defense. Like how
Yes.
does Black defend? I mean, how does he time the activity with I don't know, pawn pushing, king forward,
Well,
rook attacking
well,
pawns? Like the concept should kind of be
sure.
figured out.
So in that last line, Alex, rather than playing b5, why not just throw the king in? Like so
Okay,
here.
yeah, sure. So no,
So
wait. I'm sorry.
actually, maybe in that position you had, I just play king f5,
Here immediately, yeah.
maybe, and
And if you
then king
take
e4, king e4,
if you take now king d3.
king d3, threatening checkmate.
Yeah, no, this is much better, of course. No point in going b5.
Yeah,
No point. And now this is, I mean,
this is easier.
it's easy.
This line.
So David's still thinking though. So maybe yeah, that's the simplest thing. You go to wherever you go, and the king goes forward.
King comes in, yeah. Okay, but the king on e1's better now though, because I can't go king d3. But maybe
Okay, but yeah, go to e3 maybe. Yeah. Why can't you go to d3? You can go to d3. But...
maybe yeah. Now c4 I thought might be
Yeah, but again, I think this is becoming
dangerous for white.
yeah. I mean, check. I don't know. Both here, like you can start
Yeah,
chopping the pawns.
and e3 as well. So
On
tempting.
e3, so if
Okay.
c5, you can just collect it and then go here, c7,
Yeah.
just take.
Yeah.
But then, well, I don't know.
Even this is
This can be tricky.
This is tricky, yeah.
You're making some quick moves and then you end up losing.
Yeah. Again, this is why you can never relax in any of these positions.
No.
And I think king e1 is the best chance looking at these lines.
But what if I start with king e3?
Yeah, I like king e3 because it forces white's king.
F1. Yeah, and now just here, yeah.
Yeah, something like this. Where's he
Should be.
gone? He's okay. So he's gone King D1, by the way. So it's a
But
similar
then it
concept.
transposes, no? If King D1, King D3.
Well, yeah, in the game he's gone King D1.
Ah, he's going to King. Ah, okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay, okay, okay.
but we thought this might not be the right square because now King F5 and you get to D3 and
With
you threat.
tempo, yeah.
Yeah, because you threaten mate.
With
So
tempo.
this, but maybe White doesn't have to take on B7 in that last line. So if you
All right.
try King F5 here, now maybe there's something that can be done here because you're defending C3, so King D3 is not really a threat.
No, let's say push, yeah.
I'll go Rook H2. So
But what, like, if I threaten mate, then you go away with the king or what?
yeah, maybe somewhere with a king. I don't know where.
But okay, nothing changes. Okay, Rook H2 and then what? I mean,
C4. Well, at some point, I guess
want.
C4. Yeah, the
All
C4
right,
move.
King D3. I think this is fairly easy. I mean, I just collect the pawns.
Mhm. Okay, yeah.
This looks fairly easy. But now it's time to be brave. Yeah, I mean, just give some pawns and go forward.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think King F5 is correct, but there's maybe more than one way to do this, is there? Shows you, I mean, how important it is to be active in the ending.
yeah.
You got to try to keep your pieces as active, even if you have to give up a pawn or two. And bringing the black king in.
Okay, King F5 played. So yeah,
He's played it.
yeah, yeah,
Oh, these guys are good.
yeah,
I mean, I watch these guys play and I'm like, oh,
yeah,
Felix is only 25-50. I say only, it's a great high rating, but
yeah, yeah. Okay,
the
Rook
way
C7 played.
the way he's playing is really impressive. And now, of course, there's other moves, but King E4
Yeah,
seems,
that's what we expect
yeah,
as we were analyzing.
another pawn swapped off. I mean, you could also maybe consider playing E4 in these positions, putting the pawn on E3 and doing the
Yeah,
same
but you
sort
want
of
the
thing.
king more active, not the, yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Want the
just
king.
wondering if this E4, E3 would potentially do a similar thing, and then
But then the king is problematic. You can get checked from behind and you have nowhere to hide. So I don't know.
yeah, if I go King E4 now, and I want to, then you're going to do this check from behind, aren't
Yeah,
you?
exactly. So pawn gets in a way, in a way.
Well, I can go E.
E2, you mean?
Yeah, maybe, and just
And
like,
then
yeah,
and just then
yeah.
stick around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a possible way too. Yeah.
I prefer the other idea, I have to
Yeah, yeah,
say, because
that's
it looks more
I
natural
think it's
to,
more thematic, you know.
yes, to leave the pawn until later and use the king.
Use the king, yeah.
And then your king or rook, you've activated them really well. And I guess Felix is just calculating this now because,
Yeah.
it does come down to calculation. If E4 works, it's quite forcing because that E pawn can be very dangerous in some situations, but
Yeah.
you don't want to throw away the game now after playing
No,
so well throughout the whole match, right? I mean,
exactly.
it's been incredible. And I don't know
Exactly.
what Felix's elo is running at, but his quest to become 2600 is going to happen pretty soon with plays like this, right?
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, this match is like part of the plan, yeah, to
yeah.
get to 2600. And in this match, I mean, in every game with every draw, he's winning a little bit of rating, and the win obviously won
Mm-hmm.
him quite a bit of rating. So
Yeah.
he wins rating from this match for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, obviously he'll have other tournaments, matches planned ahead. So
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, he's moving forward, yeah.
Yes. Which is the right way,
Yeah,
which is hard to do. When I went up the most in English ranks recently,
yeah,
so like in I think the highest I was 25-50 at one point, and I uh recently, like basically I kind of had a year off playing, and that's when I went up the most because everyone else, all the other grandmasters were just dropping rating points
yes,
around me. So maybe I
exactly.
was like 15, I don't know, like let's say 15th in Britain or England, And I stopped playing, and then I became 10th because everyone else is just losing rating points.
Yeah,
So
king
that
e4 play. Right. Yeah,
so
that I mean that's like what everybody's saying nowadays. Okay, the best way to go up the ratings is by not playing because the people who are playing are losing
yes,
ratings. So
yeah,
c4 played in fact, not rook b7 as you were saying, but c4. But again, I
C4,
think this
yeah,
is like
it's quite similar. This isn't it? I mean, you just got to. But why set up with pawn on b4 and c5
maybe
is
he just
something.
wants to take and they have this defended at
Yeah,
some
yeah,
point. But
yeah. So
okay, let's say
king.
king d3,
So you have to check,
check, king c3.
and now I take on b7,
Now you take, I take, you
and now
push.
c5. And
Yeah.
this is a. But now maybe I use the e pawn now, yeah, to try and distract your rook away. Or do I do that? Or
But can I just pick up the h pawn? Like, what's the big deal? We go c6, I take it,
okay,
and I'm just in time.
sure, okay, yeah, that's good, yeah.
But okay, still something to calculate, yeah.
Something, some plan.
And also what you said, the e pawn, like here, yeah, c5, maybe just start pushing. But
Maybe start.
is it there in time?
I wasn't sure.
Still have to go behind the pawn, yeah. And only now push, but then h pawn comes.
We can go instead of rook c2, there's king c3. Just try to centralize that king again.
Here, you mean? Oh no.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's a bit risky, right? But if
But then
king d3, and I say it's risky
you
because
go e3, yeah. I mean, if I go here,
yeah, I go e3, and I'm trying to win.
if
You
I
know,
go
maybe.
here, you give the check.
And now I do it with check, so it's the pawn I can use maybe,
And then you go e3.
and rook c4 if I need to, and try winning this one.
Yeah, this is actually a good winning try, in fact.
Yeah. So there's definitely ways that Felix should be drawing this. But David, I mean, a lot of people assume, you know, if you're a tactical player, you for some reason you can't play endings. And
Ah,
David Navara is known as a brilliant tactical player, calculator. But that doesn't mean he can't play endings. I've seen him grind out some amazing endings. And there's this very famous story, Alex. I think
yeah,
it was Mikhail Tal.
yeah.
And someone wrote about Mikhail Tal, you know, that you know, this Mikhail Tal he's a great attacking player, but he can't play any endings. He's
Ah,
terrible in the ending. So Tal waited, you know, a couple of years went by and he got to play this guy. And what he did, he was white and he just swapped off immediately everything as quickly as possible. He
yeah,
got to
yeah.
an ending and then he
And
just outplayed this guy who wrote about him in the ending and beat him
of
in the
course,
ending just to
that's what
prove a
you.
point.
Yeah, of course, that's what you. I approve of the approach. You know.
Yeah, and it was like, yeah, that's what you get for saying I can't play endings. So, but people just assume, okay, they're a tactical player, they don't want to play endings, but it's not
No,
true actually.
I
Yeah,
mean, when David Howell was here, you know, he was talking
yeah,
about this. You know, he said that as
yeah,
he started, he was a great calculator and he was doing just attacks, attacks, attacks. But then he
yeah,
had a session with Yusupov,
yeah,
and Yusupov told him, "No, I mean you should actually you're a positional player, you know, end games and stuff." And he was confused, like, "What do you mean end
yeah,
games and stuff? Like I calculate. I mean I
yeah,
do go for attacks and so on." And Yusupov told him, "No, but I mean in order to play end games well, you must be an excellent calculator because you have to kind
yeah,
of see things precisely." Find the small chances here and there, for example, for a grind somewhere, you know, to use your opportunities. So you have to be able to calculate precisely and well in an endgame specifically.
yeah.
So you can even take Shirov as an example, you know, I mean,
I was going
fire
to
and
say
ball and stuff
Shirov.
like that, but he's a
Yeah.
fantastic endgame player.
Oh, he's brilliant, brilliant endings, and
Bishop h3,
yeah,
I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody
yeah.
remembers that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they created a monster with David Howe because he's a
Yeah,
good friend of mine. But
yeah,
you know, Yusupov did create a monster with his grinding away. I've seen, you know, grind like a grandmaster, I think
yeah,
was his course, and some of his grinds. Oh my god, he takes pure joy in torturing people for 150 moves in
yes,
endings.
yes, yes,
He
yes,
absolutely loves it. It's
yes,
you know,
yes,
it's
yes, yes.
definitely created a monster there
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
with his
Yeah.
stuff.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
maybe quite appropriately, we analyzed the second game of the match with David here, and that was
yeah,
this the Queen's Gambit declined with the exchange of queens on f6 were very early on.
hmm
You know, exactly like his style kind of endgame.
yes,
And he was talking about these things, like how he enjoys this and how his mindset is and how he approaches these things, you know. And at some point he would say, yeah, but this is my type of position. Yeah, I would play for 49 moves, then make F3, one
Yeah.
move, so not for they can't be able to claim 50 move
He
draw
loves it. He
rule,
loves
then
it.
continue
Yeah.
playing for 49 moves more, another pawn, we'll play this one. Yeah, it's
He loved just tiring his opponents out. I mean, there was a guy in England actually, and I think he's just got the world record of Peter Lalich, and he
yeah.
for the longest ever game of chess. And his goal, he's about 2100, 2200. His goal became, I want to play the longest recorded game of chess.
How many moves were they?
He was like 200 or 300, I think, and he was I can't remember the exact number, but he was an absolute nightmare for tournament organizers, arbiters, because there was one tournament and it was at some university, and the poor arbiters, they had one game on the Friday night before the weekend, and it was with increment. This is and it went on. You know, they were supposed to leave at like 11 p.m. and it went on to something like 4 a.m. because he just kept playing, and then he'd play a pawn move, and then it'd reset, and he kept playing, and then he'd play another pawn move, and it just went on like this. And the poor arbiter who wanted to go home, get ready for the 9 a.m. round the next day. What can you do? You can't say, I've got to stop the game.
But he was actually lucky to get a position where he could do it for forever.
But this was his skill. He played lower rated players. So like, 1600s, and rather than beating them quickly, he wanted to beat this record. So he'd do it very slowly. So you got more chance against people you can control the game, right? A lot better.
The game, yes.
So that was his kind of warped record, and he got it in the end, thank goodness. So he didn't need to.
So now
he's for the arbiters.
Yeah, joy. He gets shorter games now.
He doesn't. Yeah, and I think his next one is now to he's gone the opposite. He wants to win as quickly as possible. Something, so like
that one has been established, like 2 moves, like what?
Yes, that one you can't really beat. Yeah, so that's true. Yeah,
but he's the son of Bogdan Lalich, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So I mean, Bogdan also had his records. I mean, he went undefeated for I don't know 100 and I don't know how many games, but
it was a lot. Yeah. But Bogdan was
also held that record for some time.
Yeah, it's amazing because Bogdan Lalich was over 2600, but then he's about 2300 now. So it's he's lost like 300 rating points.
Yeah, but for him it was only because of the draws.
Yeah,
like he can't play, he can't keep the tension, he can't withstand the tension, and just he offers draws early on to pretty much everybody. And since he plays mostly lower rated opponents, he's bleeding out the rating for decades already by these draws. So
strange.
Still a super strong grandmaster, but when he's forced to play, otherwise he just will take the draw.
Yeah, I made the mistake once at British Championships of turning down one of his draw offers, and I just lost. So he offered me a draw, and I was like, nope. And then they just beat me because he was forced to play.
Yeah, he's forced to play, and when he plays, he plays really well.
He's a good player. Yeah,
he's a good player. Yeah. Very good player.
And talking about Ulf Andersson again, when I was in with him, I mean, the thing, he's known for his endgame play, and he rarely gets involved with tactics, but his tactical ability and his calculation was exceptionally amazing. It was better than mine, even though I was playing these tactical games. And I think the reason he avoided tactics was that he saw a lot of danger because he calculated so well. So he didn't go into tactics. Yeah, because of what he saw.
He once told me that he has no intuition. He has he told me I can calculate. No problem, but I have no intuition. I have no idea what I should go, what's a good move. Yeah, he told me I can calculate. The calculation is not a problem for me, but I have no intuition. So I have to calculate everything.
So one of the best players in the world. I don't know. He was probably world number top. Well, I don't know how high he got, but he was one of the best players in the world. And saying he had no intuition is quite scary because if he hasn't got intuition, then no one has, So it's,
no one has, and then you understand actually how good his calculation was to get that high, only based on calculation.
Yeah, I don't believe he had no intuition. He had great intuition. I've seen some of his games. Amazing understanding of the game. So okay. Felix still thinking here?
Yeah, Felix still thinking, calculating, because quite a few things to calculate,
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is
so
it's still a job to do here because it's become unbalanced, right? I mean, we assume this is. I mean, someone can put it on the computer if they want, and it's probably going to say 0.00,
Yeah,
but
sure.
it must do. But you play one bad move here, you are a pawn down now.
Yeah.
You can throw it away.
Yeah, but I think the only scenario when black loses is that some of the pawns promote, because it's not like something positional, because slowly something white improves because the king is cut off. So the king can't really take part in the game. So it's very tactical, very concrete, that you have to calculate. If these pawns promote, you lose. If they don't, you make the draw, because I mean, you're active, the king is cut off, and you can't lose otherwise. So the only danger lies in these pawns actually somehow promoting.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, it's quite the line with King D3 was very forcing. Should we just
I was
check
going.
that one more time? And like this check is
I
forcing, this
also
is
wanted to
forcing,
revise this. Yeah,
and now here we just have to. Your King B3 looked good. I mean, like, why not take the pawn? I mean, there were other as well as King takes B3 though, Alex. You could there
going
try
for.
E4, right? Because your King's in a good position
Yeah.
at the moment. This is also like another thing that that Felix is could potentially think about, right?
Yeah. And for example, now if you try to cut me off, then I can take. Yeah,
Yeah,
just C5, and this one I take, and then it's a draw.
yes, that's right.
But if you don't, let's say if you start pushing, then E3, and I threaten E2 and King D3, and then you are forced to give checks from behind, because otherwise you're getting mated.
Yeah, so if
So maybe now Rook D7, because this one is running. Now maybe that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's a bit. Rook D7 is a good move.
Yeah, to cut off the king. And
Yeah, I mean this is not so easy actually. This
no,
position
not
right
at all
here.
anymore.
So okay, so let's have a look at that again. So that was again. I think it felt like Black was doing quite well here. I mean, okay, King takes B3 is obvious, so maybe we should
Yeah.
stick with this one.
And C5, yeah.
Think you have to go C5,
But
and
can I go Rook C2 just to stop that one? But then you can go H5.
yeah.
Still tricky, yeah.
And if you go rook, just try to go Rook H2 here, just force the issue. What was? And now we just take the pawn. I think this is the line we looked at before. We thought it was drawn.
Yeah, this was the idea, yeah.
And this looked really okay. King D2 is the only thing I was thinking here. Can the king come up? I mean, I don't believe so, but King E3. The C pawn is too strong, probably, but
Yeah, but now just wait, no? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's
because I mean, if you go, then I can just start
sure.
pushing my pawn.
Yeah, this is a draw. So this is probably this looks quite forcing this line.
Yeah,
Alex,
looks
right?
quite forcing. Okay, so we
Yeah.
had this Rook B7. Okay, we take the pawn. We want to take on C4, so C5, and then we go after this pawn.
You just
Can
go
white
after
defend it, maybe? I don't know.
The king takes B4.
King B4 and
well,
C.
okay, C6, yeah. And this is one of those lines where you just be careful you don't let that one queen. This is still not so
tricky,
simple. It's tricky. Yeah. The white pawn's more dangerous because they're further advanced.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be a draw, but it's not an
Well,
easy one. Okay, so this is a key line.
so Rook H7, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take the pawn here, right?
I can go back and control the pawn, but then H5.
Yeah. Well, then king takes B4.
Can't take in this.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that thing there. Yeah.
Not here, but
that big rook. So rook C4 here.
Yeah, Rook C4. Yeah, and if H6, take here.
Then I take.
And now it seems that just in time for Rook H4 and this one.
Well, I've got Rook B7 check. There's still some tricks.
Yeah, still tricks.
Then H7.
And
C,
now
C6 and
now again.
Yeah, and again I get tricky with my pawns.
Gets tricky. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so I mean it's not straight. It felt like there should be an easier way to draw it than this.
Yeah, but maybe there isn't. Look, he's thinking 4 already, 15 minutes.
And he's got to be a little bit careful at the time. There's no more increment, right?
I mean,
this is this is one of those endings where David's done an amazing job of causing any trouble whatsoever.
Yeah, yeah.
We like the way Felix have played this, but now the more we're looking at this, it's actually like, some difficulties.
Yeah, it turns out it's more complicated than we expected, yeah?
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
And I mean, King D3 is so obvious, but it's
not that straightforward, yeah?
it's not straightforward at all, no.
And that's why he's thinking for 15 minutes. He's calculating all these lines, and well, maybe probably he still hasn't seen a clear-cut draw.
No. And that might be why he's also considering E4
Okay,
as well as King E4.
King D3 played. Okay.
Okay, so now White has to check. I mean, this is absolutely.
I mean, you can move the king, but I don't know if that makes sense because I mean, if you go there, go here, go like or E4, there's time. Okay, check was given. King C3.
Check has to be given. Yeah.
Okay, now pick up on B7 because there is no other.
So this is the line we're looking at.
Yeah,
and this this was a key line.
Yeah. Okay, rook B7, and now is a choice. Yeah, E4, King B3, Rook H2. Rook H2 we didn't check, but then C5 is running. Yeah. Let's see. But there is also Rook H7. No, Rook H7 I take. Yeah, and then
H2 is nice.
So C5 I take, C6, and now just get behind. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, get behind the pawn. This is I like this slide. This seems like the simplest.
Okay, let's see if there are any alternatives.
Rook H2. So just in time, so you can.
Yeah. And if
so now I take on B4. Yeah.
And there the pawn is not moving.
I stop that dangerous pawn. Okay, I'm still a pawn down, but no big deal, I think, here.
Okay, let's start pushing. Yeah, let's see.
Maybe you can even go A5.
A5, H6.
And now I take on B3, or take on B3, I thought.
I want to take on B3. But
yeah,
then C5?
Yeah, and I'm
A4.
hoping my A pawn now is quick enough.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Have to give check.
Yeah, then I just king.
And you attack both pawns.
Yeah, this is looking quite easy, these lines.
Yeah.
I say it's looking easy. It's not nothing is easy. Just as we've shown, there's many ways that black can still go wrong.
You can mess up, yeah.
And Felix is now he's getting down to his last 5 minutes. And this is it's a big game because obviously if he draws, then he's going to win the match. So there's a lot to play for. David's keeping the pressure on. He's playing quickly. And Rook H2, all the other lines are looking okay, but they're very tricky. Well, not all the other lines look okay.
The margin of error is kind of very thin there.
Very thin. So Rook H2, I like it.
Rook H2. And again, it looks, I mean, C5 seems that leads nowhere because like black manages to get the rook behind the pawn. So Rook H7 is probably needs to be played. Yeah, and when I take
this looks quite
5, you go H5, yeah.
Yeah, but this looks quite easy for black, right? I mean, like I was thinking I go A5 because I get the extra tempo.
I mean, there is also, I guess, E4 because you can't do much. You have to go H6 and I go E3.
Yeah.
And again, you can't do much. You go Rook H8, yeah. Or you can give check, but then I think I get this mechanism, yeah. But I'm not sure.
I think it was E2's. E2 was
E2
the way to then become here.
The mechanism I'm getting.
You can check and take on E2.
But it's a check. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good point.
Yeah. So maybe I get this mechanism.
Yeah.
And you, where was it? So here, no. E3. Okay, you can give the check, and if you go to H8, okay, I can give the. Okay, now maybe I'm not so sure because after H7 you want to give the check from somewhere. So I need to hide on C3, but then the C pawn may start going forward. So that maybe it's a tricky thing.
Should still be all right. I mean, if I just take on B3, the C pawn's quick though, yeah.
And King C3.
Yeah, King C3.
No, but then I have this check and Rook D7.
Nice.
And then I push this pawn. Yeah?
Should be okay.
Or some Rook C4. I mean King C4 and Rook C7, and then I can just come and pick it up.
Look at the time now, Alex. So it's getting very critical
Yeah,
now
yeah,
because
yeah. Now we're gonna, yeah,
Felix he's down to 4 minutes, no increment. Let's remember that. And it's as we've shown, this is actually a lot more complex
yeah,
than it maybe looks at first sight. Because Black is very active, but White has some dangerous pawns, and
yeah,
he's got two, right? He's got the C pawn and the H
yeah,
pawn, and they're splitting the Black army in two.
yeah,
So there's many ways that Felix can lose this with under 4 minutes now.
yeah, yeah,
He's going to be feeling the pressure now. I mean,
yeah, for
a lot
sure,
of,
for sure.
this is tricky.
Yeah, it's surprising to me, that we expected actually a fairly easy draw for him when he found this knight g2 tactic. But then, at first sight that we thought, okay, maybe it was unnecessary to go into the rook endgame. Then he found this nice defense f5, king g5. Okay, he played rook h2. And then here also it appeared that when he got this king on f6, e6, rook on f4, like centralized and pieces and everything. Again, it seems that it was not necessary to go for this. Again, it seemed like he could find an easier way to draw. Yeah, not necessary to go for these complications.
Yep.
That's the impression, yeah, I've got.
Yeah. No, I agree. And but I'm also very impressed, Alex, with both their play because David's made it hard, but Felix again, after many trials and errors, I think we came to the conclusion Rook H2 is the best move.
Yeah.
And he's played it, and we tried pretty much every other move there first.
Exactly.
And that shows how hard it is.
Yeah. And again,
yeah.
Rook H7 should be the only move because if you lose this pawn, then you're not doing anything with these. So you must keep the passed pawn and keep the other one.
I was wondering briefly about B5 here, Alex, just as a one, because again, I want to, but I think you just take on H4. Yeah, I was thinking Rook take. Oh, pawn takes his. Yeah, no, then
pawn takes just taken
Yeah, get behind. So Rook takes.
And Rook takes, I think, just take on H4.
Yeah, now I just wanted to try pushing the C pawn, but
that's it's slow. Yeah.
Yeah, I this is.
I mean,
also King D3. Yeah. This is nothing. Sorry. Yeah. So it's
so B5. Yeah, I mean,
doesn't work.
Probably just Rook H7 he has to play with. Yeah,
Rook H7.
And he's playing fast. Look, he has 42 minutes.
Yeah.
And he's playing fast to put the pressure on the clock.
Yeah.
3 minutes and 20 seconds plus the 30-second increment. So he won't lose on time, but he doesn't have that much time. I mean, it's the minutes when he should actually ideally calculate to a clear-cut end. He calculates to a line, the lines, all of them leading to a let's say easily drawn position. You should use the time to make sure that he's drawing on all lines, so that time doesn't really matter. That he doesn't have to make more difficult decisions later on because there will be no time.
Yeah. No, I mean, we think King takes B4 does the job here.
Yeah.
But he's also got to think about King takes B3. So it's like, there's many options where you can go wrong. And this King takes B3 makes it a lot harder, we feel, because the C pawn now has that extra. It's become a lot more dangerous.
Yeah.
So I think with King takes B4, you stop
it. Yeah,
you stop it,
and then H5 goes, and this is the position where he needs to kind of see, does he go for E pawn? Does he go for the pushing E pawn, pushing A pawn?
But by the way, Peter is asking, after Rook H7, does King D3 draw immediately? And I think we potentially look at this?
No, I think we just move away for a while and then give the check maybe to move away the king from the C pawn, and so I don't know, something like this. I meant check. But then okay, maybe it does draw because you take the pawn on H4 and you get behind. Get behind, yeah.
So it could be another way to draw.
But he played E4.
Played E4.
All right.
So the one move we didn't expect. I didn't expect.
He's probably going for the mechanism we said about check and King D3, King E3.
Yeah.
But then the problem was something like Rook D7 at some point, right?
At the right moment. So if you go C5?
Yeah, C5, E3, and Rook D7 maybe.
But now
But
you
is
just
he
take on
still getting
h4.
in time?
Yeah. He's getting there in time, isn't he? Yeah,
So just in time, yeah.
just in time. There's no way black should really ever be losing this ending because the rook is so active, the king is so active, and he's got a great pawn. And white's king is really passive, so it just shouldn't be in trouble.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, like I said, I mean, the only way for white to win is for the pawns to promote. And
Yeah. Yeah, as you said earlier on, right? So it's just not very likely here. So e4, good move. It looked like more than one way that Felix could have drawn, but he's picking quite a forcing variation. And I think now this idea of putting the pawn on e2 and just going king d3 is the simplest. We could show that maybe. So if you play h5 or c5, something like this.
c5, e3,
e3,
c6,
c6,
check, and king d3, threatening mate, basically, and you can only just give checks and
yeah, and it's just a draw.
It's a draw.
So this is the what black is now going for, a forcing line.
Yeah.
And if he does well, I mean, I think he's gonna hold the draw, Felix. And when he does it, he's done it with perfect timing. 2 minutes on the clock. So it's
yeah, if he figured everything out, then
he's figured everything out. Safe. He's found a nice forcing way of doing it.
Yeah.
I think I would have lost this ending like about 5 times by now. So
yeah,
it's very easy to lose.
It's very easy to lose anything.
Yeah, it is. And I think the key has been active defense, right?
Yeah, yeah.
This is what we did sort of mention is at least at the start.
Yeah.
To the best way to defend a rook ending is active, and he's gone exactly like this. I mean, if you count the pawns, he's actually 2 pawns down now.
Yeah, he's 2 pawns down, but the activity bails him out.
That's right, and that's something to remember. I mean, one bit of advice I always give to people is, in general, don't play passively. And this could be the opening, the middle game, the ending. It's much better to try and be active because you cause your opponent many more problems, and it's very hard to play passive. And this goes for the ending, rook ending. Give your opponent a pawn if it means you get your pieces working, and that's what's happened here.
Yeah.
So we got another question, so we can have a look. What if rook e7?
No, but rook e7, you're just dropping.
I think you just take the pawn. Yeah. This is the problem. Rather than going king d3, we can start chopping.
Yeah.
I think the rule is we can go rook takes h4 as long as the c pawn doesn't get dangerously near queening. So then we can, and the c pawn, if it doesn't move now, then it can never move. So I guess c5 is like the best try, and then e3, right?
Yeah, c5, e3.
And then if you go rook d3, then we take the pawn and we're in time. Yeah, just rook takes pawn, simple.
Yeah, there is no kind of
nothing
way for white to get somehow like.
No.
It's just
nothing.
Just in time, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's probably other ways to win. You can probably check and take on b4. Might just about be. That's another way maybe.
Check here, yeah.
And then take on b3 or b4. I don't know which one. And the a pawn should be enough to.
Yeah. This is also another way. Yeah.
Probably this is good. Yeah, I mean it's a bit risky. So there's a couple of ways to draw. David is trying his best to find some.
Yeah, he has plenty of time to think, but not too many promising tries here. Yeah.
Yeah. What's next for you then, Alex? Have you got any more commentary or any more like courses coming out? Or
no commentary. No. I love this kind of work commentary, but not getting too many opportunities. Thanks to Felix for offering this opportunity, which
hopefully you'll get more now, right? I mean, after you've done such an excellent job here.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, I don't know. That's for the others to tell if I did an excellent job or not. But
yeah, wow.
But next is okay. I'm just finishing my chessable course. I mean, I need to record it. So Yeah,
What's the chessboard course on?
it's a lifetime repertoire for black e4, e5. Yeah.
Wow, I bet that was
Yeah.
hard work. God, rather the you than me, Alex. But I'm sure it'll be a brilliant seller. I mean, I don't normally buy chess courses, but I did say I wanted to learn E4, E5, so that is one I might actually be
Yeah, this
tempted
one
to
you may
buy.
like because I
Yeah,
propose some interesting ideas there and like
yeah,
some more active stuff.
yeah,
But he actually played b5, the move we did not consider.
yeah.
So takes. And actually this is just kind of
So
makes sense because the pawn is farther away and harder to I mean now the king cannot control it, but I
what if
guess
we just? Yeah, sorry, Alex. I was going to say, what if we just go for the E3 move
yeah,
as we
exactly
did before?
the
Same idea, yeah.
same idea.
With E2, King D3 being the drawing idea.
Yeah.
And if you go Rook D2, then we start taking pawns. This is
Yeah.
and he's got 2 minutes
And
left.
now, I mean, if you manage to take on h4, it's immediately done because after rook b4, you're controlling the b pawn. That's it.
Mm.
So you can't really give up the h4 pawn.
Mhm.
Yeah. So e3 is what we expect, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any point black playing king takes b3 here because a couple of reasons. Your king goes to a worse square, and you're putting your king in a very dangerous situation with a b pawn. It might be all right.
I'm not sure anymore because like
Yeah, I
h pawn
mean,
is running too.
yeah, I mean, if
Like,
you'd have to calculate this, but this just seems like a risky way of doing it. I mean, you have to go rook b2.
and now maybe rook d7, and this one is running. So what do you do?
Sure. This rook d7 is very clever.
Yeah, that's just to
As
cut off the king. Yeah, you
stop the
can
king.
push, but then what? Yeah, how do you stop the h pawn? Yeah?
Well, I'm not sure I do. Let's not do this.
Actually, king d3 played. This is strange.
Ah, okay.
What's the idea after check?
Oh, wow. So Checky just comes back. This is his idea.
That's his idea.
I think he just comes back. And then he takes on h4. And oh no, but there's check and rook c8. So this could be losing. If you go check and rook c8, bang.
No, not yet, not yet.
Oh, you got that one. Just in time.
Just in time.
Oh.
But it's like,
I was hoping you grab the pawn on b3, but never gonna happen.
Yeah.
This is still drawing.
But this is like by the skin. What's the expression?
Yeah. The skin of your teeth.
Skin of your teeth, yeah.
It's still doing it. But I mean, I kind of like the way he's drawing because he's playing like, okay, white has to check. I feel here. There's nothing else.
And, I mean, no point like going to e1. I mean, because you just. But okay, maybe white can just decide where to have the king before checking.
Maybe go e3. It's the same principle. And is it?
Check.
And then king c3.
Okay.
Or king c3 or king e4. One. And I just take that pawn, yeah.
Yeah, okay. With the pawn on e3 also works, yeah.
I think so.
Okay, king rook d7 check played.
Has to play this. The end game, I mean, it's I mean, I think there was some stat that all chess books, like 95% of all chess books are on the opening.
Yeah.
You know, nearly everything is on the opening, and nearly every chess player gets carried away with openings, right? They all, you know, they're like lower rated players that get obsessed with openings, and openings, of course, important, but the ending. I remember when I was a junior and playing many like world junior championships, we were always quite scared of the Russian players.
Yeah,
and they had sort of a different approach. They mastered the end game first. Well, they tried, you know, that's what they concentrated on with their coaches, and their openings actually weren't that great, but they got very dodgy positions, and they would just turn things around at the end of the game. And I think certainly the end game is a part of the game which is quite neglected by a lot of players. You know, you've got to know the right ideas, at least, even if you can't memorize some mechanisms. It's so important. You know, someone was asking earlier how to get to IM level, where endings, you know, you can't really go wrong.
I mean, that's what Jonathan Hawkins wrote in his book. That's how he got to IM, but just telling end games.
Yeah, I mean, it's very sad what happened to Jonathan.
Yeah, very sad.
Great player.
And great guy also. I mean,
great guy as well. Yeah, I mean, his book Amateur to IM was a brilliant book.
Yeah.
If you're looking at trying to do that step of becoming an IM, which is very hard, then that's a book you must get.
Yeah.
To IM.
Yeah, and guys, thanks for your kind words, that you love the commentary and that you like my commentary and the commentary in general. Well, thinking it's amazing. Well, thanks. Yeah, and for the chessable course, yeah, it's knight c6 and d6 against the Italian. Yeah, that's what's gonna feature.
I saw your
So
YouTube video on that, Alex, and like I
yeah,
say, this is with the F5 idea, right?
yeah, exactly. I mean, people
Yeah,
can check the video, and some of those ideas actually are made it to the course, so you can just kind of get an advanced preview on
very
that.
good line. Very good line. I highly recommend Alex's
Yeah,
video on
yeah.
it. I mean, I use this to prepare for a game, and it's a very, very good video and very good line. So yeah, check it out.
Yeah. So yeah, you can get a preview of the course, free preview, yeah, by checking that video.
Yeah.
Okay, so check was given on d7, king c3, so he goes back to c3, and the ideas remain the same. Yeah, I mean, he distracted the rook from h7 so that the pawn on h4 is kinging. So white can go back, but black can go back too. So if white wants to do something else, he needs to give up the pawn on h4. But this tricky line is like just by the skin of the teeth. Yeah, I mean, here, take here, go back, check, and king d3 with the threat of mate does not give white time to give the check.
Yeah.
And if there's something like, I don't know, king e1, then what do we do?
Probably rook b8 is
Rook b8.
I say that, and now I'm like, well, hang on a minute. Maybe e3 is more forcing, right? I don't like putting my rook passive, right? It's probably a draw, but I don't really want to do that because I just go king d6. Of course, it's a draw.
Or something here.
Yeah.
Okay, so bit of tactics at the end, threatening mate and stuff.
Maybe it's not a draw, that rook b8. You put the pawn on b6. Strange.
Yeah, but now, okay, you just pick up this pawn and go
Yeah.
towards the b pawn, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what David goes for. I mean, plenty of time, but only 40 seconds for Felix. So he made the last move with 10 seconds left. So that's kind of pushing it.
He's using all of his time in this match, right? He's not he's just got to be sure about what he's doing. We don't see any tries really for David at the moment. I mean, you have to give the H pawn, right? Because if you try to save the H pawn, then king d3 is an immediate draw.
Yeah. That's just a repetition. If you defend the H pawn, just king d3 repetition.
So you have to give this pawn. Absolutely have to.
Okay, b6 played.
So he has. He's gone for this, and it's just one. It seems to be one tempo in time for Alex. Sorry, Alex. Keep calling Alex. Felix. Been a long commentary. So
yeah.
And after this, we see it on the board, the live board. Rook takes h4.
Yeah.
So they're all coming off.
Yeah, rook h4 played.
Just in the nick of time, but chess often comes down to one tempo.
Yeah, that's chess, yeah.
And I suppose the last trick could be, okay, you could go rook c7 now. I mean, just to see where the king goes. If the king takes the pawn, you lose.
You go b7, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is a little trick.
And then you can't stop the
that's
pawn.
right. The pawn is
after the check, you should go to d3, threatening mate, and
then you can
the
repeat.
Same idea.
And now rook d7, you just come back with the king.
Yeah, we get repetition.
So it's going to be a draw.
We can see the players. Okay, 1 minute left for Felix, so he gained some time.
Very good match, right? I mean, very impressive play.
I was talking about this earlier, that I think matches should make a return to the chess arena. They have been neglected, except like World Championship match. You don't really get any matches because you get them in the World Cup, but that's different. Like this type of matches. Okay, Hans Niemann has been trying to organize them, and I think they have been a successful format, even though I have to say that I hate these 2 game per day matches and this faster classical or whatever they call it. Especially because of the starting time. I mean, you start the first game at 10 a.m., which is ungodly hour for, I think, most chess players. And Nepo was also complaining about that starting at 10 a.m., which I think it should be banned. I mean, any self-respecting chess player shouldn't be forced to sit at the board before noon. That's my humble opinion. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can have 2 games per day with shorter time controls, but of course you start not before noon. But just classical matches like this, you invite interesting, young, ambitious players, you'll get great games. I mean, it's like really a good format. I mean, and yeah, let's hopefully just continue. And I hope also it's not Felix's last match on his way to 2600. I mean, hopefully he plays more, because they really, this one especially attracted a lot of attention. The games were amazing. Man, I really think, like, if the format has proven to be good one, why not just continue with it?
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, no, I agree with everything you said there, Alex. I mean, it's been really fun, and we don't see enough of these matches.
Yeah.
I David's such a nice guy. I always feel a bit sorry for him. He's such a star, and he's been pushing all of this game, but so impressed with the way that Felix has held it together.
Yeah.
He's played. This has been a brilliant game of extremely high level. I mean, the way that there's some lovely tactics, good solid opening, resourceful endgame play by both players.
Yeah.
And it's going to end up in a draw, meaning Felix is going to win this match. You're being quoted there, and
Yeah,
I
I've
like
been
that quote.
quoted.
I did laugh a little bit. I thought, bloody lazy chess players. I mean, like, this quote: any self-respecting chess player shouldn't be forced to sit at the board before noon. I mean, imagine that in any other job, Alex. Like, sorry, I can't come into the office today, but not before noon. It just wouldn't happen. So it
But
was
this is
quite.
not any type of job. This is a special type of job that requires good sleep. So, I mean, come on.
It requires good sleep, but yeah, I mean, I like that. And we're also being asked by another question. Who should Felix play next, right?
I have a good idea, in fact, about that question.
Okay,
You
yeah,
know
yeah,
who?
go
Ivanchuk.
for it.
Ivanchuk.
Oh, I like it. I
Yeah?
like it. Yeah,
Yeah?
yeah, of course. I was going to say Shirov. But
Sure.
Shirov or Ivanchuk, two of my favorite players, but you can't go wrong with a bit of Chucky. And look at this, we're hearing the game is 99.5% accuracy.
Really?
And
Wow.
that doesn't surprise me. That's how bloody good they're playing. It's an incredible game.
Amazing.
They're both playing amazing chess. So well done.
So
Couple
they're following the
moves.
line that we mentioned. Okay, so b7 rook h8, and now the point is, if this check, there is king d3, and the threat of mate doesn't allow white to go rook c8. So that's the
Yeah.
point of black's defense. And maybe we'll just see a repetition, rook c7, rook d7, check.
Yeah, we were talking a bit about the Dutch earlier, and someone's also suggested his next opponent should be me. And after watching this game, I'd rather not. Thank you. I would be spanked badly, I feel, with this theory and this great play. Felix has played fantastic chess.
No, I mean, yeah, no, other jobs, I suppose they require, good sleep. But the point with chess players is that mostly they don't function well in the morning. Mostly of night owls, and you need, like, they sleep late, and they like got used to playing in the afternoon. That may change with the younger generation. I don't know, but I think most chess players are just prefer playing in the afternoon, and they don't function really well. I mean, personally, it's my personal thing, but I've lost, I don't know, I would say more than 100 points just from morning games. So rating points, I mean. So that's yeah, no go for me. And this is actually interesting. They first wanted to play with Svidler, which I think would have been another great choice. Okay, so they drew, right? Oh no,
It
that's
looks like it. Yeah,
no,
it
no,
looks
no,
like
they crossed move 60. Oh no, they didn't cross move 60. So why was the new, like, I saw the arbiter putting like new score sheets,
yeah,
but
yeah. It's pretty low.
yeah. So now
I someone's asking me what I play. I basically play the Dutch against everything except for E4. So yeah, I play against the Reti, I play against the English, I play against
everything.
as much as I can. Generally, I mean, I've played some other stuff. I played Korchnoi 3 times in classical games, and
Oh, nice.
played had the Kings. I played the King's Indian defense twice against Korchnoi.
Oh,
one win and one loss. So that was
Oh, so you beat Korchnoi in the King's Indian. That's amazing.
yeah, that's why I played it, because he famously said,
Yeah,
Korchnoi, that the King's Indian defense was a rubbish opening. So I thought,
exactly.
well,
Yeah.
I've got to play it then,
Yeah.
haven't I? So um
Okay, but here we have something interesting. Rook d6 play.
a move we haven't looked at.
Yeah. But does it really change anything?
He's such a tricky player, David.
Yeah,
Finding,
always finding like until the last rook b8 played.
I
But I thought
think,
maybe also e3 could be played, because if the rook leaves the d file, you go back to d3, the same ideas. But rook b8 played, okay. And now he wants to, but rook b6 probably, yeah? Yeah. And
b6.
now what's the idea? King d4, b4.
Hmm.
Huh.
I mean, he's still finding trouble. So this is a, yeah. I'm just trying to work this out. This is
Yeah, this is actually like, what's the idea?
because of the Black King, and he's short of time. What a great idea from David. There's us
Yeah.
talking about
He
this, and
wasn't, I don't think he was obliged to go to rook b8, but
no, and he's very short of time. And White's idea now is just to go b4. You set up a blockade so the Black
and then
King
win the
cannot
pawn
get,
on.
and then you just bring the King. And how does, I mean, this is a horrible move to face at 1 minute 48 on the clock.
Okay.
How do we draw this? Should it still be okay?
Yeah, maybe he's just chilling, king d3, and then like e3 maybe, and just stay there. But I don't know, because the rook is also tied to the b file. I don't know.
Yeah, you might get zugzwanged, right? With
Maybe, yeah,
with
yeah.
that. I mean, like, it's very possible you'll get zugzwanged in that line. So what is the drawing technique with still finding ideas?
Yeah, yeah.
Very impressive.
Why did he go rook b8? Couldn't he just go e3?
Rook b8 seemed like it go against what he's playing so far, because
Yeah,
he's
no
played all his,
activity. But if you go rook
exactly.
b8, you must make sure you eliminate that pawn on b7. I mean, but
Yeah, you have
I
to,
don't
because
see
now
how.
you've gone passive. You can't move the rook anymore. Is this White's idea? King e2, king e3, take the pawn, use
Yeah,
the
yeah.
white
If he
king.
manages that, it's just winning.
Is just winning. So how does, and David, yeah, like you say, someone like really fighting here, really fighting.
Yeah,
How does Black stop this? Because if you just try to sit here, I think you could get in a position of Zugzwang where you run out of moves.
yeah. Okay, just yeah, king d3 played, but now just some b4. But if you
Yeah.
just go king e3, king d3, how do I get out?
If you go king e3,
Okay, king e1
okay,
played.
sure. Well, I'm going to go b4 and
Yeah, at some point you'll go b4, but anyway, how do you
mm,
get out of with the king? If I just stay king e3, king d3,
yeah.
and if you go some like king f2, then e3 2 maybe can come.
And I can't also really use the white rook, because if
No,
the
because
white rook
you're
moves, you
stuck.
lose the
Yeah, you're
pawn.
stuck to the
So
b file
this is key.
because yeah.
Yeah. So even though he's found this interesting move, this is the correct way to
I
defend.
mean, it's a great like try. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now the game goes on. It's not like immediate draw. And again, Felix
Mm-hmm.
needs to make some decisions with little time.
Yeah.
So
King e3 looks normal.
yeah.
Yeah.
But that's maybe even e3. I don't know.
Well, if you go e3, I go b4, and this is kind
e2,
of,
let's say e2 even.
then I can go nearly.
Let's put that on the board. Yeah. Just
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
say. Ah, he played e3. Okay, so he played e3. And if b4, e2, and then how do you get out? If you go there, I check you. Can't get
Sure.
out. If you give check, then you're losing the b pawns. I go
Yeah.
king c4. So maybe that's just also just some pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Again, the most forcing line here. Yeah, okay. It's not as dangerous as I first thought, because this
No, at
the
first sight, it appears like some sort of Zugzwang, but in fact, it's not really, because white is
the
also very limited in mobility.
the white rook is tied down at the same time.
Yeah, and I don't think Hans Niemann would be interested in playing a match with Felix, at least not yet, because Felix's rating is rather low for him, and he won't win. I mean, if at all, with a big enough difference for his rating, and he's hoping to break into top 10. So I don't think that's an interesting prospect for him.
What is Hans' rating now? I mean, he's been playing some very good chess, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean,
recently,
he's like not that far off from the top 10. I don't know what that means, 27, 20, 30 or something. 30 probably, something like that. Yeah, okay, probably they wouldn't vibe, yeah. So he's there, like I don't know, 5-10 points shy of the top 10. But he's playing now, and both he and Nepo and playing in the Uzbek Chess Masters right now. And I mean, I think both are at 50%. So probably losing a little bit of rating, but still some rounds left there. It was funny that I checked the standings, and there are 8 players there, right, in Uzbek Chess Masters. And of the 8 players, 4 are Uzbek. And they're top 4, actually, after, I don't know, 6 rounds or 7 rounds, something like that. So they're in the top 4 places, and all the foreigners in the bottom part of the table.
I'm kind of amazed nowadays that, I don't really keep up with all the new players coming through, Alex. And
yeah,
like I suddenly see these players and they're like 2,700. I've never heard of them.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, what? I'm normally keep an eye on these guys, or the high 2,600. Like, who the hell's this? Like, this guy is like so strong, and I've never heard of him. He come from nowhere. And it's the same with a lot of these players. I just think some incredible strong players have been created.
Oh yeah. On a very, very frequent basis. I mean, I remember back in the day, I knew all the grandmasters. There was not a grandmaster I haven't heard of.
Same, yeah. I mean,
nowadays, I still try to keep up, and probably I have heard of them all, but some of them, like sometimes I was surprised somebody has a rating of 25, 50 or something, and I was like, oh wait, who's this? I haven't heard of it.
Yeah.
So
this is true.
Okay, so King D1 E2 played, King E1, and now Black is playing what, King E3 or something like that, and just staying put, I guess.
Yeah, as long as you stop the white king from coming forwards, white can't do anything. So I think you just go King E3, right?
King E3.
What possibly can
Well,
David do after that?
Good question, actually, by Emilia. Do you think it's easier or harder to become a GM nowadays?
My impression is, I was gonna say harder, but I don't know, because I think it was Hikaru said easier. Hikaru famously said it's a lot easier to become a GM now because you get many more opportunities.
And you have a lot of availability of high quality material to study.
Yeah, you can absorb information very quickly, very easily. When I guess we were becoming grandmasters, there wasn't as many tournaments and there wasn't as much material. So, which I quite like, because you don't have to keep learning theory and new stuff all the time. So it's a hard question. But of course, now if I myself wanted to become, let's say, a GM, I'm already a GM, it would be tough, because there's so many young, low-rated players.
Exactly.
And I'd have to put in a lot of work, right? I think this is the key, Alex, right? Openings have to be, everything has to be perfect. And I think the difference nowadays is that you'd have to have a wider opening repertoire. So when I became a GM, my repertoire was smaller because it could work. But nowadays, I think you have to get to that level, more openings, because if you just play the same stuff, you're a bit of a sitting target. Your opponent can prepare for you, and you're going to get yourself in trouble.
Exactly.
So this is plus and minuses, really.
What I was going to say is that what Eshek Mate MG says in chat is that nowadays a lot of material also means that a lot of people are exposed to that high quality material, and the level of all players has risen. So it's hard, like nowadays, like I think the FIDE Masters 2,300 players are much stronger than the FIDE Masters of 20 years ago. The same applies to International Masters, same applies to 1,800 players, 2,000 rated players. They're all much stronger than before. So it's harder to beat these people. And that's why it's kind of on that side, it's harder to become a GM now. It's easier to become good, but also the competition has become better. So kind of everything has risen, and yeah, it's hard to say. Okay, so we had some idea here. Yeah, wait a second. So we had e2, king e1, king e3, check, king d3, rook e7. So he defends the pawn from behind, but I guess after king c3, black picks up the pawn and goes and collects the
Yeah,
the
this is
b7
very
pawn.
easy now. I mean, now the black king can get back towards the b pawn. In the previous case, it couldn't because the white rook was cutting it off. But here,
Yeah.
black just goes king, 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 rook takes pawn. And you're going to get that famous book.
Pawnless, peaceless endgame.
That's right. The Secrets of Pawnless and Peaceless Endings,
Games, yeah.
which will be my next chessboard course.
Just what was, yeah.
King versus king. Learn how to get opposition and grind your opponent down.
But this is quite an appropriate end of the match, which has been hard fought from start to finish. And even in the last game, they played out till the end, and they get a kingless, sorry, not kingless, but peaceless and pawnless and position, which is quite appropriate, yeah, to end the match like this.
It is. It's been a brilliantly hard fought game. Congratulations to both players.
Yeah, yeah.
And it'll be very, I mean, I think it's going to be really cool seeing them shake hands in a second.
Yeah.
But also, obviously, mate, you know,
Yeah,
and I
okay,
think they have drawn. They have, yeah, and it's been a draw. Well done, Felix, for winning the match.
See it on the live. Okay, so we're getting the position of a peaceless and pawnless endgame. Yeah, position generally. So well done, Felix. Congratulations winning the match. And yeah, just amazing event, I think. I mean, I think we all enjoyed it. Thanks to everybody for watching and being with us. Thanks, Simon, for the great commentary today, and all the other guests who were with us throughout the games. And yeah, congratulations once again to the players, and guys, till the next time. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.